complacent. One day, I will make you pay back 1,000 times for everything you did to us. When he thought of the last time he lay in front of his aunt's house for a night. He also watched the light in his aunt's bedroom on all night. His heart still ached. Seeing Xu Hao, he couldn't help but feel murderous. But he knew. He was not Xu Hao's opponent at the moment. Besides, there was a red rose who was as powerful as him. So he couldn't do it. Out of sight, out of mind. After saying this coldly, Luo Yan turned around and walked out. Xu Hao sighed. I am your uncle after all, and we are a family. Why do we have to make things so awkward? Luo Yan kept walking, clenching his fists. Who the hell is a family with you? Who admits that you are my uncle? Xu Hao's voice continued. Since you don't listen, it's the fault of the nephew not teaching the aunt, so I have no choice but to teach your aunt a lesson. Xiaoshan is getting cuter and has some of her mother's charm. It seems that it's time. Enough. Luo Yan's gritted teeth sounded. He had stopped walking out at this time. He turned back and glared at him with resentment. Xu Hao smiled lightly and took a sip of tea. Easily controlled. In fact, these protagonists are difficult to deal with. Even if they are caught, they are not afraid of any punishment, no matter how they are beaten or scolded. Even if they die, they will not frown. But when their relatives are mentioned, they get angry. Are you still human? My aunt is with you, and you still want to bully her and attack her daughter. Xu Hao spread his hands, expressing helplessness. I don't want to bully her either. Who told you not to listen? If you listen, nothing will happen. Luo Yan vomited blood in his heart. There is such a saying. Shameless. Too shameless. Didn't you say last time that as long as I deal with Su Chen, you won't attack my sister? Going back on your words, the president of Xu Group is so untrustworthy. Did I say that? Xu Hao asked, then nodded. I told you to teach Su Chen a lesson, but are you going to teach Su Chen a lesson, or be taught a lesson? You were beaten so badly that I lost face, do you know that? You still have the nerve to tell me to teach Su Chen a lesson. Aren't you ashamed? Luo Yan was stunned. His face was extremely gloomy. Damn it, you still have the nerve to say that. At that time, I was only in the middle stage of Hua Jin. Su Chen was at the peak of Hua Jin. I have to deal with him myself. Not being beaten to death is already a blessing. Both sides are injured as the limit. How else do you want him to teach you a lesson? Are you still ashamed? I haven't settled accounts with you yet. 10,000 horses ran through his heart. But Luo Yan held back and didn't say it. It's useless to say anything to a shameless person like Xu Hao. Take a deep breath and calm down his manic mood. Luo Yan looked at Xu Hao coldly and asked. What kind of deal do you want to make? That's right. Xu Hao put down the teacup with a smile in his eyes. The deal is simple. Su Chen has targeted me several times, which makes me very unhappy. I want you to teach him a lesson. What? You want me to fight Su Chen? I don't agree. Su Chen is at the peak of Hua Jin. I am not his opponent. Before Xu Hao finished speaking, Luo Yan shouted. He refused without hesitation. Su Chen is his good brother now. How can he attack his brother? He would not do it even if he was beaten to death. I haven't finished speaking yet. Xu Hao said a little unhappy. As for the conditions, they are naturally the same as last time. As long as you can do it, I will not attack Xiao Tianxia. Luo Yan's teeth were about to break. Xu Hao, can you still have some shame? Last time you said that as long as I help you deal with Su Chen, you promised not to attack Xiao Tianxia. I have already said that just now. Xu Hao spoke slowly. I asked you to teach Su Chen a lesson, but you were taught a lesson. Of course, it doesn't count. Luo Yan felt that he could hardly catch his breath. His breathing was heavy. If looks could kill, Xu Hao would have been cut into pieces by now. Ding Luo Yan was furious, emotional value plus 999. Xu Hao continued to speak without paying attention to his expression. Don't worry, you can definitely do it this time. As long as you do things well, I will definitely do what I say. Luo Yan didn't believe in Xu Hao's credibility. Xu would keep his word. It was a joke, but there was nothing he could do if he didn't believe it. If Xu Hao was really pushed to the limit, he attacked his aunt's daughter who was only a teenager. That would be too cruel. Luo Yan could only delay time as much as possible, and when he had enough strength, he would rescue his sister from Xu Hao's clutches. What do you want me to do? Luo Yan asked with suppressed anger. Xu Hao smiled slightly. The smile was very bright, like a spring breeze. But the words he said felt chilling. I want you to stab Su Chen in the back. Aren't you and Su Chen brothers now? It's very simple to do this. Luo Yan was dumbfounded. He never expected that what Xu Hao asked him to do was to stab his brother in the back. Although he and Su Chen had only been together for a short 10 days. But they shared hardships and had common enemies. Under the sympathy of the same suffering, a brotherly love was born. He couldn't even hurt his brother. Not to mention stabbing his brother. It was unimaginable that Su Chen trusted him so much, and he stabbed him in the back. What kind of eyes would he look at him with? Luo Yan was extremely angry. After being extremely angry, he calmed down. He looked at Xu Hao coldly. You also know that Su Chen is my brother. I can't stab him in the back. Just give up on this idea. Xu Hao sighed. It seems that between brothers and family, you still choose brothers. In that case, I will accept such a cute little Lolita with pleasure. Alas, the little Lolita is so small, we all know whether she can bear it or not. If someone's aunt knew about this, she would be heartbroken, right? If she knew that such a thing happened because someone cared about brotherhood and would rather turn a blind eye to the danger of the little Lolita, she would be very disappointed, right? This is such a tragic story. One sentence after another was sarcastic. He is such a shady person. Every time Xu Hao said something, Luo Yan's face changed a little. It turned pale and blue. If Xu Hao attacked the little Lolita, the aunt would really fall into endless grief. As for whether Xu Hao would attack the little Lolita, there is no doubt. DJ. To save the little Lolita, he would have to stab his brother in the back. He really couldn't do it. Luo Yan's face was extremely ugly. At this time, he had been talking to Xu Hao. Hong Qiangwei, who was doing massage service, stood up. Said to him coldly, last time when you fought with Su Chen, I made a bet with the master. I believe you all heard it at that time. You made me lose the bet. Although it is my honor to lose to the master, I have never lost in my life. I can't get rid of the hatred in my heart if I don't teach you a lesson. Last time I taught you a lesson, there is still Su Chen left. I advise you to agree to the master's request, otherwise if I take action, it will not be as simple as stabbing him. I will definitely kill him. Her eyes were full of murderous intent. What she said was false. But she really wanted to teach Su Chen a lesson. She lost the bet at the beginning, and Su Chen also lost it. Luo Yan suddenly realized. No wonder that night outside the aunt's house, Hong Qiangwei beat him up. Recalling the bet between Hong Qiangwei and Xu Hao at that time. After losing the bet, you have to sacrifice yourself. This is why Hong Qiangwei lost her virginity. Seeing the killing intent in Hong Qiangwei's eyes towards Su Chen, Luo Yan wavered. Hong Qiangwei, the sickly killer, is no joke. When they competed in the killer training camp, it was because he tied with Hong Qiangwei for first place. They were equals, and she didn't let her lose, but she hunted him for several years. You can imagine how crazy she is. She said she would kill Su Chen, and she would definitely not let him go. Thinking about it this way, compared to being killed by Red Rose, it would be better to be stabbed in the back by him. With Su Chen's medical skills, it will be cured soon. Burby. A knock on the door sounded. Then, the door of the private room was opened. A delicate little loli ran in. Who else could it be but Yu Shaoshan? Yu Yun was busy with work today, and the little loli was alone at home. Xu Hao wanted to threaten Luo Yan, so he asked someone to pick up the little loli. The little loli saw Xu Hao, and her eyes lit up. She ran over with her short legs. She ignored Luo Yan, came close, and threw herself into Xu Hao's arms. She shouted, "Dad, I see you again." Xu Hao picked her up and sat her on his lap. He scratched her little nose. It's been a long time since we last met, do you miss me so much? Of course. Quote. The little girl sniffed. Shaoshan thinks about it every day, and often dreams that dad beats me. Xu Hao was stunned for a moment. Shaoshan is so cute, how can I bear to leave Xiaoyao? Who knows? After hearing this, the little girl's face suddenly fell. Said sadly, I like dad so much, doesn't dad like Xiaoyao? What's the situation? Xu Hao was puzzled. He has dealt with so many heroines. I can't guess what a little girl is thinking. What nonsense are you talking about? How can I not like Xiaoyao? The little girl pouted. Then why does dad beat mom and not me? Huh? Xu Hao was slightly stunned. Seeing Xu Hao's confusion, the little girl reminded him. When dad was at our house, he beat mom and made her scream. I heard it all. Quote. Mom is still very happy. I think it should be very comfortable when dad beats people. Quote. Xiaoshan also wants dad to beat him. Quote. The little girl looked innocent and cute, and said whatever she wanted to say. Children speak without restraint. This made the three people present ashamed. Is that a beating? It seems that in some aspects, there is nothing wrong. Luo Yan's mouth twitched wildly, and his face was as black as the bottom of a pot. The veins on his forehead were jumping. It was fine that Xu Hao bullied his aunt, but he made such a loud noise that his sister heard it. Intentional. It must be Xu Hao's intention. It was to make his sister misunderstand and be curious, so that he could attack his sister. Too despicable. Xu Hao reacted. His eyes flashed, and he pinched the little girl's delicate face, and said. Xiaoshan is still young now. When Xiaoshan grows up, dad will beat you, okay? No, dad is partial. He beats mom but not me. How can I be young? The little girl pulled Xu up dissatisfiedly. Hao's hands shook for a while. It was indeed the same level as her mother. Glancing at Luo Yan, who was not far away, his eyes were wide open, his mouth was wide open, and he was in disbelief. Xu Hao stroked the little girl's twin ponytails and said. Since Xiaoshan wants it, then dad will. Shut up. Before Xu Hao finished speaking, a roar interrupted him. Xu Hao, I promised you not to hurt my sister. Ding. Luo Yan's mind collapsed, emotional value plus 1001. Xu Hao also changed the topic. Don't think that your mother is happy when I beat her, it's actually very painful. How can dad bear to hurt Xiaoshan? The little girl didn't listen to this. She only knew that dad had promised to beat her. She was stopped by Luo Yan. The eyes that looked at Luo Yan were full of resentment. Luo Yan was deeply hurt by this look. I did this to save you. In order to save his sister, he wanted to stab his brother in the back. But I still have to accept my sister's disgusted look. Don't be too sad. Chapter 223, Treason. My daughter needs to be taken care of. Ambiguous. Active. Seeing the little loli's appearance, Luo Yan felt a sense of urgency. He must improve his strength as soon as possible. Or find a way to get rid of Xu Hao. Otherwise, it would be too passive. It was really that the little loli gave too fast and caught him off guard. With this look, it was obvious that she had not given up. She also wanted Xu Hao to beat her like he beat her mother. Can she be beaten casually? There was no need for Xu Hao to seduce her, and Xiao Mengli took the initiative to throw herself into his arms. If Xu Hao had a little bit of bad thoughts, his sister's life would be over. Now, what he had to do was to stabilize Xu Hao. Can he stabilize him? Last time, he was asked to teach Su Chen a lesson. This time, he was asked to stab Su Chen in the back. He didn't know what bad requests were waiting for him. Luo Yan walked out of the tea house with a heavy heart. In the private room, the little loli was pestering Xu Hao. Pulling Xu Hao's big hand to play with it. See what's so special about it. He can beat his mother to the point of screaming, but he's happy and not afraid. Dad, don't listen to that guy, that ugly guy is too hateful. Dad, try to hit me. The little girl blinked her big eyes, with an innocent and cute face. Okay, you're still young now, when you grow up, dad will hit you again. Xu Hao touched the little girl's head. The little girl pouted, a little unhappy. She hated Luo Yan in her heart. In her mind, it was Luo Yan who told her dad not to hit her. She wanted to be hit by her dad. She turned Xu Hao's hand over and over to check. It didn't seem to be anything special. So, the little girl decided to give it a try. She put her hand down, raised Xu Hao's hand, and then dropped it. Snap! The two hands hit together, making a clear sound. The little girl's eyes lit up. It felt numb, very strange. It turned out that Xu Hao activated the power of God's hand in order not to disappoint the little girl. Xu Hao was sipping tea while thinking about how to deal with the two protagonists, Su Chen and Luo Yan. The little girl sat on his lap. Holding his hand, he played the game by himself, and was defeated by the king. When he saw that the little girl's eyes were a little blurry, Xu Hao took his hand back. He knocked the little girl's head. What's so fun about hands? Daddy will treat you to candy. With a thought, he took out a few imported ice and fire candies from his personal space. The little girl saw that there was something delicious and recovered. She took it with a look of surprise. Unwrapped and put the candy in her mouth, the feeling of ice and fire came. The little girl's eyes lit up, it was so delicious. Then she became more dependent on Xu Hao. Ding Yu Xiaoshan is happy, emotional value plus 666. Ding. Luo Yan's mentality explodes, emotional value plus 999. But Luo Yan returned to the rental house in a daze. Brother Luo, you are back. You look not very energetic, did you meet Hao again? Su Chen saw him coming back. He greeted him and asked in confusion. Since Feng Zixuan kicked him out of Shenong Hall, he had nowhere to go. Luo Yan asked him to live with him in the rental house. Hearing the voice of his good brother, Luo Yan raised his eyelids. When he thought of backstabbing his brother, he didn't know how to face Su Chen. Just a simple response. Su Chen didn't understand. It must be that Luo Yan went to find the woman he liked again, or went to his aunt's house. It happened that Xu Hao was hit hard. Similar things have happened before. So he didn't ask more questions. He had heard about Luo Yan's deeds, and that the woman he loved was seduced by Xu Hao. The only two relatives, the aunt was captured by Hao. It seems that the other sister can't escape Xu Hao's murderous hands. Su Chen couldn't help but think of himself. The situation is similar. The fiancé was trained. Several junior sisters were deceived and played by Xu Hao. They are in the same boat. Duh. Su Chen sighed. He patted Luo Yan's shoulder heavily. Brother Luo, don't be sad. Even if your family and the woman you like abandon you, don't be afraid, you still have me. We are brothers for a day, and we are good brothers for life, and we will never leave each other. Brother Luo, if you and I join forces, Xu will not be arrogant for long. Xu Hao is old, we are still young, and there is a lot of room for improvement. When our strength can crush Xu Hao, we must make him wish he could not live or die. Return the humiliation we have suffered during this period 1,000 times. Su Chen's eyes burst into deep hatred and murderous intent. Talking about ambitions, Luo Yan's face was full of pain. Su Chen treated him as a brother. He was so good to him, he felt uncomfortable. Su Chen was still comforting Luo Yan. He did not notice the change in Luo Yan's eyes. Arrange Luo Yan's affairs. Xu Hao took the little loli home. The car drove into the Xu family villa. Parked the car. Just as he was about to get off the car, Xuni heard Xu Qingshui's voice. The fourth daughter is home. Thinking of Xu Qingshui, Xu Hao couldn't help but think of the pair of A. Thinking of the papayas that were drawn in the lottery not long ago. He immediately took out a dozen and put them in a box. He got off the car with the box. As a father, he was worried about his daughter to find confidence. In the courtyard, the Xu family sisters were chattering around Xu Qingshui. Fourth sister, you are so amazing, aren't you? You can even cure cancer, so what disease can't be cured? This is Xu Xiqing's voice. I admire Xu Qingshui's medical skills. Xu Huai is much more heartless. Cheers and shouts. Great, fourth sister can treat cancer, so we won't be afraid of getting sick in the future. Fourth sister, congratulations on fulfilling your dream and promoting Chinese medicine. Xu Feiyan congratulated sincerely. Xu Qingshui had a bright smile on her face. She led Chinese medicine to defeat Western medicine. Such a big thing happened. Of course I have to go home and tell the sisters the good news. She was very happy to get the recognition of her sisters. Fourth sister, you are so unkind, you actually lied to us. Last time you said that it is difficult to treat cancer, and you cured the late stage in one day. Do you call this difficult? Xu Hongzhuang was also at home. Congratulated Xu Qingshui. Then she joked with some dissatisfaction. The other sisters couldn't help but make fun of her. She remembered the chat in the group. Yes, I remember it too. Fourth sister, you even concealed it from us, you don't treat us as sisters at all. Don't think too much, fourth sister definitely didn't mean that. She was just being modest. We should all learn from her. The sisters talked to each other. Xu Qingshui suddenly felt embarrassed. Xu Qingshui hesitated and said, I didn't lie to you. At my level at that time, it was really difficult to treat cancer. Even if it can be cured, it will take a long time. The reason why I can treat advanced cancer now. It was improved during this period of time. The girls were stunned. Good guy. Although they don't know medical skills. But you don't need to think about it to know that it is difficult to learn. It's only been a short time, except for cancer that cannot be cured, it has become an easy treatment. Can you improve if you want to? My sisters are so awesome. Each of them looked at Xu Qingshui with admiration. Proud to have such a sister. Noticed the admiration in their eyes. Xu Qingshui wished she could find a hole to crawl into. Fourth sister, your medical skills are so great now. Can you treat your pair of A? I'm just curious. Xu Huai asked with great interest. The girls were fascinated. My little sister's thinking is too strange, isn't it? Xu Qingshui's eyebrows jumped and glared at her. No. If you can't, then you can't. Why are you so fierce? I thought fourth sister's medical skills were invincible. Quote. Xu Huai curled his lips. Taking a deep breath, skipping over the little sister's words, Xu Qingshui coughed. In fact, my medical skills have improved so quickly, not because I suddenly realized it, but because he taught me. Who is he? The girls suddenly understood. It turned out that Xu Qingshui's medical skills improved rapidly under the guidance of others. Then they couldn't help wondering. The person who taught Xu Qingshui taught Zhen Qingshui to treat late-stage cancer in a short period of time. How amazing is his medical skills? The girls guessed that he was Xu Qingshui's master. Xu Hongzhuang observed Xu Qingshui's complex expression and an idea came to her mind. She was shocked. Fourth sister, you are talking about him. Could it be our father? What? Poetry, painting, and Xu Feiyan were all shocked. They all knew Xu Hao knows medical skills. Whenever they are tired, they can massage them and immediately regain their vitality. Stiff neck can be easily cured. And they can prepare pregnancy-preserving medicine for their stepmother. But they never thought about medical skills that can cure cancer. After being shocked for a moment, they were relieved. In their eyes, Dad can do everything. What's so strange about knowing medical skills? After getting Xu Qingshui's nod of approval, the sisters admired Xu Hao even more. Xu Huai raised her chin and said, Fourth sister, I told you a long time ago that Dad's medical skills are very powerful. Do you believe it now? The other sisters also spoke up. Well, fourth sister, it turns out that you haven't been home these days because you are accepting Dad's secret teaching. Quote. Hee I told you that when the fourth sister comes back, she will join our big family soon, right? Isn't she about to be moved by Dad? They all heard Xu Qingshui's tone. She no longer called Xu Hao by his name, but referred to him as he. She no longer had any aversion to Xu Hao in her eyes. How long has it been? Will she be far away from calling him Dad like them? After returning to the Xu family, Xu Qingshui's mentality has also changed. Seeing the discussion of several sisters, she actually had the urge to join in. Xu Qingshui suddenly came back to her senses. Shaked her head. What was she thinking? How could she recognize Xu Hao? She had promised her elder and second sisters. She couldn't betray him like Xu Feiyan. Xu Huai was sharp-eyed. She exclaimed when she saw Xu Hao coming back from outside. The girls stopped talking and looked at Xu Hao looked at it. Dad, what is this? The lively Xu Huai stepped forward. He helped take the box and asked curiously. I saw some papayas when I came back. Papaya. Xu Huai's eyes lit up. As a girl, she knows more about some foods that help development. She immediately thought of the effects of papaya. She thought of the things Xu Hao brought back every time, which were very delicious. And they also had unexpected effects. Xu Huai couldn't wait to try it. Seeing several girls standing aside, Xu Huai called them. Fifth sister, come over and help. The box was very heavy, and Xu Feiyan was just the right laborer. Xu Feiyan was still a little afraid to face Xu Hao. Every time Xu looked at her, she always dodged and dared not look directly at her. After hearing her sister's words, she had to bite the bullet and came to Xu Hao to pick up the box. Then, Xu Huai called her sister Xu Xiqing to go to the house to wash the papaya. Not long after, Xu Huai came out with the cut papaya. She kept chewing in her mouth. Third sister, fourth sister, you guys try it, it's super delicious. Xu Hao saw several daughters eating papaya. I wanted to dissuade them, but I didn't know how to start. You are already enough, you don't need to grow anymore. Overdevelopment is not good either. I wanted to give it to Xu Qingshui, why did you eat it? Fortunately, Xu Hao looked at the effect of papaya again. It won't keep growing. It will just get better and better, approaching perfection. Xu Hao wondered whether he should give his other women a taste. What does perfect development look like? What does it feel like? Xu Hongzhuang inserted a piece of papaya and praised it highly. She tasted it happily. Xu Huai came to Xu Qingshui with 3 plates. Fourth sister, here, we have prepared 2 more plates for you. You look so pitiful, your children will definitely go hungry in the future. Dad can't stand it, so he bought you papaya to supplement your diet. Xu Huai has a weird personality and speaks without respect. Xu Qingshui's mouth twitched. She was annoyed that her sister spoke incoherently. What do you mean? Xu Hao felt sorry for her and bought her papaya to supplement her diet. Can you say this casually? If the sisters around were not present, I really wanted to hang Xu Huai up and beat her. Looking at the papaya in front of her, Xu Qingshe wanted not to eat it. She knew that this papaya had an effect, 2.7 but not big. It's not like she had never eaten it before. But she saw that several sisters looked so delicious. Xu Qingshe was curious. She picked up the fork and ate a piece, and her eyes suddenly widened. Ding. Xu Qingshe felt ashamed, emotional value plus 753. Seeing Xu Qingshe eating happily, Xu Hao laughed. When Xu Qingshe finds that it works, she will come to him. The time of the father's love and daughter's filial piety can be shortened again. The family had a warm lunch. Xu Qingshe had to go to Shenong Hall to help in the afternoon, and left soon after lunch. Xu Shiqing and Xu Huai also had to prepare graduation papers. Xu Hongzhuang dealt with the affairs of Hongzhuang media. Only Xu Hao and Xu Feiyan were left. Staying with Xu Hao, Xu Feiyan was a little scared. He was about to leave with an excuse. But Xu Hao called him. Feiyan, wait a minute, since you broke through, you haven't asked me about martial arts again. That won't work, don't think that Hua Jin is very powerful, in fact, it's just the beginning. There are many powerful people, don't slack off, I will teach you another set of Bajiquan later. Xu Hao spoke. Xu Feiyan had no way to escape, and responded softly. Martial arts field. Xu Hao grabbed Xu Feiyan's hand and taught her hand in hand. But Xu Feiyan was not in the state. It stands to reason. She had been taught by Xu Hao for half a year and had gotten used to it. It was all because of the last incident. When Xu Hao was teaching, Xu Zuyan always felt something was wrong. He couldn't help but think about it. The idea was so rebellious. How could he study well? No matter what Xu Feiyan thought, Xu Hao felt very good. His emotional value never stopped. This made him fall into deep thought. Just a little bit of ambiguity gave him so many emotional values. Can the other daughters try it too? Chapter 224, The policewoman's personality collapsed. Found by her daughter. A blessing of having two wives. It was evening. Xu Qingshe helped senior sister Feng Zixuan at Shenong Hall. Then she came to the home of second senior sister Lu Yiren. Since she came back from the mountain, she has been staying with senior sister. This caused complaints from second senior sister. It was agreed that she would go to second senior sister after solving the crisis of Shenong Hall. She contacted Master Luo Qingxian. She left today and will arrive tomorrow. Several sisters were chatting happily in the group. Only second senior sister didn't reply. She must be busy and forgot to reply. Xu Qingshe came to chat with second senior sister. By the way, she told her that the master would come tomorrow. As soon as she arrived at the door of second senior sister's house, she smelled the fragrance of food. Xu Qingshe was a little surprised. Aren't you busy with work? Why are you cooking at home? Xu Qingshe knocked on the door. Not long after, Lu Yiren opened the door with a happy face. Seeing Xu Qingshe standing at the door, her face froze for a moment. Xu Qingshe did not notice this. Instead, she was stunned by Lu Yiren's outfit. The upper body was a police uniform, the lower body was a skirt, and there were heels on the legs. Do all police officers dress like this now? I always feel something is wrong. Tai, she doesn't change her uniform at home. It should be because the second senior sister is too busy. Xu Qingshe thought so. After calming down, she smiled and said, Second senior sister, I came to your house without telling you. I hope I didn't disturb you. As she said that, she also raised the gift in her hand. Although she has been in the mountains for more than 2 years. But some etiquette has not been forgotten. Lu Yiren's face eased and she smiled again. What are you saying? I'm so happy that my junior sister is here. You said you were coming, so why did you bring a gift? Come in quickly. Lu Yiren took the gift from Xu Qingshe. Xu Qingshe changed her shoes and went into the living room. The smell of food became stronger. She asked curiously, Second senior sister, are you going to entertain some guests? The dinner is so rich. Lu Yiren's eyebrows jumped. She said jokingly, Of course, I calculated with my fingers and knew that you would come tonight. Didn't I prepare the meal and wait for you? Of course, it was not to entertain Xu Qingshe, but to entertain her father Xu Hao. Xu Hao said he would come to her house tonight. She washed herself and put on seductive stockings and uniforms. She prepared the meal and waited for Xu Hao to come. In the end, she didn't wait for Xu Hao. She waited for her daughter. It was very embarrassing. What should I do? Xu Qingshe came, and Xu Hao came later, and they bumped into each other. Wouldn't she have noticed something wrong? Imagine what the little sister would look at her with if she found out that she, the senior sister, had that kind of relationship with her father. Then she would spread the news to the other two sisters and the master. She is a righteous police officer. How could she still face people? Tudge. Lu Yiren shuddered. She must not let the little sister find out about her and Xu Hao. Lu Yiren began to rack her brains to find a solution. Xu Qingshe was puzzled. Second senior sister, didn't you learn martial arts from the master? When did you learn fortune telling? It seems that the master doesn't tell fortunes either. Hee, don't pay attention to these details. Lu Yiren laughed dryly. Xu Qingshe felt that the second senior sister was a little weird today. Remembering that Lu Yiren hadn't replied to messages in the group for a day. Xu Qingshe continued to ask. Second senior sister, are you very busy today? We sent so many messages in the group, but I didn't see your reply. Yes. Lu Yiren nodded. That's true. There was a very difficult case recently. She was in charge of supervising it, and it was already afternoon when it was solved. Thinking that Xu Hao would come soon, she hurriedly washed and prepared the food. She didn't have time to read the group message. Is there something wrong? Everyone is very busy, but you have time to chat. It's really a big deal. Xu Qingshe smiled slightly and said a piece of news. The master has left and is expected to arrive tomorrow. What? The master is coming. Lu Yiren was surprised and showed a happy look. She hurriedly asked, what's going on? Xu Qingshe told the third sister that she and the eldest sister knew the heavenly Dr. Nine Needles and told the master. Lu Yiren suddenly realized, the only way to seduce the master, the reclusive home girl, out of the mountain was her lifelong obsession, the heavenly Dr. Nine Needles. Sit down for a while, there are still some dishes that are not ready, I'll eat and chat. Quote. Watching the time slowly pass. If it drags on any longer, Xu Hao will arrive at the battlefield. Lu Yiren plans to go to the kitchen to call Xu Hao. Today's date is over. Who knows, Qingshe said later. Second senior sister, I'll help you, we're all senior sisters, no need to be polite. Then she followed into the kitchen and started to deal with the leaves. Lu Yiren wanted to cry but had no tears. Pretending to look at her phone, she said to Xu Qingshe. Then little junior sister, you help deal with it, I'll go answer a call. Second senior sister, you go, leave it to me. Lu Yiren walked out of the kitchen and came to the remote balcony. Find out Xu Hao's number and dial it. BBED la la la. Soon, the call was connected. Lu Yiren said in a low voice. Uncle Xu, Qingshe suddenly came to my house, so in order to avoid being discovered by her, the date tonight can only be cancelled. Xu Hao's voice came from the phone. I'm almost at your doorstep, and you told me to cancel. The tone seemed unhappy. Lu Yiren was tangled. She hadn't been with Xu Hao for a long time, and wanted to get closer. But there was no way. Who would have thought that Xu Qingshe would suddenly come to the door? Should he continue to act according to the original plan? Bring Xu Hao to the door, and the two of them were affectionate in front of the little junior sister. Thinking of such a scene, she felt chicken and scared. She said with a bitter face. There is no way, Uncle Xu, Qingshe can't find out about our affairs. How about this, today, just consider it as me standing up, letting Uncle Xu suffer injustice, I will make it up later. After a pause, she gritted her teeth. At most, you can just say that you are kind-hearted and they will agree to your request. Lu Yiren finished speaking, her face was already red. Xu Hao had proposed it before, but he refused. He was unwilling to do it. This time, in order to compensate Xu Hao, she could only pay such a heavy price. Is that so? On the other side, Xu Hao pondered for a while. Well, but since I'm here, I can't make a wasted trip, right? You go downstairs, we'll discuss life in the car. Quote. In fact, he didn't care that his daughter would know. He even wanted her to know. He could harvest more emotional points. However, this fourth daughter had not been completely conquered. If she knew the relationship between him and several sisters, it would cause a backlash. It would not be good. After she called him dad, it would not be too late to let her know. But by then, all the disciples except her would become stepmothers. The emotional points would explode. Lu Yiren's face was flushed. She felt ashamed when she thought that she would be in the car again, in the community, under her own building. But this was Xu Hao's request. She could only agree. Okay, Uncle Xu, I'll say hello to Qingshe and come down right away. What did you call me? Hang up the phone. Lu Yiren calmed down and returned to the living room. Seeing Xu Qingshe still busy in the kitchen, she coughed and said, "Junior sister, I just received a call and have something to deal with. I will be back soon. After you finish the meal, eat it first without waiting for me." "I'm sorry, junior sister, you finally came here." Xu Qingshe waved her hand. "It's okay, second senior sister, your work is important. With our relationship as senior sisters, don't care about these." Lu Yiren left the house. "Go downstairs." She looked around. Under a slightly remote tree shade, a car flashed a few times. It attracted Lu Yiren's attention. Recognized that it was Xu Hao's car. Walked over calmly. After getting in the car, she found that Xu Hao's personal bodyguard was still in the car. She became more nervous and shy. But it was not the first time. The last time was while driving. Ding Lu Yiren was so ashamed, emotional value plus 666. Nearly an hour later, Lu Yiren waved at the car that was going away. Touched her belly and walked to her own building. In the kitchen, Xu Qingshe helped to prepare the meal, and saw that Lu Yiren had not come back yet. She kept the meal warm and wandered around the house. Lu Yiren lived alone at home, but the house was very spacious. Passing by a bedroom, Xu Qingshe was going to walk by. Without her permission, she would not enter the house casually, even if it was a senior sister. But just as she walked forward and planned to continue the tour, through the open bedroom door, she saw a few clothes casually placed on the bed. Xu Qingshe was stunned. Lace hollow, maid outfit, fox suit with ears and tail. Xu Qingshe was shocked. Even though she was still a virgin, she knew that these clothes were not decent. She didn't want to enter the second senior sister's bedroom. But she couldn't help but be curious. Her upright and righteous second sister. How could she play so wildly in private? Xu Qingshe didn't believe it. Maybe there was some misunderstanding. She had to clear the second sister's name. So she walked into the bedroom and came to the Simmons bed. Picked up the poor cloth one by one to check. Was she sure she didn't see it wrong? Combined with some decent clothes next to it, the faint fragrance was the same. It must be the second sister's clothes. It wasn't someone else's frame-up. Xu Qingshe widened her eyes in disbelief. She could already imagine the picture. Lu Yiren was upright and hated evil in front of people. But she wore these clothes to amuse herself in private. Especially the cute fox ears and tail. The contrast should not be too strong. The image of the second sister collapsed at this moment. Just when Xu Qingshe was in shock, there was no slight sound of the door opening. It turned out that Lu Yiren was back. Walking into the living room, I didn't see Xu Qingshe. I didn't see anyone in the kitchen either. Strange, where did she go? Lu Yiren shouted as she walked towards the bedroom. Suddenly, she stopped. She was stunned to see the scene in her bedroom. I saw Xu Qingshe holding the clothes she put on the bed, ready to spend a wonderful night with Xu Hao. I looked at her at a loss. For a moment, the air froze. Ding Xu Qingshe was flustered, emotional value plus 777. Ding Lu Yiren was ashamed, emotional value plus 88. Ah! Xu Qingshe exclaimed. She put down the things in her hands and explained in a panic. Second senior sister, I didn't mean to break into your bedroom. I accidentally saw these clothes and thought they were not yours, so I came in to take a look. I don't believe you are that kind of person. PFFT second senior sister is not that kind of person, look at my mouth that can't speak. Xu Qingshe was so anxious. It would be fine if she found such private clothes. She'd pick them up and looked at them. It would be fine if she looked at them, but she was caught by the owner. If there was a crack in the ground at this time, she would definitely get in without hesitation. It was so embarrassing. The more she explained, the worse it got. Xu Qingshe had to lower her head and admit her mistake. I'm sorry, second senior sister, I shouldn't have barged into your bedroom and taken your things casually. Xu Qingshe was very panicked. Lu Yiren was even more panicked than her. Xu Qingshe wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. She wanted to find a hole in the ground to bury herself. In front of outsiders. In front of several senior sisters and the master, she was upright and righteous. But she was caught by the little junior sister. She had so many clothes that were embarrassing at a glance. I don't know how shameless the little junior sister had imagined her to be. She wanted to cut off her relationship with those clothes. But they were placed on the bed in her bedroom and could not be washed at all. She cursed herself thousands of times in her heart. How could such clothes be placed on the bed casually? She didn't even know to clean them up. In fact, it's not her fault. Who would have thought that Xu Qingxie would suddenly come? Being caught by Xu the screaming was delayed for an hour. Various factors led to such a misunderstanding. Lu Yiren calmed down after being extremely panicked. She came to the bed as if nothing had happened. She put away those thin pieces of cloth, as well as the fox's Qian Li's ears and tail. Seeing Lu Yiren's calm face, Xu Qingxie became even more uneasy. Fearing that the second senior sister would be angry, she continued to apologize. Second senior sister, I'm sorry, I really didn't mean it, you can hit me and scold me. Don't worry, you and I know this matter, and I will never tell a third person. Xu Qingxie promised solemnly. Lu Yiren rolled her eyes in her heart. Lu Yiren said casually. Somehow, she followed the second senior sister. Although this heroine was a slave before, the thing you just held was what I was going to wear for your father to see. Then, she followed Lu Yiren and brought the food out of the kitchen. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yiren suppressed the shame in her heart and said, "You still have to care more about her." Instead, he contacted Ji Yuning Shuang, the president of Ji Pharmaceutical Group. But Xu Hao stayed at the door of Lu Yiren's house for an hour and then left. He did not go home. But she was pregnant with his child after all. It's okay. She sniffed a little. He agreed to Lu Yiren because the fourth daughter had not been conquered yet. The protagonist Su Chen's fiancée. Ji Yuning Shuang couldn't get away either. Is the second senior sister so casual? She is worthy of being able to wear that kind of clothes. It was a good opportunity for them to show their cards. Xu Qingxie looked at him carefully. Xu Qingxie could always smell a strange smell. It was said that her good friend Lin Chuqing was coming to visit. Is the meal ready? Let's eat. Quote. Unexpectedly. I just found it, what's the big deal? This time, Xu Hao did not agree to Ji Yuning Shuang's request. No. This made Xu Qingxie stunned. He could also enjoy the blessing of having two wives. Asterisk. It was the same as what she smelled in the eldest sister's bedroom in the morning. Not to mention Lin Chuqing, a woman he had conquered long ago. Lin Chuqing was coming to Ji Yuning Shuang's house. Second senior sister, are you really not angry? You are the third person, okay. Once she was conquered, he would not hesitate in front of his daughter. Chapter 225, Good Sisters Share a Quilt. The female CEO outside the door. Showdown. Ji Yuning Shuang's home. She sat on the sofa in a daze. The phone she was holding still showed the interface of the other party hanging up. She had made an appointment with her friend Lin Chuqing to have dinner at home today. Who knew that when the agreed time was about to come, Xu Hao suddenly called. He wanted to come to her home to find her. Ji Yuning Shuang said that Lin Chuqing was coming to her home as a guest, and asked Xu Hao to come another day. She would repay him well again. But Xu Hao refused. He insisted on coming to her. Ji Yuning Shuang remembered the fear of being dominated by Xu Hao. There was no choice but to agree. Since Xu Hao was coming, he had to let his friend down. So he wanted to stand Lin Chuqing up. Xu Hao spoke again, which made her feel like she was falling into an ice cave. She was told to entertain Lin Chuqing as she should. Knowing Xu Hao's true face, she understood Xu Hao's intention in an instant. This is to prepare her to confront her friends. Lin Chuqing and Xu Hao were together first, and she was the latecomer. Although she was forced by Xu Hao. But will Lin Chuqing believe it? Maybe she will think she is a vixen who is trying to steal a man. What should she do after the showdown? Will Lin Chuqing still treat her as a good sister? Definitely not. They will most likely become enemies from now on. Whether she is discovered by her good sister or her sister becomes an enemy. Neither is what she wants to see. But she can't resist the reality. She can only listen to Xu Hao's words. After getting her mood in order, Ji Yuning Shuang came to the door to pick someone up. Praying in her heart, Lin Chuqing must arrive first. If Lin Chuqing arrives before Xu Hao, she doesn't believe that Xu Hao dares to do anything to her in front of Lin Chuqing. It won't make her so ashamed. However, the opposite happened. When she saw Xu Hao's car coming, Ji Yuning Shuang's heart slowly sank. Bitterness in the heart, but dare not show it, raised a forced smile to greet Xu Hao. Ji Yuning Shuang said after leading Xu Hao into the house. Master, are you hungry? How about I bring out the food first? Let's wait for Chuqing to come together. Xu Hao waved his hand. Then he looked at Ji Yuning Shuang for a while, with a smile on his lips. Don't rush to eat your appetizer first. Ji Yuning Shuang was confused. Then she couldn't help herself. At this time, her mind was in a mess. Xu Hao didn't dare to do it in front of Lin Chuqing. Or was she too conservative? What was there that Xu Hao didn't dare to do? I thought Xu Hao came and didn't stop Lin Chuqing from joining. They wanted the sisters to show their cards. But I didn't expect it to be this way. If Lin Chuqing saw it on the spot, wouldn't she eat her alive? These thoughts just flashed through her mind. Soon she lost the ability to think. Su Chen walked aimlessly on the street. He was frowning at this moment, as if thinking about something. He had a big fight with his good brother Luo Yan. He kicked him out of the house. Now he is a homeless wanderer again. Su Chen was thinking about why Luo Yan quarreled with him. The reason for the quarrel was really weird. Because he stepped into the house with his left foot first. Yes, it was because of this reason. If anyone said that he had a tendency to be gay, it would not be so outrageous. This was actually Luo Yan deliberately distancing himself from him. Then it would not be so painful to be backstabbed. If Su Chen was alert, he could avoid being backstabbed. That was also God's will. One side was a brother, and the other side was a relative. He really couldn't choose. Gurgle. His stomach made a sound. Su Chen then remembered that he hadn't eaten for a day. Let's find a restaurant to fill our stomach first. He looked around. A familiar car passed by. Su Chen frowned and looked at the driver's seat. A beautiful figure came into his sight. No wonder he found the car familiar. It turned out to be the beautiful woman he saw downstairs when he went to his fiancée Ji Yuning Shuang's company last time. At that time, he thought she was an employee of Ji Yuning Shuang's company. After Luo Yan told him a lot about the Magic City, he realized that she was not. She was the CEO of another group. The reason why he saw her at Gu's group. The two should be good friends or have a cooperative relationship. When Su Chen heard the news, an idea came to his mind. Didn't Ji Yuning Shuang look down on him? For Xu Hao, she proposed to break off the engagement with him. Although he knew that she was trained by Xu Hao. But she couldn't be fake about not caring about him. The first time they met, Xu Hao didn't show up yet, and she wanted to use money to drive him away. If I can seduce her good friend, will Ji Yuning Shuang regret her actions? I also want to let Xu Hao see. I am not inferior to him. I can still seduce a peerless beauty. Therefore, when Su Chen saw Lin Chuqing again, the throbbing in his heart surged up again. He decided to follow her and seduce Lin Chuqing. Since he came down the mountain, he has not really started to seduce girls. With his medical skills, isn't it easy to seduce a girl? He can see at a glance what minor problems she has. Is she not sleeping well? Is there a dull pain somewhere? Isn't the beauty shocked after hearing this? Let him treat her. He touches her hand while taking her pulse, and promotes the relationship through physical contact. Then he will give her a few more injections to cure her. Then he will successfully take her down. With this thought, Su Chen's blood boiled, and he felt that he was not hungry anymore. He followed behind with his body skills. However, after tracking for a while, Su Chen frowned. Because the direction Lin Chuqing was driving was familiar. When the car drove into a residential area, Su Chen suddenly realized. Isn't this the home of his fiancée Ji Yuning Shuang? Thinking of the relationship between Lin Chuqing and Ji Yuning Shuang as good friends. So she came to visit. Su Chen kept walking. It would be best if he could flirt with Lin Chuqing in front of Ji Yuning Shuang. Let him see his charm. Even though she doesn't like him, there are still people who like him. If Ji Yuning Shuang changes her mind, he will forgive her. Even though she is pregnant with Xu Hao's child, he can accept it. Willing to be the scapegoat. Who made Ji Yuning Shuang so beautiful? Sure enough, Lin Chuqing drove to the door of Ji Yuning Shuang's house and stopped. A beautiful figure got out of the car. Without hesitation, Su Chen smiled and greeted her. Hello, beautiful lady, we meet again. By the way, look at my brain, you probably don't know me, this is the second time I meet you. The last time was in GU group. A person suddenly appeared in front of her. Lin Chuqing frowned, not wanting to answer. But when she heard that the other party was from GU Pharmaceutical Group, she frowned and asked. GU Pharmaceutical Group is the company of her good sister Ji Yuning Shuang. Plus, this person is at the door of Ji Yuning Shuang's house. I thought there was some relationship, so I gave him some face. Introduce yourself. Su Chen smiled and stretched out his hand. My name is Su Chen, and I'm a miracle doctor. His hand froze in midair. Lin Chuqing didn't mean to shake hands with him at all. Instead, her brows furrowed deeper and deeper. What's your relationship with Ning Shuang? Su Chen withdrew his hand awkwardly. Thinking of teasing the beauty in front of him, he certainly couldn't admit that Ji Yulei was his fiancée. I have nothing to do with Ji Yuning Shuang. Lin Chuqing's face turned cold. Nothing to do with Ji Yuning Shuang. Why should she give him face? If she blocked him rashly, she would not settle accounts with him. Lin Chuqing said in a cold tone. Beauty, don't keep people away from me. I am a great doctor and can help you solve your problems. Su Chen showed a smile that he thought was charming. Then, he looked at Chuqing intently. He wanted to find out some minor problems of Lin Chuqing through her hand. He failed. It doesn't matter, he can also look at the qi. However, after this look, Su Chen was dumbfounded. Her face was ruddy and her eyes were bright, which was a sign of being particularly healthy. Damn, I thought that a CEO like Lin Chuqing must be worried about the company. Accumulated some minor problems. No, not at all. Very healthy. If he is not sick, how can he pick up girls? The reason why he was so careless just now. He just wanted to show his personality and confident attitude. He didn't care about Lin Chuqing's first impression. As long as she shows her true ability, it will be fine. Now the other party is not sick, leaving such a bad impression again. The road to picking up girls ended in vain. He didn't know. Lin Chuqing had taken the marrow cleansing pill, and Xu Hao was there. How could she be sick? Lin Chuqing spit out 2 words coldly. The aura of the iceberg president was fully open. Not finding any illness, Su Chen had to step aside speechlessly. Just watching Lin Chuqing walk to the door of his fiancée's house. Lin Chuqing was about to ring the doorbell. But he heard some faint voices coming. A man and a woman. The woman was her good sister Ji Yuning Shuang. The man's voice was also a little familiar. Curious in her heart, Lin Chuqing stuck to the door. Wanted to hear clearly. You are Chuqing's good sister. You know the relationship between Chuqing and me, but you still want to seduce me. What is your intention? The man's voice came. Lin Chuqing heard the words, her face changed. She was familiar with Xu Hao's voice. How could she not hear it? She covered her mouth in disbelief. Her good sister Ji Yuning Shuang was actually in the house in broad daylight, with her man. Listen to what Xu Hao said. Did Ji Yuning Shuang seduce her? And he knew about her relationship with Xu Hao. A burst of anger came out, gritting her teeth. There was another conversation behind. After hearing Xu Hao's distortion of right and wrong, Ji Yuning Shuang's blurred eyes regained a bit of clarity. She defended herself. Before she could finish, she was interrupted by Xu Hao. You still don't admit it. You told me that you heard what happened between us at the door when you went to see Chuqing. Then you deliberately tried to get close to me and said you knew about my relationship with Chuqing. If that's not seducing me, what is it? Did you see Chuqing's company doing better and better and thought it was because of my relationship, so you came to curry favor with me? If Chuqing knew you were this kind of person, she would be very disappointed, right? Chuqing still treats you as a good sister, and you treat her like this. Ji Yuning Shuang wanted to explain, but Chen Hao didn't give her a chance to speak. Lin Chuqing outside widened her eyes. With Xu Hao's induction, she completely misunderstood. She thought it was Ji Yuning Shuang who seduced Xu Hao. Lin Chuqing was shocked when she heard Xu Hao talking about eavesdropping outside the door. Ji Yuning Shuang was like this at the beginning, listening to herself and Xu in the room Hao. No wonder she felt something was wrong when she came over that day. So that's it. Lin Chuqing figured it out completely. Then she was furious. She wanted to kick the door open. But she held back. There was not only Ji Yuning Shuang in the room, but also Xu Hao. If she barged in rashly, it would embarrass Xu Hao and make him unhappy. The anger in her heart was directed at Ji Yuning Shuang. It had nothing to do with Xu Hao. Su Chen, who was not far away, saw Lin Chuqing coming to the door of Ji Yuning Shuang's house but did not go in directly. Instead, he was sticking to the door and listening to something. His expression kept changing. He seemed very angry. Su Chen was puzzled. He walked forward in confusion. Lin Chuqing heard footsteps and turned to look. Seeing Su Chen coming, she frowned. He shouted coldly. Su Chen stopped. Seeing Lin Chuqing's eyes seemed to want to cut him into pieces. He looked confused. Did I provoke you? At this time, he heard a scream in the room. It was from his former fiancée Ji Yuning Shuang. It seemed that she was frightened by the sound outside the door. But why did the sound feel a little strange? Ding. Lin Chuqing was very angry. Emotional value plus 777. Ding. Ji Yuning Shuang was infinitely ashamed. Emotional value plus 888. Not long after, the door was opened from the inside. Ji Yuning Shuang's face was red, there was sweat on her forehead, and there was an obvious lie in her eyes. Su Chen was puzzled. What was he doing at home? He was in such a state. He soon knew what he was doing. He was not far from the door at this time. He happened to see Xu Hao sitting on the sofa in the room through the open door. Boom! A thunderclap exploded in his mind. He thought of Lin Chuqing's behavior of eavesdropping on the door. And the scream he just heard. Combined with Xu Hao and Ji Yuning Shuang being in the same room. Everything became clear. It turned out that they were just separated by a door. He was standing outside, but his fiancée was in the room with Xu Hao. Thunder rolled in the sky. It felt like the sky above his head could no longer be described as green. It was a large green grassland. Ji Yuning Shuang was uneasy and invited Lin Chuqing into the room in a panic. Lin Chuqing also saw Xu Hao in the room. He wanted to get angry with his good sister. But thinking of Su Chen, an outsider, being present, he looked at her coldly and walked into the room. Ji Yuning Shuang was only worried about how her good sister would scold her. She didn't even look at Su Chen outside the door. However, how could Xu Hao let her go? Ji Yuning Shuang rushed into the kitchen and washed the dishes. Seeing that the time had come, in order to avoid Lin Chuqing, she didn't come out until very late. Xu Hao called Ji Yuning Shuang over. Thinking of the conversation between her and Xu Hao just now, he hugged her and went to the bedroom upstairs. She closed the door with a bang. What could he blame Ji Yuning Shuang for? His purpose was not to make the two sisters become enemies from now on. She has already been defined as a third party. However, how could Xu Hao let her get angry? It was getting late, and Ji Yuning Shuang planned to go back. Look, your good sister is so angry because of you, why don't you help share the burden? The three of them ate together. Ji Yuning Shuang was pregnant after all, and she couldn't stand being scared. Ji Yuning Shuang looked at Lin Chuqing nervously. Uncle Xu, try this, I will leave you. Lin Chuqing thought of what he heard at the door, and out of revenge, he didn't care so much. Lin Chuqing looked at her coldly. It's obvious that she knows everything. Now there were only 3 people, all of them were her own people, so she could get angry. You are just a latecomer. After dinner, seeing that Ji Yuning Shuang had been eating silently, Lin Chuqing picked up some food for Xu Hao. He immediately comforted Lin Chuqing. Ji Yuning Shuang was already ashamed. Under Xu Hao's guidance, Lin Chuqing's anger gradually subsided. It seemed as if she was demonstrating to Ji Yuning Shuang. After all, her relationship with Xu Hao was not serious. The two of them were in love. Just now, he heard Lin Chuqing deliberately say, "Get out," loudly at the door, and he was almost scared out of his wits. Chapter 226, My Daughter is Growing Up. A blessing for all. So good. At the door of Ji Yuning Shuang's house, Su Chen was scratching his head anxiously. Since Lin Chuqing went in, there has been some movement. Lin Chuqing and Ji Yuning Shuang are good sisters. Knowing that her good sister is with a man who is old enough to be her father, she must be angry. When Ji Yuning Shuang opened the door, she looked at Lin Chuqing with worry in her eyes. I think she is also afraid of Lin Chuqing's accusation. But even if she accuses, she will make some noise. Thinking of Xu Hao inside. Will he do something to Lin Chuqing to keep it secret? With Xu Hao's old lecherous personality who stole his fiancée and 2 junior sisters. He will never let go of Lin Chuqing, who looks similar. Ji Yuning Shuang was made into a mess by Xu Hao. He no longer has any hope. But Lin Chuqing is the woman he decided to pursue. She must not get into trouble. Su Chen's eyes are firm. He is indeed no match for Xu Hao now. But it is not a problem to stop Xu Hao from attacking a woman. He immediately came to the door of Ji Yuning Shuang's house and planned to kick the door in. A figure flashed in front of him like a ghost. Blood-red clothes. Who else could it be but Red Rosé? As the top killer in the dark world, She has killed countless people over the years. Even if she just stood there, there was a murderous aura that surged into the sky. Feeling that her aura was not weaker than Luo Yan, or even stronger. Su Chen was stern. Looking at the murderous aura exuded from her, she had killed many more people than Luo Yan. Her combat experience must be strong. Although his realm was one small realm higher than Luo Yan and the beautiful woman in front of him. But he had been staying in the mountains all the time, lacking the tempering of blood and fire. Once the opponent fought hard, it would only end in a draw. Su Chen was very depressed. Even more depressed was yet to come. It's none of your business, get out of the way. Su Chen was worried about Lin Chuqing's safety, and said impatiently. Hong Qiangwei's murderous intent did not diminish. She really wanted to kill this guy. This guy was responsible for her losing the bet to Xu Hao. The strength of the peak of Huajin. He actually tied with Luo Yan, who was in the middle stage of Huajin. It's a shame. It's a waste of air to live, it's better for her to help get rid of it. But thinking of Xu Hao's order, Hong Qiangwei still spoke. My master said, if you dare to trespass, ask Lu Yiren to arrest you. Su Chen was slightly stunned. Then he was so angry that his face turned purple. Damn it. He even hugged Xu Hao and fought him to the death. Xu Hao was so strong that he didn't dare to fight him in an upright manner. Choose to call the police to arrest him. Or ask his junior sister to arrest him. Can you have some shame? Su Chen was trembling with anger. I noticed Hong Qiangwei addressing Xu Hao again. Master. Su Chen opened his eyes wide and looked at Hong Qiangwei in disbelief. She has a stunning appearance, a slender figure, and a proud and crazy temperament. She is no worse than Ji Yuning Shuang and Lin Chuqing in any way. Such a stunning beauty. She is willing to be Xu Hao's slave. A closer look reveals that there is a hint of young woman's charm between her eyebrows. She has lost her virginity. I remember that when we first met, she was still a virgin. Who did she lose her virginity to? There is no doubt. Su Chen felt a little pain in his heart. A flower stuck in cow dung. First it was his fiancée, then his junior sister, the police flower Lu Yiren, and another junior sister, Feng Zixuan. Now there is another personal bodyguard. They are all stunning beauties. Watching them being taken down one by that old man Xu Hao using various tricks. Su Chen felt very uncomfortable. I wish I could cut Xu Hao into pieces. Take a deep breath and calm down. Su Chen said coldly. What if I ask junior sister Lu to come? I will save Lin Chuqing from Xu Hao before she arrives. Junior sister Lu Yiren has completely fallen. He didn't expect to bring Lu Yiren over to see Xu Hao's true face. Huh, just you. Quote. Red Rose sneered. You can't even beat Luo Yan, who is in the middle stage of Huajin. Who gave you the courage to step over me and go in? Su Chen's face darkened. The last battle was indeed a bit embarrassing. It felt like a shame for his whole life. It was not pleasant to say, but it was true. He had to admit that he lacked combat experience. Su Chen's eyes flickered, and he kept calculating. He was not afraid of the other party, but at best he could only draw. When they finished fighting, Yiren almost arrived. After thinking about it, Su Chen felt that it was not necessary to take action yet. Maybe Lin Chuqing was just trying to persuade Lu Yiren. With Ji Yuning Shuang here, I believe Xu Hao did not dare to attack Lin Chuqing openly. Su Chen gradually restrained his momentum. He looked at Hong Qiangwei deeply and turned to leave. He did not really leave. Instead, he came to the side of the house. He looked for a window or gap that could be seen from the outside. He really found a window. It was facing the living room in the house. He could see the scene inside. Hong Qiangwei followed him closely with a vigilant look. In case he broke in without permission. Su Chen saw the scene in the living room. At this time, Lin Chuqing was confronting Ji Yuyi. Ji Yuning Shuang lowered her head, aggrieved, and was a mistress who was caught having S***X. I thought she was going to be scolded. Xu Hao was moved. He went forward to comfort Lin Chuqing. Buzz. Su Chen's momentum suddenly surged. His eyes were extremely fierce. It was as expected. Xu Hao really wanted to attack Lin Chuqing. He was about to break the glass and rush into the house to save the beauty. He suddenly discovered a bright spot that made him gasp and look confused. He saw Lin Chuqing being held in Xu Hao's arms, and she did not resist. What's going on? Su Chen's mind was in a mess. This is not a reaction to being flirted with. Instead, there was a kind of resentment of a young wife. An idea suddenly popped up. Could it be that Lin Chuqing and Xu Hao also had an affair? How is it possible? According to the details of the city that Luo Yan told him, and his understanding of Lin Chuqing on the internet, she is known as the iceberg female president. She has never had contact with the opposite S**X. How could she be with Xu Hao, an old man who could be her father? Well, even if they were together. But now I find that Xu Hao is having an affair with his best sister. How could he not be angry with Xu Hao at all? But think about Ji Yuning Shuang. Even if she knew that Xu Hao had other women, she would not care. Because, she was brought out by Xu Hao. He could only think of this. When he thought of Xu Hao took down 2 famous female CEOs in Shanghai. Su Chen's breathing was rapid, and his lungs were about to explode. And the scene that happened next confirmed this. Ji Yuning Shuang brought the food to the living room. The 3 of them sat at the table to eat. Lin Chuqing kept picking up food for Xu Hao and feeding it to his mouth. Even when drinking, they drank face to face. So lingering. Su Chen's mentality had exploded. Knowing that Xu Hao had taken down his good sister, Lin Chuqing was not only not angry with Xu Hao, but also showed her affection. In addition to falling, he could not think of any other possibility. Time passed little by little. Su Chen stood still, his eyes staring red. It seemed that he was going to choose someone to eat. Staring at the living room. In the living room, Lin Chuqing got up, as if she was going home. Xu was stopped by Xu Hao. After whispering a few words, they went upstairs together. Huff huff. Su Chen was panting like a cow. His teeth were broken. He was shaking all over, and his body was torn apart by anger. Ding. Su Chen was furious, emotional value plus 999. Red Rose was watching him vigilantly. To prevent him from disturbing Xu Hao, Su Chen also wanted to disturb him. But there was no reason. Both Ji Yuning Shuang and Lin Chuqing agreed. If there was any resistance, he would rush in without hesitation. He felt like he had accumulated a lot of strength, but he couldn't hit it out. He was very angry. Su Chen was sulking outside. Ding. Lin Chuqing was ashamed, emotional value plus 876. The next day, the good sisters returned to their previous intimacy. There was no more hatred from yesterday. They cooked a hearty breakfast together. After Xu Hao finished eating, they sent Xu Hao out of the house. As soon as he left the house, Xu Hao noticed Su Chen, who looked haggard, not far away. This guy provided him with a lot of emotional points last night. His mind moved. I wonder if he can still get emotional points. The 2 women sent Xu Hao out. Xu Hao turned to look at the 2 women and raised his eyebrows. You are going to part with your husbands, don't you want to express your gratitude? The 2 women have been Xu Hao's women for a long time. They naturally knew what Xu Hao meant. They looked at each other, blushing, and their hearts were beating fast. Facing Xu Hao's request, they could not refuse. Ding. Su Chen's mind collapsed, emotional value plus 1000. Not far away, Su Chen sat on a stone pier and sat there all night. His hair was messy, his face was haggard, and he had 2 big dark circles under his eyes. With his peak Wajan strength, he shouldn't be so tired. It's all because of exhaustion. The entanglement in his heart tortured him all the time. Originally, he still had a little fantasy. Xu Hao and Ji Yuning Shuang and Lin Chuqing slept in separate rooms. At least the 2 women were separated. But now he saw them kissing each other. Such tacit understanding. The last ray of fantasy was shattered. They are all famous beauties in the Magic City. The female president of the group, a businesswoman. One day, they were put together at the same time. If the fans of the 2 women knew, they would be so angry that they would explode on the spot. Whether those fans exploded or not, Su Chen didn't know. Su Chen had already exploded at this time. Ding. Su Chen's mentality exploded, emotional value plus 1001. Say goodbye to the 2 women. Xu Hao left happily. Lu Yiren's house. Ever since Xu Qingshe discovered the secret of the 2nd senior sister Lu Yiren. The righteous policewoman actually had that kind of habit in private. The sisters fell into embarrassment. Until they had dinner together, they slowly mediated. Then they went to bed together and talked, and had a night talk in the boudoir. The embarrassment was gradually resolved. In fact, Lu Yiren was quite embarrassed to sleep with Xu Qingshe. Not because she discovered her little secret, but because this bed was slept with Xu Hao. Now Xu Qingshe always felt strange when she slept. Fet. The sisters who chatted very late got up slowly. Thinking that the master would come today, the two women got up quickly. When she was getting dressed, Lu Yiren seemed to have discovered something incredible and stared at Xu Qingshe. Xu Qingshe noticed her gaze and blushed. She picked up her clothes to cover it. She said angrily, "Second senior sister, why are you looking at me? I was born with this, what can I do? I don't know what's wrong with you guys, you can't help but laugh at me for this." It's not really a laugh. Several senior sisters and sisters didn't mean that. Only the younger sister Xu Huai was eccentric. Mocking her future children will be hungry. You're well developed. You're amazing, okay. Junior sister, I don't mean to laugh at you, 1. Lu Yiren argued, looking weird. Don't you feel any changes? They slept together yesterday and glanced at each other. Looking at it again today, it feels like it has grown a lot. Changes. Xu Qingshe 460 puzzled. Soon she felt something. The pupils suddenly dilated. How could it have grown so much? Qingshe, how did you do it? I didn't touch you yesterday. Lu Yiren asked curiously. Xu Qingshe rolled her eyes. I remembered some private topics I talked about with the second senior sister last night. They said some massage techniques were effective. Lu Yiren was not talking nonsense. I found out after being with Xu Hao. Xu Qingshe certainly knew that the second senior sister did not do anything. Because doing anything would not work. It's not like she hadn't tried it herself. Why is that? She is not young anymore. She is not in adolescence, so it is impossible for such a big change to happen overnight. What did she eat or drink yesterday? This reminded her. She ate a lot with Lu Yiren last night. But those were ordinary meals. No matter how much she ate, there would be no effect, right? I continued to think back. What did I eat and drink yesterday? In the morning, I ate buns, fried dough sticks, eggs, and bread with the senior sister. Ordinary food. I drank boiled water. I helped at Shenong Hall for a whole morning, and then returned to Xu's house. I had a meal with my sisters. The food is also very ordinary. Xu Qingshui's eyes flashed, as if she had forgotten something. She remembered it. Before lunch, she and a few sisters ate fruit. The case was solved. What she ate and drank yesterday was very ordinary. Only this papaya was unusual. But it's not right. It's not like she hasn't eaten it before. It has no effect on her at all. How could she change so much? Junior sister, do you know the reason? What's going on? Lu Yiren noticed her expression and immediately asked curiously. Xu Qingshe did not hide it and said what she guessed. Lu Yiren frowned. She was puzzled. It's impossible. Let's not talk about the effect. Even if there is an effect, it's impossible for such a big change to happen overnight. She has broken through the A level. There must be other reasons. Quote. Lu Yiren thought for a while and said. Finally, he said it half-jokingly. Or maybe there is something special about the papaya. Xu Qingshe was speechless. What could be special? When this thought came up, she suddenly froze. Special, really special. Because that papaya was the most delicious she had ever eaten. She ate several plates of it that Xu Huai gave her in one breath. It was the most delicious fruit she had ever eaten. Continue to think about it. The papaya was different because it was bought by Xu Hao. A word from her younger sister Xu Huai suddenly popped up. You are so pitiful that dad couldn't bear to see it, so he bought you papaya to supplement your health. Could it really be? In an instant, Xu Qingshe was so embarrassed that she was about to smoke. Chapter 227, Little Cotton Jacket On. Master and apprentice caught in one net. Filial piety. I noticed Xu Qingshui's strange expression. Lu Yiren asked curiously. Did you find the reason? Xu Qingshe blushed and didn't tell her. Seeing that she couldn't get any information, Lu Yiren spread her hands. She was just curious. It was possible to break through the A level overnight. This was the first time she had seen it. Forget it. She has a lot of capital. Even if Xu Qingshe broke through, she would not be able to look good in front of her. A sense of confidence surged in her heart. The two women got up quickly. After eating, they went to Shenong Hall, waiting for the master to arrive. Near noon, while Xu Qingshe, Lu Yiren, and Feng Zixuan were looking forward to it. A figure dressed in snow white, like a fairy from the world, slowly walked towards them. A delicate and flawless oval face, looking about 30 years old. She has the transcendence of a fairy and the charm of a mature woman. The two temperaments blend together without any conflict. At this time, she was wearing ancient costumes and walking on the street, and her rate of turning heads was 100%. Seeing her, it was as if you saw a real fairy, and you were shocked by her beauty. Luo Qingxian walked all the way from the mountain to the city. She has lived in seclusion in the mountains for many years. She is not used to the transportation and electronic equipment in the city. If she hadn't learned that her 2 apprentices had learned the 9 needles of heavenly medicine and the 13 needles of Ghost Gate, she would not have come down the mountain. Walking along the way, passing by places with people, all caused a sensation, indulged in Luo Qingxian's fairy-like temperament. Luo Qingxian walked far away, and some people came back to their senses and wanted to take out their mobile phones to take pictures. But they found that Luo Qingxian had walked away without knowing when. Luo Qingxian, who was at the peak of Huajin, should be only half a step away from breaking through, and her body skills were first class. Even if she walked slowly, the speed was not much slower than those transportation tools. Luo Qingxian walked slowly. I noticed the grand occasion of Shenong Hall. From time to time, I heard from people how powerful Chinese medicine is and how good the treatment effect is. Luo Qingxian was very pleased. Even if she lived in seclusion, she didn't want to see Chinese medicine decline. Today, Chinese medicine can rise, crush Western medicine, and go to the world. It's all thanks to the 2 apprentices. She felt a sense of accomplishment and was proud of it. Seeing Luo Qingxian, the 3 sisters excitedly greeted her. Feng Zixuan and Lu Yiren were the most excited. Neither of them had seen their master for several years. They immediately threw themselves into Luo Qingxian's arms. Xu Qingxie was better. Not long after she came down the mountain, she left this opportunity to get close to her master to the 2 sisters. Feeling the dependence of the 2 apprentices, Luo Qingxian was also happy from the bottom of her heart. Patted the 2 girls on the back. You are already grown up, but you are still like a child. In front of the master, we are always children. Feng Zixuan, who has a gentle and holy temperament, actually started to act like a spoiled child. After some tenderness, the sisters led Luo Qingxian into the house. After asking about the recent situation of several disciples, Luo Qingxian looked at the eldest disciple Feng Zixuan and the youngest disciple Xu Qingxie seriously. The tone could not hide the excitement. Have you really learned the 9 needles of heavenly medicine? Several sisters looked at each other. All of them couldn't help but laugh. Knowing that the master was most concerned about the acupuncture method, took Luo Qingxian to the training room. Xu Qingxie performed the 9 needles of heavenly medicine. After watching the acupuncture process, compared with the incomplete 9 needles of heavenly medicine that was very familiar in his mind, Luo Qingxian was very excited. Confirmed that it was the real 9 needles of heavenly medicine. Sensing her master's mood, Xu Qingxie smiled slightly. Master, the 9 needles of heavenly medicine is indeed powerful, but if you have seen the 13 needles of Ghost Gate, you will be more shocked. So, she skillfully performed the 13 needles of Ghost Gate again. Luo Qingxian was stunned. There is such a mysterious acupuncture method. No wonder it can even treat advanced cancer. Luo Qingxian immediately looked at the 2 disciples excitedly, and her tone was trembling. Who gave you these 2 sets of acupuncture methods? This is the question she cares about most. One of the purposes of going down the mountain is to come and confirm the 9 needles of heavenly medicine. I also want to see who taught the 2 disciples. Is there any connection with her heavenly medicine sect? Xu Qingxie was embarrassed. After all, when she was on the mountain, she often talked about Xu Hao in front of her master. When their sisters were young, Xu Hao was so ruthless to them. She was angry and disgusted with Xu Hao. Now she has accepted Xu Hao's teachings. It can be said that they can lead the rise of traditional Chinese medicine because of Xu Hao. Hao's credit. The disgust in her heart had long disappeared. Instead, she was filled with deep gratitude. Xu Qingxie was embarrassed and didn't know what to say. Feng Zixuan was unable to speak. She said that she had worshipped a master, but the relationship had deteriorated. Now she didn't know how to get along with Xu Hao. If the 2 junior sisters and the master knew that she was with the father of a junior sister, wouldn't they break her legs? The dignity of the senior sister was completely gone. It was Lu Yiren who spoke. Master, you also know the person who taught the junior sister and the senior sister medical skills. Luo Qingxian was puzzled. His mind worked quickly, and he recalled the people who knew. Which medical skills were so powerful? He thought for a long time but couldn't think of it. Then he glared at the second apprentice. If you have something to say, Just say it, don't keep it a secret. Lu Yiren said with a shy smile. That person is the father of the junior sister. Quote. It was he who taught his senior and junior sisters to learn the 9 needles of heavenly medicine and 13 needles of Ghost Gate in a short period of time, and led the rise of Chinese medicine. When she spoke, her lower hand slightly raised. She seemed very proud. Xu Hao was her man, how could he not be proud? Xu Qingxie and Feng Zixuan both noticed it. They thought Lu Yiren was proud of them for leading the rise of Chinese medicine. They didn't think about it in other ways. Luo Qingxian was stunned for a moment and frowned. Qingshui's father. The guy who treated Qingxie so badly. Isn't he a businessman? How can he also have medical skills? And so powerful? Hearing this, Xu Qingxie stepped forward awkwardly and took Luo Qingxian's arm. Oh, master, don't mention the past. In fact, his attitude towards me and these sisters has changed now. He is still nice to us now. Seeing this, Feng Zixuan also hurriedly spoke for her other master. Yes, Master Xu is a very good person. Quote, the reason why he treated the junior sister and her sisters like that before must be because of some misunderstanding. You should not be prejudiced against Master Xu. Lu Yiren also echoed beside him. Mr. Xu is not the kind of person that the junior sister said. He often participates in charity activities, donates to poor mountainous areas, and builds Hope primary schools. His character is beyond reproach. Single quote. Seeing that several apprentices spoke for Xu Hao, Luo Qingxian was confused. She didn't seem to say anything. Did the apprentices defend Xu Hao a little too much? Luo Qingxian suddenly felt empty in her heart. The apprentice she had trained for several years. It was as if the little cotton-padded jacket she had sewn by herself was draped on someone else. The master and apprentice were warm here. On the other side, a human tragedy was happening. This is a dilapidated factory building. A thick layer of dust accumulated. It was obvious that it had been abandoned for a long time. Su Chen rushed over with a haggard face. After Xu Hao left Ji Yuning Shuang's house, he sat outside in a daze for a long time. Lin Chuqing and Ji Yuning Shuang were sisters with deep affection. After staying at home for a while, they all went to the company. When they saw him on the way out, they pretended not to see him. Su Chen, who was in a state of despair, prepared to find a bridge hole to rest. The 2 top beauties were the first 2 he saw when he came down the mountain. Seeing them with Xu Hao, it was a big blow to him. Tired, let's destroy it. Su Chen didn't want to care about anything now. He just wanted to have a good sleep. At this time, Luo Yan called him. Asked him to come to this abandoned factory. Su Chen didn't sleep for a day and a night, and his mind was in a daze. In addition, he was hit hard by Xu Hao. And out of trust in his good brother Luo Yan. He didn't hear the strangeness in Luo Yan's words, and rushed over immediately. Brother Luo, you asked me to come here, is there something? Seeing Luo Yan, Su Chen asked doubtfully. As soon as Luo Yan spoke, he was interrupted by Su Chen's shout. Xu Hao, how could it be you? Why are you here? It turned out that Su Chen saw Xu Hao standing aside and looking at them with interest. Immediately, he couldn't stop his anger. Xu Hao stole his fiancée and junior sister. He saw Lin Chuqing yesterday and was ready to flirt with her. It turned out to be Xu Hao's woman. I also saw Xu Hao taking the 2 women to the upstairs room. Su Chen felt his heart bleeding. The anger that had accumulated all night burst out at this moment. Ding Su Chen was furious, emotional value plus 999. Ding Luo Yan was furious, emotional value plus 999. I know you are anxious, but don't worry. Xu Hao looked playful. Isn't it just a fiancé and 2 junior sisters? This is just the beginning. You still have 2 junior sisters, and your junior sisters have a fairy-like master, so don't worry. Wait until I catch them all. Then you can fight me to death. Look, this guy is talking like a human. Specializes in killing people and destroying their hearts. Luo Yan thought he was hurt enough by Xu Hao. Unexpectedly, Su Chen was almost the same. He was the woman he liked, and his aunt was also taken down. The daughter of his aunt, that is, his sister, will also be killed. Su Chen's fiancée was trained by Xu Hao, and 2 junior sisters fell. There are 2 junior sisters and the master, who are the next targets of Xu Hao's strategy. Street. Su Chen has a junior sister, isn't she Xu Hao's daughter? Su Chen's face was distorted, and he gnashed his teeth with hatred. If you dare to attack them, I will definitely kill you. Xu Hao snorted, with a look of disdain. He glanced at him. Just you. I'll put it here, I will take in your junior sisters and disciples. You want to threaten me? You're still a little naive. Weren't you at the door of your fiancée's house last night? Seeing me hugging left and right, you didn't dare to fart. What qualifications do you have? Oh, by the way, Ji Yuning Shuang and Lin Chuqing are both famous female CEOs in Modu. You don't know how obedient they were in front of me last night. It can only be described in 2 words, very run. Luo Yan's pupils widened. What? He knew that his brother Su Chen's fiancée fell into Xu Hao's hands. Unexpectedly, another female CEO, Lin Chuqing, was also Xu Hao's woman. It seemed that the 2 sisters were together. Thinking of the identities and stunning looks of the 2 women, I dare not imagine how they would be in front of Xu Hao. Su Chen couldn't help but gasp when he mentioned what happened last night. His breath was disordered. His eyes were blazing with murderous intent. I want you to die. Su Chen couldn't bear it anymore. This guy even humiliated his fiancée in front of him. How could he bear it? Is he a man? He clenched his fists, and due to excessive force, the veins on his arms jumped. The anger was burning. He planned to rush towards Xu Hao. Puff! A dull sound of a weapon entering the flesh sounded. Su Chen's body froze and his steps stopped. He lowered his head in a daze. He saw the tip of a dagger coming out of his stomach. He felt chilled. He turned his head slowly. Luo Yan took a few steps back, his face full of shame. Why? Su Chen uttered 3 words in disbelief. He never expected that. The good brother he recognized would stab him in the back at this time. Recalling the experience with Luo Yan during this period of time, the 2 had a common enemy, sympathized with each other, and supported each other. Luo Yan was seriously injured and his life was hanging by a thread. He used acupuncture to cure him. The 2 had always gotten along well. They were half-brothers. He couldn't figure it out. Why did Luo Yan betray him? Were they pretending when they were together? Was his hatred for Xu Hao fake? Then his acting skills were too good. He even deceived the miracle doctor. I'm sorry. Luo Yan was also very uncomfortable at this time. Although he was the top killer in the dark world, known as the Yama of Death, he valued feelings very much. He never hurts people who have done him a favor. Su Chen not only did him a favor, but he was also his brother. He didn't want to stab him in the back. But there was no way. This was all Xu Hao's request. If he didn't do it, his sister would be in trouble. His aunt's family would be finished. In comparison, stabbing Su Chen with a knife, with his physique at the peak of Hua Jin and unparalleled medical skills, he could be cured. Luo Yan stabbed more carefully and would not hurt his life. But Su Chen didn't know the situation. He thought he was betraying him. The lack of confidence in his eyes deeply hurt Luo Yan. His whole mind was trembling and heartbroken. Ding. Su Chen's mentality collapsed, emotional value plus 1001. Ding. Luo Yan's mind was unstable, emotional value plus 1001. Xu Hao noticed the already weak aura of luck above Luo Yan's head. After he stabbed his brother in the back, the light dimmed and was shaky, as if it would dissipate at any time. Su Chen's luck aura also weakened a lot. Pa pa pa. A round of applause rang out. Xu Hao clapped his hands and looked at the 2 with a smile. Wonderful, too wonderful. I didn't expect to see the drama of brothers turning against each other. Su Chen, people have stabbed you in the back, can you still bear it? Hurry up and fight, fight, fight. Su Chen and Luo Yan's mouths twitched. Goddamn fight. This is a knife stabbing through the stomach. I'm afraid you don't know how to write the word death. Okay, I finally see that you 2 are going to kill me together today, right? Come on if you want to kill me. If I frown, I won't be surnamed Su. Su Chen said as he distanced himself from the 2. He left the dilapidated factory. Then he turned around and ran away. The best strategy of the 36 strategies is to run away. In a serious injury, one is as good as he was in his prime. There is also an unfathomable guy. He is not so stupid as to stay and fight. Su Chen's voice came from afar. Luo Yan, I remember the knife you stabbed me with, and I will definitely return it in the future. And Xu Hao, you wait for me, I remember everything you did to me, I will make you pay 1,000 times the price. The voice gradually faded away until it disappeared. The factory was silent. I have done everything you asked me to do, I hope you can keep your promise and don't do anything to Xiao Yao. Luo Yan glared at Xu Hao hatefully. He walked out in a daze. A faint voice came from behind. Where are you going? The good show has just begun. Chapter 228, Cat and Mouse Game. Aunt and daughter, do whatever they want. Where are you going? The fun has just begun. Hearing Xu Hao's voice, Luo Yan, who was walking out, stopped and turned his head suddenly. He looked at Xu Hao in shock and anger. I have done everything you asked me to do, what else do you want to do? I will not help you deal with Su Chen anymore. His tone was full of anger and hatred. He was threatened by Xu Hao twice to deal with Su Chen. Luo Yan thought he was going to threaten him again. Oh, Xu Hao raised his eyelids. In that case, you are useless. How do you say to deal with useless waste? Luo Yan didn't react at first. Seeing Xu Hao's cold and playful expression, he suddenly realized. He said in doubt, you want to kill me? Snap. Xu Hao snapped his fingers. Congratulations, you got the answer right, but unfortunately there is no reward. Luo Yan's heart sank, his eyes were cold. His legs were slightly bent, his body was tense. Always beware of Xu Hao's attack. He sneered. I admit that you are very strong, I am not your opponent, but I am not a pushover either. Quote. You want to kill me? You are too disrespectful to me. Luo Yan felt very aggrieved. Thinking back to the past, even in the cruel place like the Dark World, no one dared to be presumptuous in front of him. Not to mention that I killed him. Since returning to the city and meeting Xu Hao, he felt that everything was going wrong. Not only did he rob the woman he liked, but he also took his aunt. He threatened the little Lolita and asked him to fight Su Chen to the death. The pent-up anger during this period has been suppressed in his heart. It turned into infinite motivation and practiced martial arts desperately. He wanted to break through the transformation as soon as possible. Take revenge on Xu Hao in one fell swoop. Xu Hao now threatened to kill him. Luo Yan was extremely vigilant. Now he is indeed not an opponent. 677, Xu Hao is unfathomable. There is also a red rose who is as powerful as him. If a fight really breaks out, he will definitely stay here. He also has to find Xu Hao revenge. How can I die willingly? After saying that, Luo Yan's eyes flickered, and he glanced around inconspicuously. There was only one exit in the dilapidated factory. He exerted a little force on his feet, ready to escape at any time. Luo Yan was not a fool. He stayed knowing that he would die. Like Su Chen, this was just a temporary retreat. There was nothing shameful. Xu Hao chuckled. I'm sorry, I really didn't take you seriously. Luo Yan's face was as gloomy as water, and he said angrily. People do things and God sees them. Xu Hao, you have done many evil things, and you will be punished sooner or later. Wait for us to settle accounts in the future. If you dare to attack my sister, I will definitely wipe out your entire Xu family and make you live a life worse than death. Leave a word. Luo Yan then tiptoed. The whole person turned into a shadow and quickly ran towards the only exit outside the abandoned factory. He actually escaped. Not only to escape, but also to escape far away. Xu Hao had already wanted to kill him. If he stayed in the city, with the powerful energy of the Xu family, he would definitely find him. The best place to go is to escape back to the dark world abroad. Luo Yan knew that his strength was insufficient. It is better to return to the dark world to gain some experience. After the breakthrough, come back to settle accounts with Xu Hao. As for after he left, there would be no one to protect my aunt and daughter. Xu Hao would be even more unscrupulous, so he left a threat. He could see it. Xu Hao had no credibility. Even if he helped him finish the job, he would not keep his promise. He would still attack Loli. He would not be able to protect her if he stayed. It is better to threaten her, maybe it would make Xu Hao afraid. The Xu family is big and powerful. Even if Xu Hao is strong, but he is targeted by a killer in the late stage of Huajin. He will also be unable to sleep or eat, right? He is right. There is really a top killer hiding in the dark. Xu Hao would indeed feel a little bit tricky. Just a little bit, that's all. However, he obviously wouldn't let that happen. Want to leave? Have you asked me? Xu Hao's smile remained. Teleportation was activated, and his figure disappeared out of thin air. The next moment, he was one step ahead of Luo Yan and appeared at the factory door. He raised his leg and kicked Luo Yan, who was running fast. Luo Yan was a top killer with extremely fast body movements. Under the threat of life and death from Xu Hao, he used his late stage of Hua Jin. Even if he was at the peak of Hua Jin, he couldn't catch up with him. But it was such a fast speed. Xu Hao easily caught up with him. Appeared out of thin air in front of him. It was as if he had been standing there and had never left. Because the speed was too fast, Luo Yan couldn't stop the car. He didn't react. He was kicked by Xu Hao and flew back. Bang bang bang. He smashed 3 walls in a row before stopping. 113. Luo Yan covered his chest, stood up slowly, and coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood. He felt that his internal organs were about to shift. Xu Hao's kick broke several of his sternum. But Luo Yan didn't care about his injuries. He looked at Xu Hao with shock. How could Xu Hao's speed be so fast? His understanding of Xu Hao's strength was raised to a new level. Let's not talk about Xu Hao's weird speed. Let's talk about Xu Hao's kick. His speed just now was faster than a sports car. Anything that stood in front of him would be smashed. Xu Hao kicked him back. You can imagine how terrifying it was. If it weren't for the aura revealed by Xu Hao, he was in the late stage of Huajin like him. He would have thought that Xu Hao had broken through Huajin. This power is not possessed by Huaneng at all. Ding Luo Yan was shocked, emotional value plus 888. Ding Hong Qiangwei was unbelievable, emotional value plus 888. Not only Luo Yan was shocked. Hong Qiangwei was even more unbelievable. Seeing Luo Yan running away, she instinctively exerted her fastest speed and questioned Luo Yan. But before she could close the distance, she saw Xu Hao appear in front of Luo Yan. She was with Xu Hao just now. How did Xu Hao pass by her? Hong Qiangwei didn't even see a shadow. It was as if he appeared out of thin air. It was not a speed that a human could reach at all. And the kick that knocked Luo Yan away shocked her beyond words. In fact, it was not as exaggerated as they thought. Xu Hao's strength was still in the late stage of Huajin. But with his many skills, various techniques of using Jin, his true strength was much beyond the realm. Myriad thoughts were only in a thought. Hong Qiangwei reacted immediately. She was ready to step forward and take Luo Yan down. Xu Hao called her. Hong Qiangwei stopped. I saw a short knife in Xu Hao's hand. Throw it to Hong Qiangwei. This short knife was also pulled out from the system. It can be regarded as a magic weapon. It is not worse than the Mandarin Duck Tang's sword. It is not as good as his god-killing dagger. Hong Qiangwei raised her hand and grasped the handle of the knife. It was cold and felt very handy. It was easy to use. She liked it at once. Looking at the blade again, the sun shone in through the factory window. It fell on the blade. It flashed with cold light, which was dazzling. Magic weapon. An idea emerged in her mind. She had been in the dark world for many years. She knew some secrets. For example, magic weapons. Made of extremely precious materials, such as meteorite iron. Extremely sharp, it can cut hair. These magic weapons are all very precious. They are controlled by those secret superpowers. Once it appears, it will definitely cause a bloody storm. All beings above the level of Huajin will come out to snatch it. I have only heard of Hong Qiangwei, but never seen her. Now I have not only seen her. And she has fallen into his hands. Xu Hao just casually handed her the magic weapon. I have taught you a lot during this period. Let me see if you have made any progress. Xu Hao's voice came. Hong Qiangwei nodded. Her figure flashed and appeared in front of Luo Yan. She swung down the knife without any warning. She only aimed at the vital throat. The first move was a killing move, to kill him. Luo Yan felt a chill in his heart. After hearing Xu Hao's words, he was so angry. You are so strong. It's easy to kill me. But you played a cat and mouse game. You didn't do it yourself, but let Hong Qiangwei kill me. Xu Hao definitely did it on purpose. He knew that he was interested in Hong Qiangwei. He wanted him to die in the hands of the person he liked. What a sinister intention. Luo Yan is indeed not a vegetarian. Even though she was injured, she still dodged at the last moment when facing Red Rose's attack. She rolled on the ground in a mess. Red Rose did not stop. If she missed the first attack, she would launch the next round of attack. Luo Yan had just stabilized his body, and another attack killed the vegetable. Feeling the deadly danger, Luo Yan's hair stood up. Instinctively dodged to the side. He also dodged this attack, but not completely. Red Rose swung down with a knife. She tore a hole in his clothes. She easily cut through his flesh. Luo Yan checked his injuries and immediately broke out in cold sweat. He was scared. Fortunately, he dodged quickly and the wound was not deep. It almost cut his aorta. Luo Yan was very lucky to survive. Red Rose did not give him time to savor it. She flashed and appeared beside him again. Under Red Rose's deadly attacks, Luo Yan could only run and dodge. Hong Qiangwei was as strong as him, and had a magic weapon in hand. After a few rounds, his clothes were already tattered. Blood gushed out. Although he always managed to dodge at the critical moment, he also had many wounds on his body. No, this can't go on. Otherwise, he will die here sooner or later. Escape. He must escape. Luo Yan's face changed. He noticed Xu Hao standing at the door, watching the show with interest. Luo Yan was so angry that his cell wall separated. While dodging Hong Qiangwei's attack, he had been intentionally or unintentionally keeping a distance from Xu Hao. Now, he only had one wall to the outside of the factory. Once he broke it, he would have a chance to escape. Xu Hao was very fast. But they were at two extremes. No matter how fast he was, he couldn't catch up with him. Facing Hong Qiangwei's attack again, Luo Yan gritted his teeth, didn't dodge, and took the knife. He punched the wall fiercely. Boom! The thick cement wall was punched with a big hole by the powerful force. T7. Hong Qiangwei was shocked. Luo Yan gathered all his strength at this time and prepared to rush out. After leaving the abandoned factory, he ran all the way. At his speed, it won't take long to reach the city. By then, there will be many people and eyes. Xu Hao dare not do anything to him openly. It must be said that Luo Yan calculated very well. Q1 #. He just took a breath and prepared to run out. He took a step, but he stopped abruptly. His body trembled, as if struck by lightning, and his pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip. He looked as if he had seen a ghost, and he didn't know when he appeared in the deep layer outside the cave. Before breaking the wall, he also glanced at Xu Hao. Standing at the factory door. It was less than a second. How could he appear here? The factory is very big, at least 100 meters away. Looking at Xu Hao's leisurely appearance, he definitely did not rush in straightly and get out of the hole. In other words, he came from the outside and the distance was even farther. Not to mention the detour. Even if it was a straight distance, it couldn't be done in 1 second. I wonder if it was an illusion, or there were two Xu Hao. Luo Yan looked back at the factory door. There was no trace of Xu Hao. Obviously there was only one person, and it was not an illusion. Luo Yan was shocked. He asked blankly, "Are you a human or a ghost?" Xu Hao looked teasing. "Guess." Luo Yan vomited blood. Suddenly, a fatal crisis enveloped him. He instinctively shifted his body. Puff! A knife pierced his body. Ding! Luo Yan's mentality exploded, emotional value plus 1000. It turned out that Red Rose had taken action. Xu Hao's appearance also shocked her. Fortunately, she found the right opportunity to attack. Originally, her attack could have pierced Luo Yan's heart and killed him. He avoided the vital point at the critical moment. Luo Yan quickly distanced himself from Hong Qiangwei. He hurriedly covered the wound. He tore off his clothes and barely bandaged it to prevent excessive bleeding. Luo Yan felt extremely heavy. It felt worse and worse. With Xu Hao's speed, he couldn't escape even if he wanted to. He completely gave up the idea of escaping. Luo Yan's eyes became fierce and firm. Even if he died, he would not let Xu Hao have an easy time. Fight! Whoosh! Hong Qiangwei attacked again. A knife chopped down on him. In a hurry, Luo Yan saw an iron rod at his feet. He quickly picked it up and blocked it in front of him. Swish! The hard iron rod was easily cut open like tofu. 0.7. The knife in Hong Qiangwei's hand did not stop for a moment. A long cut was made on his chest. Almost ripped open his stomach. Luo Yan was horrified. He also knew about magic weapons, and he could not help but be furious. After the attack just now, Xu Hao swung lightly and landed on Luo Yan's body. He was so seriously injured. Xu Hao actually gave her a magic weapon to deal with himself. But after seeing Xu Hao's speed, he was desperate. He couldn't even buckle it. Xu Hao stopped her. At this time, Su Chen was covered with wounds. Ding! Luo Yan felt desperate, emotional value plus 1001. Spreading his hands, a ball of lightning gathered in his palm. Dead can't die anymore. Luo Yan was kicked by Xu Hao at the beginning and was seriously injured. The reason why he insisted desperately was to escape. From the size of a little finger, it gradually grew larger. Hong Qiangwei was the woman he loved. He was stabbed by Hong Qiangwei. Finally turned into the size of a basketball. Looking at Luo Yan embedded in the wall. The aura of luck above Luo Yan's head had completely disappeared. In the astonished eyes of Hong Qiangwei and Luo Yan, a charred blood hole was blown out. Hong Qiangwei swung the bloody short knife. He was chopped by Hong Qiangwei and was covered with wounds. He finally felt how Su Chen felt when he was stabbed in the back. Hong Qiangwei's strength was not weaker than his. It was so painful. Swish. She stepped forward and was about to kill Luo Yan with one knife. Taking this opportunity, Hong Qiangwei swept her kick and kicked Luo Yan. It was time to end. Luo Yan flew out like an arrow from a bow and hit the wall hard. Unable to escape, and being attacked by the woman he loved, Luo Yan's mentality collapsed. Although it didn't pierce his heart, the effect was almost the same. Don't bully people like this. Xu Hao smiled faintly. Chapter 229, The Yandere Heroine Surrenders. What a training. She kneels down to repay. Xu Hao's mind moved. He teleported again, and appeared in front of Hong Qiangwei without any warning. Hong Qiangwei's face was full of shock. At such a close distance, she felt it particularly clearly. Without any awareness, he just appeared in front of her out of thin air. Unbelievable. What shocked her even more was behind. The next moment, thunder gathered in Xu Hao's hand. Soon a thunder ball was condensed. She felt the dangerous breath emanating from it. It was definitely thunder and lightning. How could it be possible? Hong Qiangwei's eyes widened. She looked at Xu Hao with a look of seeing a ghost. The same thought as Luo Yan came to her mind. Is Xu Hao a human? It was really the ability Xu Hao showed at this time that was beyond her cognition. And her performance was the reason why Xu Hao used his thunder and lightning control ability. Otherwise, let Hong Qiangwei deal with Luo Yan casually. Why bother? The purpose is to show it to Red Rose. Although Red Rose has become his woman. But that was under the control of Xing Nu. She had to surrender, but she was still resisting in her heart. And with her sickly personality. He wanted to conquer her by relying on his own personality charm, or being nice to her, and falling in love with her over time. It is obviously impossible. The only way is to show strong strength. Xu Hao is very strong now, but not so strong that she will surrender. Then show some special abilities. From the expression of Red Rose, he succeeded. Luo Yan's mentality has collapsed. Knowing that he will die today, he is already desperate. Suddenly, a flash of lightning appeared in his sight. Luo Yan woke up. When he saw the scene in front of him, his eyes bulged out immediately, his mouth opened wide, and his chin almost fell to the ground. What did he see? Xu Hao actually held a thunder ball in his hand. Is this something a human can do? It's unscientific. He has grown so much and has been in the dark world for so many years. Who has he seen? I have never heard of anyone being able to control special powers. Go with peace of mind. I will take good care of Yan Wumei, the girl you like, and your aunt and her daughter. You should be able to see my ability before you die, so you should rest in peace. Xu Hao smiled faintly. He waved the thunder ball in his hand gently. It landed on Luo Yan's chest. Crackling, the thunder ball blew a big black hole in Luo Yan's chest. The wall behind him was also blown through. It left a charred area. Xu Hao said he was resting in peace. However, Su Chen's eyes were almost popping out at this time. Hong Qiangwei was shocked and horrified. The power of the thunder ball was too great. There would be no other result if it fell on her. It felt like it had exceeded the power of Hua Jin. I don't know if Hua Jin can resist it. This is no longer something that humans can do. It is an extraordinary power. Facing the mysterious and powerful Xu Hao who controls unknown powers. Hong Qiangwei's eyes gradually changed. She used to succumb to Xu Hao. Hao was under the control of the elixir. Now she felt a sense of submission from the bottom of her heart. It wasn't over yet. In the shocked eyes of Red Rose, Xu Hao once again gathered a ball of fire in his hand. Throwing it on Luo Yan, it burned him completely, destroying his body and leaving no traces. Not only did he control the thunder, he could also control fire. Oh my god, what kind of monster is her master? No, what kind of immortal being is she? Red Rose was so shocked that she was numb. A deep sense of awe arose. Destroy this place and remove all traces. Xu Hao's voice sounded. He would not allow his ability to be exposed in the slightest. The reason why he showed it in front of the two of them. Because one of them was dying. One was that she had taken the Star Fury pill and was completely controlled by him. He would not tell anyone after giving the order. Even so, Xu Hao was still cautious to destroy the scene. Hong Qiangwei came to her senses. After Xu Hao left the abandoned factory, she opened the bags of flour in the factory. Tiny particles filled the entire factory. Hong Qiangwei walked out of the factory, kicked a stone and hit a piece of iron sheet in the factory. Sparks were knocked out. Explosions sounded one after another. Destroy all sins. Hong Qiangwei knelt on one knee in front of Xu Hao. She presented the short knife Xu Hao gave her with both hands. Her head was lowered to show submission. Xu Hao waved his hand. I'll give it to you. Thank you, master. Hong Qiangwei was surprised. Such a magical weapon, he gave it away as soon as he said it. He also controlled supernatural power. It seems not bad to be a slave to such a master. Arriving in front of the car, Hong Qiangwei opened the door for Xu Hao. She was a little more respectful than before. This was a sign of submission. Ding. Hong Qiangwei felt submission, emotional value plus 987. Under a bridge hole. Shish. Su Chen gritted his teeth and pulled out the knife that stabbed him. He gasped in pain. Drops of cold sweat dripped on his forehead. Enduring the severe pain, Su Chen hurriedly applied some wound medicine. He then simply bandaged it with clothes and cloth. He took out the silver needle he carried with him and began to heal himself. Luo Yan, you betrayed me, damn it. Su Chen gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with murderous light. This knife stabbed by Luo Yan. It hurts. It hurts so much. He will never forget it. He must pay it back. And Xu Hao, they are all his enemies. None of them can escape. He knew that Luo Yan and Xu Hao were teaming up to deal with him. Su Chen did not go to Shenong Hall to find his junior sister. He did not even dare to go to the hospital. He was afraid that he would be found by Xu Hao, who had great energy. In fact, he thought too much. If Xu Hao really wanted to attack him, he would not let him escape. Su Chen treated his wounds angrily. These simple wound medicines were picked by him along the way, and he barely made do. Fortunately, Luo Yan's stab avoided the heart. Otherwise, it would be difficult. Because the knife had been stuck in the body, blocking the wound, it did not cause excessive blood loss. A day passed in the blink of an eye. Soon it was night. Under the deserted bridge, the night breeze blew. Su Chen was licking his wounds alone. Lonely nights always make people feel sentimental. Recalling his experience during this time down the mountain, Su Chen had the urge to cry. It was so miserable. He met his beautiful fiancée just after coming down the mountain. He was so excited that he thought he was going to marry her. Who knew she was pregnant? The next moment, she was held in Xu Hao's arms. Xu Hao taught her a lesson. Xu Hao stole his fiancée. He wanted to teach her a lesson, but was caught by his junior sister and tortured all night. It turned out that his junior sister was even more unbearable. She even called Xu Hao, Dad. Well, this junior sister has fallen. Then go find other junior sisters. Knowing that Feng Zixuan also knew Xu Hao, Chen Hao's next target was her. Su Chen was alert and determined not to let Xu Hao succeed. But he was still conquered by Xu Hao step by step under his nose. Then he fought with Luo Yan and both of them were injured. It can be said that they became good brothers after fighting. Unexpectedly, he was stabbed in the back. Su Chen's heart was extremely cold. Thinking of what Xu Hao said. Not only did he attack the two junior sisters, but in addition to the younger junior sister, it was Xu Hao's daughter. He had another junior sister. The junior sisters had a master. Xu Hao would never change. He really didn't know what to do. Xu Hao's strength made him powerless. And his personal bodyguard and Luo Yan were no worse than him. Now he was seriously injured again. What else could he do to stop Xu Hao? Was he going to watch Xu Hao kill all the junior sisters? Su Chen fell into deep emo. In the silent night, a cell phone rang. Su Chen couldn't help but frown. He had just come down the mountain not long ago and didn't know many people. Almost no one would call him. He suddenly remembered. He didn't have the phone numbers of his fiancée Ji Yuning Shuang and the two junior sisters. Another bitter feeling. The only one who called him was Luo Yan. When he thought of Luo Yan, Su Chen's breath surged, and he was furious. He picked up the phone viciously. When he saw the caller ID old man. Strange. Why did the old man call him? He hadn't contacted him since he came down the mountain. Curious, Su Chen pressed the answer button. As soon as the call was connected, the old man's obscene voice came from the other side. Boy, you've been down the mountain for so long, you should have seen your fiancée, right? How is it? Didn't your master lie to you? Is she as beautiful as the moon and flowers, and as beautiful as the fish and geese? The old man has long seen that she is a beauty. By the way, have you seen your junior sisters? I tell you not to bully them. If you bully your junior sister and cause my junior sister to come to me to settle the score, I will not forgive you. A familiar voice came, chattering. Su Chen couldn't help but think of the time he spent on the mountain with the master, and he was filled with sadness. Su Chen didn't speak. The old man opposite was a little confused and asked a few more questions. Su Chen still didn't say a word. The old man was anxious and asked quickly. Xiao Chen, what's wrong with you? Did something happen? Hearing the master's concern, Su Chen would never live in Bengbu again. Tears burst out of his eyes. A grown man actually cried. Men don't shed tears easily, but they are not sad. Xu Hao was so humiliated and was stabbed by his brother. The city can be said to be walking horizontally, not to mention the possibility of going down. The master is fully entrusted. Quote, I will make Xu Hao pay you back tenfold or 100-fold for what he did to you. He dared to touch my apprentice. He must be tired of living. The wretched old man gritted his teeth and said. She drove her apprentice down the mountain to let him experience the secular world. It would help him break through the transformation. If young people were fighting, it would be fine. Being bullied would be fine. But I heard that Xu Hao was 50 years old and actually bullied a younger generation. He had to take care of it. In fact, the reason why he was so angry. One was because his apprentice was bullied. The other was that he heard that Xu Hao was going to attack his fairy sister. Unable to tolerate, he and his junior sister came from the same school. Although they had never said a few words, she had always been the white moonlight in his heart. He had always liked her in his heart. He just couldn't muster the courage to confess. When he heard that Xu Hao was going to attack his white moonlight, it was better for the master and apprentice to take her down together. If he could still endure it, he would become a ninja turtle. The master and apprentice chatted for a while before hanging up the phone. As for the master's coming down the mountain to find him, Su Chen did not refuse. He really didn't know what to do. With the master's arrival, he had a backer. Xu Hao, Luo Yan, you wait for me. In the dim night, Su Chen's eyes flickered with a faint light. Ding. Su Chen was furious, emotional value plus 999. 2 days passed in a row. Xu family villa. Swish. A strong breath rose up. Breakthrough. Peak of Huajin. Hong Qiangwei clenched her fists. Feeling the surge of power, she showed a happy expression. She had been stuck in the late stage of Huajin for more than a year. Finally, she broke through under Xu Hao's guidance, which was a cause for celebration. This was not the main reason for her joy. The main reason was that she did not disappoint Xu Hao's expectations. Ever since she killed Luo Yan that day, Xu Hao asked her to improve her strength as soon as possible. She must break through to the peak of Huajin. In the past 2 days, she has been practicing martial arts desperately, working day and night. Finally, she broke through. Immediately, Hong Qiangwei couldn't wait to come to Xu Ni, who was sitting in a rocking chair enjoying the warm sunshine. Kneeled on the ground, said with a slight sense of seeking credit. Master, Qiangwei has fulfilled your mission. Her eyes looking at Xu Hao were full of admiration and submission. Not bad. Xu Hao looked at her with appreciation. Reached out and touched her head. Hong Qiangwei did not dodge, and there was no disgust in her eyes. Instead, she rubbed Xu Hao's palm obediently like a kitten. Xu Hao smiled. He glanced at the attribute panel of the heroine in front of him. After his last appearance in front of people and his teachings in the past 2 days, this sickly female killer has surrendered. He can also let her break through without worry. After a moment, an unparalleled aura emanated from her. And Xu Hao was also her man, so she had nothing to worry about. She suppressed her excitement and immediately knelt down in front of Xu Hao. A realm-breaking pill appeared in his hand. Take it. There was no time to think more. Xu Hao kept one for himself. However, even though she had been prepared, Xu Hao looked strange. The realm that had just broken through gradually became stable. In broad daylight, was she so open? She could crush him to death with a flip of her hand. All this was brought by Xu Hao. The power of the breakthrough was still too great and she could not control it. Xu Hao gave her such a big surprise, and she must repay him with a quilt. If she faced Luo Yan now, facing the thanks of the little maid, Xu Hao certainly would not refuse. Feeling the power after the breakthrough, it was much stronger than before. A stream of warm currents flowed to her limbs and bones, nourishing and transforming her body, and constantly strengthening her strength. The remaining one was given to Hong Qiangwei. He gave all three away. Xu Hao's mind moved slightly. She had broken through. She quickly concentrated her mind to welcome the breakthrough. Hong Qiangwei was shocked, because she knew that there was only one man, Xu Hao, around the Xu family. Her clothes were shattered. Hong Qiangwei did not care. Breakthrough pill. After taking it, you can directly break through a small realm, and it is still effective for breaking through the transformation of strength. Let Hong Qiangwei kneel in front of him, servant. Her eyes seemed to be dripping with water. Looking at the pill in front of her with a strong medicinal fragrance, Hong Qiangwei did not hesitate. Not long after, another feeling of breakthrough came to her heart. Picked up the realm-breaking pill and swallowed it. Chapter 230, Master and Apprentice have changed. My daughter wants to become stronger. Don't play too much. Sneer. A car drove up and stopped at the entrance of Shenong Hall. The heroic Lu Yiren got out of the car. Since the master went down the mountain and settled in the Shenong Hall of the eldest sister. These 2 days, she has been running here from time to time. The master and apprentice haven't seen each other for many years, so they naturally have to spend more time together. Improve the relationship between master and apprentice. The master has been living in seclusion in the mountains for many years, and it is not easy for him to go down the mountain for a trip. They, as apprentices, must show filial piety. Shenong Hall is too popular. The front door is impossible to enter. Lu Yiren walked to the back door. Seeing several figures standing at the back door, she was stunned. Then she smiled. How did you know I was coming? You came out to greet me specially, it's unnecessary. You guys are really, I'm not an outsider, why did you pick me up? And let the master stand here too. Standing at the back door of Shenong Hall. It was the shopkeeper Feng Zixuan, Xu Qingshe, and Luo Qingxian in ancient costume. Lu Yiren stepped forward. She took Luo Qingxian's arm to show her closeness. Feng Zixuan rolled her eyes at her. Let us sisters and master meet you at the door together. You wish. We are here to meet Master Xu. Lu Yiren knew that Master Xu in Feng Zixuan's hands was Xu Hao. Her heart skipped a beat. She met Xu Hao in the presence of the master. She was a little nervous. If the master found out about their relationship, the apprentice was with another apprentice's father. He would beat her up, wouldn't he? Ahaha, to meet Mr. Xu, no wonder. Single quote. Lu Yiren laughed and changed the subject. Speaking of the third sister, the master has been down the mountain for 2 days, and she didn't come to see. In order not to be noticed by the master at the peak of Huajin. She pretended to be angry. They are indeed sisters who love each other. When something happens, use your junior sister to block the knife. Xu Qingshe excused the third senior sister. The third senior sister is in the imperial capital. She has been busy with work recently and can't get away. The third senior sister said that she will finish her work as soon as possible and come here. Lu Yiren frowned. You have to finish your work before coming here. Is work so important? Master finally went down the mountain. Luo Qingxian patted Lu Yiren's hand. Okay Yiren, don't blame Ryu. Ryu is more important than work. Look, I went down the mountain and asked you to come to accompany me one by one. I couldn't take care of my work. Feng Zixuan glared at Lu Yiren. Blamed her for bringing up something that was not related to the topic. To ease the atmosphere. What are you talking about, Master? We are not busy with work. How long does it take for Master to take care of the department? State. Xu Qingshe also nodded in agreement. Lu Yiren took Luo Qingxian's hand and said with a turn of his eyes. I'm just worried that Master has just come down the mountain and will have to go back again. What if third junior sister is late and can't see him? Master, you finally came down the mountain, you have to stay for a while this time. You haven't seen third junior sister for a long time, and she misses Master very much. When she comes, we can get together as master and disciple. Xu Qingshe and Feng Zixuan were slightly startled, and understood what Lu Yiren meant. Let Master stay with them for a while. They didn't want to be separated from Master either. So they spoke one after another. That's right, it's been several years since I last went down the mountain. I just met Master again 2 days ago. If Master goes back, we don't know how long we can see each other. Master, you must stay with me for a while, and it's best to live with me. Feng Zixuan looked at Luo Qingxian expectantly. Xu Qingxie also said closer. Yes, Master, even though Shenong Hall is very busy now, it will be fine when the heat subsides. Quote. We will have plenty of time then, and we must take Master to travel around. Listening to the disciples talking to each other. They all wanted her to stay in the city. Luo Qingxian smiled dotingly. She knew that the disciples did not want to be separated from her as their master. She felt inexplicably moved. At this time, a car drove up and stopped in front of the few people. The atmosphere of deep affection between master and apprentice disappeared. When they saw Xu Hao getting off the car, Xu Qingxie, Feng Zixuan, and Lu Yiren all had strange flashes in their eyes. Lu Yiren needs no more words. Her whole body and mind have fallen. Don't play too much when you were with Xu Hao. Even his father was called. So she is very guilty now. Afraid that the master will find out about their relationship. Feng Zixuan is also guilty. She is even more guilty. She is not afraid of her relationship with Xu Hao being exposed. It is well known that she has become Xu Hao's master. She is afraid that people will find out that her master-apprentice relationship with Xu Hao has deteriorated. It is really treasonous. She doesn't want to bear the reputation of being a traitor to the master. Xu Qingshui's eyes are also a little unnatural. Ever since she found out that she had broken through to level B. Xu Qingxie, who had given up, rekindled hope. After all, which woman doesn't want to grow? Growth brings confidence. Since the breakthrough, Xu Qingxie has held her head high and walked with the wind. Unlike before, she couldn't see anything. Thinking of being laughed at by her younger sister that her future children would be hungry. Xu Qingxie was very angry. Now she is also a woman with some capital. But just a little bit is not enough. Compared with a few sisters, there are other sisters. Either E level or D level. She is just a small B level, which is not enough. Xu Qingxie wants to become stronger. These 2 days, she secretly bought papaya several times. However, after eating it, there was no effect at all. It was the same as before. Why is it? Could her strengthening have nothing to do with papaya? I recalled everything I ate and drank the day before I found the breakthrough again. It is definitely the problem of papaya. What's going on? It's the same papaya, how can it have no effect? Xu Qingxie thought of what Lu Yiren said. What's so special about papaya? The papaya she bought is different from the one bought by Xu Hao. They feel like two completely different varieties. The papaya bought by Xu Hao that day felt like the most delicious thing in the world. The best fruit is just like this. The papaya she bought herself tasted very ordinary. She even thought about the taste of the papaya she ate at home and found it a little hard to swallow. The case was solved. Her breakthrough was indeed due to papaya. But it had to be the kind of papaya bought by Xu Hao. Xu Qingxie was very entangled. She had obviously given up. But she unexpectedly broke through, which aroused her desire to become stronger. If she wanted to become stronger, she had to eat the papaya that Hao brought back last time. She searched many places but couldn't find it. The papaya with the flavor that Xu Hao brought was not only not available offline. She couldn't find it when she searched online. It means that the taste of papaya is the taste of papaya. Papayas are pretty much the same. But Xu Qingxie knew that the papaya Xu Hao gave her would be unforgettable after one bite. It could not be ordinary. Xu Qingxie was very persistent and could not find it online or offline. She began to hint to several sisters. The answer she got was also, I don't know. She also said that Xu Hao often gave them some strange snacks. In addition to fruits, there were also various candies. They were all delicious without exception. And there were some strange effects after eating. Xu Qingxie was even more sure that it was the effect of the papaya Xu Hao brought home. The sisters didn't know where the papaya came from. Then they had to ask Xu Hao. If she wanted to become stronger, she had to get papaya. She could only ask Xu Hao. But how could she do that? She originally thought that her younger sister Xu Huai was joking when she said. Xu Hao felt sorry for her and brought her papaya to supplement her. Now that she thought about it, it was really possible. Otherwise, how could she explain the family? Stepmother Su Wancho and several sisters were all powerful and strong. There was no need to supplement at all. Xu Hao still took the papaya back. It was better to take it out earlier or later. It was just that she took it out when she went home. Thinking of Xu Hao's concern for her growth, Xu Qingxie was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Now she wanted to become stronger, she had to ask Xu Hao. It was really embarrassing. Therefore, she looked at Xu Hao with a complicated look. Luo Qingxian noticed the strangeness of several disciples and frowned slightly. She always felt that there was something wrong. But thinking that Xu Hao had a relationship with the 3 disciples, Luo Qingxian was relieved. She didn't think about other things. Her curious eyes fell on Xu Hao. She wanted to see this peerless doctor who taught 2 disciples 2 sets of magic needles in 1 month. His facial features were well defined, like the work of nature, and he was handsome and unparalleled. He didn't look like an old father with 7 daughters at all. He looked like the most charming man in his 30s. A mature charm was revealed, giving people a strong sense of security. In addition, there was a refined temperament like a spring breeze. It made people want to get close to him. It was indeed the same as what several disciples said. He didn't look like the bad, cold and ruthless person that Xu Qingxie said. At least it looked like that, Luo Qingxian said in her heart. Just when she was observing and liking him, Xu Hao noticed her at a glance. Her temperament was as extraordinary as a fairy. There was no surprise. The news of Luo Qingxian's arrival had already been reported to her by her subordinates. Her eyes flashed, and a transparent attribute interface emerged. Character: Luo Qingxian. Identity: my disciple, you are already invincible. You will be in trouble if you come down the mountain. You will be the protagonist of our painting. Charm: 96, full value 100. Strength: 99, peak of Huajin. Physique: 65, ordinary person 10. Spirit: 52, ordinary person 10. Favorability: 20. Xu Hao was a little surprised. This is the first one he met who has a charm of 96 without taking the marrow cleansing pill. After Xu Hao's observation, Luo Qingxian and other female protagonists with a charm of 95 are not much different in appearance and figure, and each has its own merits. The main thing is that her temperament is transcendent. She is really like a fairy who has come down to earth. A smile flashed in Xu Hao's eyes. Fairy. What he wants is to drag the fairy down to the mortal world. Seeing her kneeling in front of him and singing, "Conquer," she has a full sense of conquest. Feng Zixuan came up and suppressed a strange cry. Xu Hao smiled and nodded. He asked with pretended concern. Has anything happened in the past few days? Traditional Chinese medicine has become popular recently. You are the owner of Shenongtang, so it is inevitable that you will encounter some troubles. If there is any trouble that cannot be solved, remember to contact me. I am your master after all. It is no problem to protect you from being bullied. Feng Zixuan said gratefully. Thank you for your concern, master. Everything is fine. The 2 talked as they walked. They have arrived in front of the women. Feng Zixuan saw Luo Qingxian in ancient costume and said hurriedly. Let me introduce you, this is also my master Luo Qingxian. Xu Hao nodded to Luo Qingxian with a smile. He did not shake hands to take advantage like he did with other heroines. According to his investigation of Luo Qingxian's personality, tough tactics are not advisable. It is still necessary to boil the frog in warm water. Luo Qingxian moved at this time. He bowed slightly to Xu Hao and thanked him sincerely. Mr. Xu, thank you for your teaching of Zixuan and Qingxie during this period of time, and for leading Chinese medicine to such a high level now. From the fact that Xu Hao taught the 2 girls and promoted Chinese medicine, it is worth Luo Qingxian's tribute. Luo Qingxian studied medicine all her life. She was also very sad to see the decline of Chinese medicine. But she could not change all this. It was done by the 2 apprentices. The reason why the 2 apprentices were able to do all this was because of Xu Hao's teaching. No need to do this. Xu Hao waved his hand. Zixuan is also my apprentice, Qingxie is my daughter, it is only natural for me to teach them. I am also a member of traditional Chinese medicine, I cannot watch it decline. Unfortunately, my identity makes it inconvenient for me to take action, so I taught Zixuan and Qingxie. Fortunately, they did not let me down. Xu Hao said it in a high-sounding manner. He completely forgot that he taught Feng Zixuan and Xu Qingxie because he wanted to get gold coins from them. His voice was gentle and not arrogant at all. He had the demeanor of a master. Luo Qingxian's eyes flashed with a strange light. She also heard from her apprentice Feng Zixuan. When Shenong Hall encountered a crisis, she could not be quick. Xu Hao approached her and offered to teach her the 9 needles of heavenly medicine for free. That was the 9 needles of heavenly medicine. How precious. Think about their heavenly medicine sect. The 9 needles of heavenly medicine was used as the acupuncture method of the sect. Song Chuan passed it on to the next 10 sect leaders. This practice of cherishing one's own possessions eventually led to the loss of the 9 needles of heavenly medicine. Fortunately, it reappeared here with Xu Hao. This also shows that he has great righteousness in mind. For his apprentice to choose to become a disciple of Xu Hao. Luo Qingxian agreed that this was the basic principle of being a human being. Then, the group walked and talked and entered Shenong Hall. They came to the quiet reception room upstairs. Luo Qingxian hesitated several times. She wanted to ask Xu Hao where he got the 9 needles of heavenly medicine. Would it have anything to do with her heavenly medicine sect? Finally, she couldn't help but speak. You guys go out for a while, I have something to say to Mr. Xu. The children couldn't help but be curious. Since the master had spoken, they all followed his orders and walked out obediently. However, Feng Zixuan and Lu Yiren were a little nervous. Could the master have discovered something? As the door closed, there were only 2 people left in the reception room, and it was extremely quiet. Xu Hao picked up the teacup and took a sip. He asked doubtfully. I wonder what Fairy Luo wants to tell me. Taking a deep breath, Luo Qingxian spoke. Sorry, Mr. Xu, this question is a bit presumptuous, I hope you can forgive me. Where did Mr. Xu get the heavenly doctor 9 needles? Mr. Xu, don't think too much, I don't mean to blame you, because the heavenly 9 needles is our Tiandaomen's acupuncture method. And it has been lost for hundreds of years, I can't help but be curious, I hope Mr. Xu can solve my doubts. It can be seen, she really doesn't want Xu Hao to misunderstand. You are talking about this. Xu Hao's eyes showed a look of reminiscence, and lied first. When I was a child, I accidentally got an ancient book bala. The Heavenly Doctor 9 needles is a set of acupuncture methods recorded in it, and there are also Ghost Gate 13 needles, Fuxi Magic Needle. Luo Qingxian was very excited when she heard it. Mr. Xu, is that ancient book still there? Can I borrow it to take a look? Xu Hao looked strange. It seems that you are not much younger than me, right? You are still a young girl. Tisk, this heroine is a bit silly, it's interesting. Chapter 231, The Order of Seniority is messed up. Increase the attack speed. Dad sounds better. Xu Hao shook his head and said regretfully. I didn't know much when I was young, so I didn't keep it well. Plus I was busy with work, and I don't know when it disappeared. Ah, this. Luo Qingxian looked regretful. She thought Xu Hao knew the 9 needles of heavenly medicine, which was related to her Tianyi sect. Now it seems that it is not. Xu Hao learned all his medical skills from that ancient book. There are more than 9 needles of heavenly medicine. There are stronger acupuncture methods, and she has seen records of 13 needles of Ghost Gate. She has never heard of Fuxi Divine Needle. Named after Fuxi, it is obviously not worse than 13 needles of Ghost Gate. It must have nothing to do with their Tianyi sect. It will only be more powerful than Tianyi sect. As for Xu Hao lying to her, Luo Qingxian couldn't think of a reason why Xu Hao lied to her. And Xu Hao really knew 13 needles of Ghost Gate. He taught them to her 2 apprentices. So there was no doubt. Seeing her disappointed face, Xu Hao's heart moved. He said as if he remembered something. I heard from Zixuan and the others that Fairy Luo's lifelong obsession is the 9 needles of heavenly medicine. How about I teach you the 9 needles of heavenly medicine? Luo Qingxian was shocked and waved her hands. How can that be possible? Although the acupuncture method of my Tianyi sect is the 9 needles of heavenly medicine, Mr. Xu's acupuncture method has nothing to do with my Tianyi sect. The 9 needles of heavenly medicine is so precious, it can't be used. What can't be used? Xu Hao put down the teacup with a serious face. I haven't thanked Fairy Luo for teaching my daughter. I was busy with work before and neglected to care for my daughters. Qingshe has learned a lot of skills now, all thanks to Fairy Luo's good teaching. I will teach you the 9 needles of heavenly medicine as a thank you for taking care of Qingshe over the years. Luo Qingxian still shook her head. Qingshe is my disciple. It is my duty to take care of her and teach her. President Xu does not need to do this. In fact, there are some things that Luo Qingxian did not say. Xu Hao felt indebted to his daughter Xu Qingshe. However, in the 2 years on the mountain, Xu Qingshe did not take Xu Hao to heart. Let Xu Qingshe go home to see her, but Xu Qingshe would never go back. After meeting Xu Hao, Luo Qingxian felt it was not the case at all. Righteous and gentle. 01. Even as a billionaire, he did not have a trace of arrogance. Treat everyone equally. How could he be the cold-blooded and ruthless person that Xu Qingshe said? Luo Qingxian could not help but think of what her eldest disciple Feng Zixuan said. What misunderstanding is there? She also felt that. Ding. Luo Qingxian felt a good impression, emotional value +123. At this time, Xu Hao's voice rang out. Let's put it one way or another. Can't Fairy Luo let me make up for my debt to my daughter? His tone was filled with deep disappointment and sadness. Xu Hao had to admire his acting skills. I believe that with his performance, Luo Qingxian will tell Xu Qingshe. Maybe she will persuade them to be kind to their father and filial to their daughter. Speed up the process of conquering their daughter. This is only one aspect. He also wants to teach this fairy heroine. Ever since he tasted the taste of teaching his apprentices hand in hand, he couldn't stop. It was too easy to conquer when teaching. He told Su Chen that he would not let his junior sister and her family go, and he was not joking. He wanted to catch them all in one fell swoop. Luo Qingxian couldn't help but be moved. Although she had an obsession with the heavenly Dr. Nine Needles, and it was still very strong until now. But she had her own principles. Teaching the heavenly Dr. Nine Needles was too much of a favor, and she couldn't get over it. If Xu Hao was related to her heavenly doctor sect, there is no need to worry about it. Unfortunately, it didn't happen. Besides, both of her apprentices have learned the 9 needles of heavenly medicine. Then they can just pass it on. It doesn't matter whether she learns or not. But Xu Hao now looks like he owes his daughter and wants you to make up for it. Luo Hua feels that if he doesn't agree, he will become the villain who destroys their father and daughter. So he had to say, Mr. Xu, why are you doing this? Okay, I can agree to learn the 9 needles of heavenly medicine. But you don't need to teach me. Mr. Xu controls such a big company. Work is more important. Don't waste time on me. I'll just learn from Zixuan and the others. It seems that this heroine has been hiding from the world. She didn't ignore the basic social etiquette. She's quite sensible. But he proposed it just to teach her step by step. How can we not let him teach? Xu Hao took a sip of tea and said in a relaxed tone. Fairy Luo, don't worry about my work. Most of the things in my company have been handed over to the secretary to handle. I'm very free now. Xu Hao was telling the truth. But these days, if you tell the truth, others will really believe it. Luo Qingxian doesn't believe it. Xu Hao is a billionaire. Leave it to the secretary to handle. Does his secretary have that ability? Think Xu Hao said that on purpose to teach her. Xu Hao said. As the protagonist of a female-oriented commercial novel, Ji Feishui does have that ability. Seeing her insisting on refusing, Xu Hao's eyes flashed and he thought of an idea. When he wanted to teach Feng Zixuan, he always disagreed. Later, he just worshipped him as his master. Xu Hao's eyes fell on Luo Qingxian, who had a transcendent temperament. It seems that it would be a good idea to take this fairy heroine as a disciple. After some thinking, Xu Hao gave up this plan. Xu Qingshe is his daughter. Her master is Luo Qingxian. If Luo Qingxian is taken as a disciple again, wouldn't the seniority be messed up? Luo Qingxian will definitely not agree. In this case, there is another possibility. Xu Hao seemed to have just thought of it, and his eyes lit up. Fairy Luo, the reason you refused is simply because you think the 9 needles of heavenly medicine are precious. You and I met by chance again. How about this? My daughter worships you as her master, and Zixuan is also our common disciple. We have a deep bond. I am a little older than Fairy Luo, why don't we call each other senior and junior brothers and sisters? In this way, I can also be considered a member of the heavenly medicine sect. I believe Fairy Luo will not refuse again, right? Ah. Luo Qingxian's eyes widened and her mouth opened slightly. She looked silly and cute. She was stunned by what Xu Hao said. There is such a thing. Luo Qingxian instinctively refused. But suddenly she thought of something and held back the words that were about to come out of her mouth. The 9 needles of heavenly medicine belonged to Xu Hao. Even if she didn't want to disturb Xu Hao and didn't let him teach her, and followed the 2 disciples to learn. Isn't it still Xu Hao's acupuncture method? How could she be so embarrassed? Luo Qingxian couldn't help but secretly blame herself. It's too wrong. If they were senior and junior brothers and sisters. She could also learn the 9 needles of heavenly medicine and learn it with peace of mind. She had a plan in mind. Luo Qingxian nodded in agreement. Qingxian will use tea instead of wine, and toast a senior brother. Xu Hao picked up the teacup with a smile. It was quite dreamy. There was an extra junior sister for no reason. Junior sister is good. With this relationship, it would be much easier to attack. But they became senior and junior brothers and sisters. How should Luo Qingxian's disciples call themselves? Lu Yiren wanted to call her uncle. Forget it, dad sounds better. Should Feng Zixuan call him uncle? Or master? Call him master, this tone is good. The title of uncle will be left to another disciple of Luo Qingxian. The third disciple by Ryu. Xu Hao is looking forward to meeting this little heroine. The relationship between senior and junior brothers and sisters is confirmed. However, Luo Qingxian still insisted on not letting Xu Hao teach. Fearing that it would delay his work, decided to learn from the 2 apprentices first, and if he couldn't learn, Xu Hao would take over. That's how it went. Xu Hao seemed to have solved a problem and behaved more kindly. Luo Qingxian also became a senior apprentice and sister with Xu Hao, and their relationship became closer. The 2 chatted for a while. Luo Qingxian called the 3 apprentices in. Master, what did you talk about? Xu Qingxie asked curiously. Feng Zixuan and Lu Yiren were both nervous, fearing that the master would know what happened between them and Xu Hao. Fortunately, they heard what Luo Qingxian said, indicating that they thought too much. But it made them even more stunned. Just to inform you, Mr. Xu and I have become senior apprentices, and Mr. Xu will be your uncle in the future. What? Master, are you kidding? Lu Yiren couldn't believe it. More anxious than Xu Qingxie and Feng Zixuan. There is no way not to be anxious. A good intimate partner. Suddenly he became her uncle. Doesn't that mean she is with her uncle? It's a bit confusing, and I can't accept it for a while. Luo Qingxian was very happy and was not displeased by Lu Yiren's fuss. She smiled and said it again. From now on, Mr. Xu is your uncle. After a pause, she continued. It's mainly you, Yiren, who should call Master Xu uncle, but Qingxie doesn't need to. Your Majesty, you shouldn't call him master, right? Lu Yiren wanted to cry but had no tears. Why was she the only one injured? She couldn't help but meet Xu Hao's gaze. Seeing Xu Hao's meaningful look, Lu Yiren couldn't help but blush and her heart beat fast. I don't know how he will torment her again. Because Master Luo Qingxian recognized Xu Hao as his senior brother. Xu Hao also became her uncle. When the 2 of them were together, they added another buff. I don't know how much attack speed will be increased. Lu Yiren fell into wild thoughts. If Feng Zixuan knew her thoughts, she would definitely express it. It's all a small scene. It's just uncle, I still call him master. It took a while for the girls to digest the news that Xu Hao became their master's senior brother. Then Xu Hao asked about the situation again. What are the different problems between Xu Qingxie and Feng Zixuan? Both girls shook their heads. Recently, they have been busy with the affairs of Shenong Hall. No new studies have been started. After chatting for a while, seeing that there was nothing to do, Xu Hao left. Looking at Xu Hao went far away. Xu Qingxie wanted to ask about papaya. But the 2 senior sisters and the master were present, so she was really embarrassed. She could only find another opportunity next time. Lu Yiren was in a state of confusion. In order to avoid being noticed by the master, she said goodbye and went back. Feng Zixuan went to the hall of Shenong Hall downstairs to help. Xu Qingxie also planned to follow. Luo Qingxian called her. Qingxie, wait a minute, I have something to tell you. Xu Qingxie stayed puzzled. Master, what's the matter? Luo Qingxian touched her head. This little apprentice is the most talented one. He is also very obedient and sensible, which makes her worry-free the most. But now, there is something she has to tell her. Qingxie, you may have really misunderstood your father. Luo Qingxian spoke slowly. She told her that Xu Hao was willing to teach her the 9 needles of heavenly medicine in order to make up for her daughter. Finally, she concluded, although this is the first time I met your father and we haven't been together for a long time, I don't feel like the kind of person you said before. He cares about you a lot. I think the same as Zixuan. There is probably some misunderstanding. Xu Qingxie looked complicated after hearing this. She also found that Xu Hao had changed a lot. I have heard more than once or twice that when they were young, Xu Hao treated them like that for other reasons. Several sisters at home also talked about it. Xu Hao is not only good at medicine. He is also good at calligraphy, piano, and tea art, all of which are top-notch. These skills cannot be acquired overnight. Some people even spend their entire lives studying them. They may not be able to reach Xu Hao's level. Since Xu Hao has so many skills, why didn't he show them to them before? Is there another hidden story? If so, then they, the sisters, have wronged Xu Hao. Seeing that the apprentice was thinking seriously about what he said, Luo Qingxian continued, "Take your time, don't rush, your impression of him can't change so quickly. You have changed your mind about your father, just follow your heart. Although your father never gave you love, he raised you up after all, and I don't want your family to fall out. Quote, we should cherish each other and live in harmony." Luo Qingxian sighed. It seemed that she remembered herself when she was a child. "I know, master." Xu Qingxie nodded. After Luo Qingxian's guidance, she untied some knots in her heart. No longer resisting Xu Hao, decided to let nature take its course. "By the way, Qingxie, there is one more thing." Luo Xian was a little embarrassed. "Mr. Xu said he would teach me the 9 needles of heavenly medicine. I was afraid of troubling him, so I asked you and Zixuan to teach me. I don't know if you have the time." She, as a master, actually had to learn from her apprentice. It felt difficult to say. Xu Qingxie was slightly stunned. "Of course it's no problem. Don't worry, Shenong Hall is very busy now, you and Zixuan should work first, and I can help if you need it." "What do you want master to help with?" "Shenong Hall is busy now, and I and the senior sister will take turns to teach you." Xu Qingxie hesitated after she finished speaking. She remembered when senior sister Feng Zixuan taught her. She couldn't teach by hand. If she studied step by step, it would take at least a few years. Although she was only a B-level strongman, she could hug the master. He was playing with a few gorgeous photos of fruit in his hand. But she couldn't fully master the power in her hands like Xu Hao. It can be said that the character of this heroine determined Xu Hao's attitude towards her. Her misogyny is more serious than that of her sister-in-law Yao Xinrui. Xu Qingxie began to explain the content of Heavenly Medicine 9 Needles. Of course Xu Hao would not let her go. Just because senior sister couldn't teach didn't mean she couldn't. With the beauty of the woman in the photo, she is definitely the heroine level. These fruit photos were drawn from the system lottery. So he asked Hong Qiangwei to investigate. This is forcing him to be an evil, vicious villain. Hand-in-hand teaching failed. Unlike senior sister, she couldn't reach her hands. "Master, the person you want to investigate has been found, Mo Bingyan, a female judge who was recently transferred from the capital." Even if the master knew the incomplete Heavenly Medicine 9 Needles very well, she hugged the master from behind and tried. She has a cold personality, is extremely rational, and acts meticulously. He was thinking about how to take her down. "I hope she is the kind of naive and sweet girl who can be conquered by giving some benefits." The time was even shorter. With these photos in hand, there are more possibilities. It would take several months to a year to learn it completely. Xu Hao left Shenlong Hall and took a car to the company. The result is obviously not. Xu Qingxie gave up soon. Xu Hao didn't know who it was yet. She shook her head and let go of these distracting thoughts. In the car, she immediately brought Luo Qingxian to the training room. Wu Shang, this terrifying intelligence agency, began to show its power. He asked Hong Qiangwei to investigate before getting off the car to Shenong Hall. Xu Hao was listening to Hong Qiangwei's report. The result came in less than 2 hours. Then she had to study step by step. Chapter 232, Xu Hao's terrorist force. Hatred of wife stealing, taking over the whole family. At the same time, an old man with a slightly hunched figure, but a pair of bright eyes and a vigorous spirit, came to a bridge hole. It was Su Chen's master. Seeing Su Chen, who was wrapped in a dirty quilt picked up from some trash can, and with a pale face, the old man was shocked. He rushed forward. "Xiao Chen, what's wrong with you?" Without saying a word, he took Su Chen's hand and felt his pulse. Seeing the master coming, Su Chen was a little tearful again, shaking his head and said, "Master, I'm fine," knowing Xu Hao and Luo Yan wanted to kill him together. In addition, the master was coming to find him, so he had been waiting here. Fortunately, the stab wound was not too serious. With his medical skills, it was no problem for him to treat himself. If he was hungry, he would catch a few fish from the river next to him. But don't think about eating too much. It's enough to fill his stomach. The master is here, and he can finally get rid of this miserable life. The old man glanced at him. He noticed Su Chen's injury in an instant. He pulled open his clothes. There were 2 holes stabbed in the front and back, shocking. Originally, this injury was nothing for Su Chen's medical skills. It could be cured in 2 days. It's just that the good medicine in the hospital was not used. He picked some herbs and applied them to the wound, which could only prevent infection and inflammation, but it was difficult to achieve the desired treatment effect. The old man took out a glass bottle from his body. He opened the bottle stopper and poured out some medicine powder. He applied it on Su Chen's body and bandaged it. After doing everything, he said, "Why don't you go to the hospital to find some good medicine? How can you just pick some medicine on the road? You can live until now, so your medical skills are decent. I also want to go to the hospital to get some good medicine, but I'm being hunted down. I'm afraid that Xu Hao will find out." Su Chen muttered aggrievedly. The old man paused while packing up the medicine bottle. His eyes were sharp, emitting a cold light. "Xu Hao, right. Dare to bully my apprentice, you're already going to die. When you recover from your injury, I'll take you to seek justice. Old man, let's go now." When Xu Hao was mentioned, Su Chen gnashed his teeth with hatred. He wanted to eat his flesh, drink his blood, and cut him into pieces. Now that the backer has arrived, it is time to take revenge. A gentleman's revenge is never too late, even 10 years later. He would never take revenge a moment too late. Su Chen's eyes were filled with hatred. As for Xu Hao's strong strength, he was not his opponent even at the peak of Hua Jin. It is estimated that he would not be his opponent even if he took his master with him. Su Chen had never thought about it. Xu Hao was very strong, but only at the level of Hua Jin. 653 His master was a terrifying existence above Hua Jin, Dan Jin. Xu Hao could not be his master's opponent. When Su Chen said that they were going now, the old man frowned. They were going to cause trouble. Su Chen said that Xu Hao was very strong. He was not afraid of fighting, because the strength of the 4 Jin could sweep everything. He was just afraid that he would attack Su Chen by surprise. After the injury recovered, there was no need to worry. However, seeing Su Chen's face full of resentment, the old man didn't say no after all. His eyes became firm. If Xu Hao's strength is really only at the level of Hua Jin, then there is nothing to worry about. Hua Jin and Dan Jin are worlds apart. The strength gap is huge. A Hua Jin strongman is not his opponent at all. There is no need to worry about his apprentice being in danger. Even if Xu Hao is a Dan Jin existence, he can protect his apprentice from being hurt. The old man finally nodded. Okay, ask for directions. Excited heart, trembling hands. Finally, revenge is coming. Su Chen led the old man and rushed to the Xu family. It was afternoon. The blazing sun hit his body, and a wave of heat surged. But when the master and apprentice passed by, it was like a built-in air conditioner, making people shudder involuntarily. Looking at the scorching sun, it was really a ghost. All the way to the Xu family villa, Su Chen was about to walk in with a swagger. The old man stopped him. His brows were furrowed, and his face was solemn. It was because he felt dozens of powerful auras from the Xu family villa. Without exception, they were all Huajin masters. There were also a few Huajin peaks. His heart was full of shock, his scalp was numb, and his face was full of disbelief. So many masters were his subordinates. They were only used to protect the family. How many masters were sent outside? The power controlled by Xu Hao was so huge that he could not imagine it. It's not worse than the superpowers in the dark world, right? Even stronger. Master, what's wrong with you? Su Chen turned around and asked in confusion. He had never been to the Xu family before. Now that he was stabbed, he tried not to use his strength. Unable to feel the situation in the villa, the old man did not answer him. He asked back, Xiao Chen, are you sure Xu Hao is at home? Su Chen was puzzled, but still answered. Probably not. Usually he is usually in the company, or in junior sister Feng's Shenong Hall, and usually comes back in the evening. When he thought that Xu Hao might bully his junior sister in Shenong Hall again, Su Chen was furious and said viciously, Old man, let's wait for him at his house first, and give him a surprise when he comes back. After that, Su Chen continued to walk into the gate of the villa. The old man grabbed him again and advised earnestly. 014008501 Filu 153,051,211. Let's intercept them outside. Breaking into a private house is illegal. It will be troublesome if the police are attracted. Why don't we sneak in quietly? Then we can teach Xu Hao a lesson. He won't dare to call the police, Su Chen asked. Then he thought of the reason and said with a smile. As for the servants and security guards in the Xu family villa, you have to knock them all out. Every wrong has its perpetrator. They are all innocent. I just want Xu Hao to pay with his blood. Quote. The old man's face looked a bit dull, and it was tightly wrinkled. It was so tangled. He also wanted to sneak in quietly and knock out the people inside. But he couldn't do it. Do you dare to imagine dozens of Huajin masters? He is very strong. Even if those Huajin masters joined forces, they are not his opponents. But it is obviously impossible to enter the villa without alerting so many masters. Even if he can quietly deal with 5, 10, 20. There are still dozens of masters. They will eventually notice something unusual. When the time comes, they will inform Xu Hao, and they will alert the enemy. Seeing that Su Chen was so angry that his teeth were itching and murderous, the old man had to tell the reason. Su Chen was confused. What the hell? There are dozens of Huajin masters in the villa. How many bad things did Xu Hao do? Is he afraid of being sought for revenge? Should he be so cautious? Xu Hao couldn't help but be cautious. In this fused novel world, you never know when a protagonist will pop up. He likes to steal the protagonist's corner, and will never allow the protagonist to bump into his corner. Knowing that the villa is guarded by so many powerful people, Su Chen knew that it was impossible. No longer asked to break into the villa. So he and the old man waited on the road that Xu Hao had to take to come back. This wait lasted until the afternoon. Ding Su Chen was furious, emotional value plus 999. A sunset glow appeared on the horizon. The afterglow of the setting sun fell on the earth, reflecting a golden red. As the master and apprentice waited anxiously, Su Chen was shocked and saw a familiar car coming. It was Xu Hao's car. He immediately showed up and blocked the way. Master, that old man is Dan Jin. Hong Qiangwei turned back and said to Xu Hao with a serious face. Xu Hao's expression remained unchanged. I know, go down and meet them. He was not surprised by the appearance of the master and apprentice. In fact, their arrival had been discovered long ago. As soon as they arrived at the villa, the video data was transmitted to Xu Hao's mobile phone. In addition to Xu Hao's home being protected by experts, there are surveillance cameras everywhere. Not to mention Dan Jin, even a stronger existence would not be undetected if they broke into Xu's house. Hong Qiangwei got out of the car and opened the door for Xu Hao. The old man brought Su Chen to block the car. Seeing Hong Qiangwei coming down from the driver's seat, his pupils shrank sharply. Dan Jin. And when he saw Xu Hao coming down, his face changed slightly. Xu Hao just stood there. He did not emit any breath, and his face was calm and composed. But he felt a faint sense of crisis from him. The old man was shocked. You know, he is in the middle stage of Dan Jin. The only one who can give him a sense of crisis is Dan Jin Chen. He was secretly annoyed that his apprentice was unreliable. What the hell is the late stage of Hua Jin? He was not afraid. ABCB. Even if Xu Hao and the other two joined forces, he would not be afraid. But if they really fought, Su Chen would not be able to take care of them. What if someone attacked Su Chen? It would be a waste of time today. Just thinking about it, he heard Su Chen's voice full of love and hatred. Xu Hao, you are finally back. Today is your death day. Oh. Xu Hao was very interested. You want to kill me? Killing is illegal. Su Chen vomited blood when he heard this. He thought Xu Hao was afraid because he found a helper. When you wanted to kill me, why didn't you say that killing is against the law? Now that I have the upper hand, you bring it up again. You have indeed played with the law. The old man couldn't help but want to cover his face. How dare you say that? Please look at the situation clearly. There are two Dan Jin on the opposite side. You have the upper hand. Xu Hao looked amused. Su Chen looked unhappy. Decided to step on his face a few more times later. He sneered. Xu Hao, don't be arrogant. I admit that you are very strong, and you are invincible within the Hua Jin, but can you deal with it above the Hua Jin? I said, a street rat, why did it suddenly start to yell? It turns out that you have found a helper. Quote. Xu Hao pretended to be in a daze, then changed his tone and killed the person. So does the knife that stabbed you still hurt? Su Chen's face froze, and he felt a dull pain in his heart again. The old man's eyes flickered. It was this guy who hurt his apprentice so badly. Asterisk. I sensed the strong murderous intent. Red rose slightly blocked in front of Xu Hao. A pair of cold eyes fell on the old man. Warning: if he is rude to Xu Hao again, don't blame her for being rude. Su Chen suppressed his anger and gritted his teeth. Where is Luo Yan? Call him out too, don't hide him. I will never forget the knife he stabbed me with, and now I have to give it back to him. Xu Hao raised his eyebrows. You want to seek revenge on Luo Yan? I'm afraid it won't be done for a while. He went to a very far place. It will take some time to take revenge. Where did he go? Su Chen took a deep breath, and the murderous intent in his eyes became stronger. He couldn't wait to bring his master to take revenge. He was mainly looking for Luo Yan. He hated Luo Yan as much as Xu Hao did. What he hated most in his life was betrayal. He regarded Luo Yan as a brother, but Luo Yan not only betrayed him, but also stabbed him. If he doesn't return it, it will be hard to get rid of the hatred in his heart. Well, you will know after a while. Xu Hao was as calm as ever. Su Chen felt very uncomfortable. Are you kidding me? He came here for revenge. He made it seem like he was just chatting with him. He kept taking deep breaths to suppress the surging blood in his body. Okay, Luo Yan can run away from the monk, but not the temple. I'll start with you. I've been bullied by you all the time. I said I would return it. Su Chen looked angry. I'll let you know the consequences of bullying my fiancée and cheating on my junior sister. You still want to wipe out my junior sister's family. I'll make you unable to even dream. After saying that, Su Chen felt very happy. He had been living under the shadow of Xu Hao for a long time. He had accumulated a huge anger. Now he finally had the opportunity to take revenge and vent. He was eager to see Xu Hao begging for mercy in despair. However, he was disappointed. From beginning to end, Xu Hao and Hong Qiangwei did not change their expressions at all. Su Chen was puzzled. What's going on? Did he think he was joking? Old man, don't kill him right away. I want him to pay back the humiliation he brought to me 100-fold. However, the old man did not move at all. The apprentice kept talking, and he wanted to interrupt him a long time ago. But he saw that his accumulated anger would dissipate after he spoke out. So he did not stop him. It was impossible for him to really take action. He was the only one who could fight Xu Hao. But there was Su Chen, the burden. He could not take action, but could only reason. The old man looked at Xu Hao unkindly. Xu Hao, you are also an old senior, and you took action against a junior. It's a bit unreasonable, right? Are you teaching me how to do things? Xu Hao glanced at him. The old man's eyes condensed. He knew that this guy was not easy to deal with. He could even take action against a girl who was much younger than him. It shows how bad his character is. Xu, what else can Hao not do? Can you give me some face, let the girl from the Jiyu family go, and stop bothering Feng Zixuan and Lu Yiren? Let's write off our grievances. Su Chen's eyes widened when he heard what his master said. His mind was in a mess. What's going on? Didn't the master come to help him get justice? Why is he talking about reconciliation? He doesn't want to write off everything. But the old man ignored him. He stared at Xu Hao. Xu Hao continued. How much is your face worth? They are all my women, do you think I will let them go? Have you become stupid from practicing in the mountains? It seems that you really want to be my enemy. The old man's face darkened. Be your enemy. Are you worthy? Xu Hao sneered. He didn't take him seriously at all. Okay, let's ride the donkey and watch the opera, and see who can laugh last. The old man had a dark face. He pulled Su Chen, who was confused, and turned around and left. There is no need to talk too much. With Su Chen here, he can't show his strength. Find another opportunity to fight Xu Hao. Did I let you go? You can come and go as you like in my territory. Xu Hao's tone turned cold. With a flip of his wrist, 2 silver needles appeared in his hand. He flicked his fingers and shot straight at the 2 people. He secretly activated his telekinesis. Controlled the 2 silver needles forward. The old man sensed something was wrong, and turned around to see 2 silver needles shooting at him. The speed was extremely fast. He was not a vegetarian, and hurriedly grabbed Su Chen to avoid him. He thought the crisis was resolved. Just when he breathed a sigh of relief, a huge crisis loomed again. It turned out that the two silver needles turned a corner and attacked them. Chapter 233, Mom's Friend. Daughter's thinking is wrong. Education. The old man was horrified. How is it possible? And it turned. After the silver needle turned, its speed increased instead of decreasing. The distance was too close. Of course, he could dodge it, but he couldn't take care of Su Chen. The needle pointed directly at the vital point. If he was stabbed, he would die. The old man gritted his teeth. He grabbed Su Chen and ran away. Su Chen dodged, but he was pierced by the needle. Fortunately, he avoided the vital point. Looking at the figure carrying a person and running away, Hong Qiangwei's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and she said to Chen Hao, "Master, do you want me to chase them and get rid of them?" "Not for the time being." Xu Hao smiled. "He will be quiet for a while after being stabbed by me." Hong Qiangwei was a little confused. The needle did stab the old man, but it didn't hit the vital point. With Su Chen's medical skills, it won't take long to cure. Xu Hao didn't need to explain to him. His needle was not simple. These silver needles were specially prepared by him. He was poisoned at the tip of the needle, and he was in trouble. Xu Hao secretly regretted it. When he poisoned, his medical skills had not yet been upgraded to the god level. It was only the master level. It was still in the human category. With the medical skills of Su Chen and his apprentice, it would take some time to cure. If he used his current god-level medical skills to prepare poison, even if it was Dan Jin, he would have to see the king of hell after being hit by his needle. It seems that he needs to prepare some more poison. He is about to launch a strategy against Luo Qingxian. He doesn't want anyone to come out and disturb him. But the old man ran all the way with Su Chen, the burden. The speed was very fast, escaping the control range of Xu Hao's mind. He didn't realize that something was wrong with his body until he ran a long way. He stopped. 800. After putting Su Chen down, the old man quickly pulled open his clothes in front of him. The pierced part was already blue. The old man looked ugly. He thought to himself that it was a terrible poison. With his strong physique of Dan Jin, he could already withstand some poisons. He had amazing medical skills and had taken many medicinal baths. He had eaten many herbs and was immune to some powerful poisons. But at this time, the poison spread in a short time. It can be seen how toxic it is. The old man could feel it. The toxin was still spreading at a very fast speed. It would be too late if it was not stopped in time. If he, a great doctor, died again, it would be funny. The old man hurriedly tapped the area around the poison. He took out the silver needle he carried with him and began to give himself acupuncture. Su Chen on the side was still in a daze. He was confused and stunned. Everything happened too fast. He couldn't think straight. What the hell is going on? When the master arrived, he thought he had a strong backer and came to seek revenge on Xu Hao. In the end, he couldn't even enter the Xu family. Dozens of Huajin masters protected him inside. In order to avoid alerting the enemy, they didn't enter the house. Intercepted halfway. Thinking that he was about to get revenge, he spoke passionately and felt relieved. When the old man took action, he was dumbfounded. The master who threatened to seek justice for him. Tell Xu Hao to make peace. What did he say just now? The clown turned out to be himself. He knew the old man's character. Although he was a little unreliable at ordinary times, he was still quite reliable at critical moments. But he lost his chain at this time. It's not the old man's problem. It's Xu Hao's problem. The only explanation is that the strength of Xu Hao's side makes the old man afraid. But how is this possible? Isn't Xu Hao only at the late stage of Hua Jin? Even if he is extraordinary in combat, he is only at the level of Hua Jin. Could he still kill the middle stage of Dan Jing? Then, Xu Hao's move proved this point. The two silver needles that popped out were extremely fast. He didn't react at all. Fortunately, the old man pulled him away and dodged. The more thrilling thing is still to come. The silver needle turned. He clearly felt the crisis of death. If he hadn't been saved by the old man at the last moment, he would have been dead. However, the old man helped him avoid the fatal blow. He didn't completely avoid that needle. Just two silver needles almost took the lives of their master and apprentice. This also shows Xu Hao's strength. It's definitely not as simple as Hua Jin. Damn it. The existence of Dan Jin actually disguised itself as Hua Jin to deceive these honest people. Wouldn't Xu Hao's conscience hurt? After learning Xu Hao's true strength, Su Chen's expression fell at a speed visible to the naked eye. Dan Jin exists, and it is not even weaker than the middle stage of Dan Jin of his master. Does he still have hope for revenge? Can he still take back his fiancée and junior sisters from Xu Hao? Xu Hao still has so many powerful subordinates. It is unknown how huge the power he controls is. Su Chen couldn't help but feel desperate. Ding Su Chen was lost, emotional value plus 987. If he can't take revenge, just let it go. Su Chen asked himself. Do you want to be a turtle? Watch Xu Hao take down his other junior sister and the master of the junior sisters. Impossible. He can't do it. It would be fine if he didn't know. Knowing Xu Hao's purpose, how could he stand by and watch? When he thought of the junior sister's family, the master and the apprentice were together in front of Xu Hao. Su Chen was so angry that his body was torn apart. He has not lost yet. Xu Hao is Dan Jin, very strong. He is not weak either. Master is in the middle stage of Dan Jin. As long as he breaks through again, he will be 2 Dan Jin. When the time comes, the master and the disciple will attack together. They will definitely tear Xu Hao into pieces. Puff. Su Chen was imagining the future when he was awakened by a voice. He looked at it carefully. He was so angry that his eyes were about to burst. The old man suddenly spit out a mouthful of black blood. He was listless and his body was about to fall. Su Chen hurried forward to support him and asked anxiously. What's wrong with you, old man? Noticing a green spot on the old man's chest, he was furious. Are you poisoned? How could it be? How could he be poisoned? Su Chen couldn't believe it. He soon thought of a possibility. Su Chen hurriedly pulled open the old man's clothes. Looked at his back. As expected, it was also green, and gradually turned to black. The silver needle was quenched with poison. No martial ethics. Xu Hao could actually do such a sinister trick. You are so strong. You still poison people. Can you be a master? I have never seen such a shameless person. Su Chen was so angry that his teeth were about to break. He felt numb to Xu Hao 1,000 times. But his hands did not stop moving, and he picked up the silver needle and rushed to treat the old man. Because he created a new set of acupuncture methods based on the incomplete quinine needles, and his medical skills were even better than the old man. Acupuncture and drug taking. After a few hours of healing, the poison was barely stabilized and stopped spreading to the heart. But it was not easy to solve it completely. He denounced Xu Hao again. Ding. Su Chen was furious, emotional value plus 999. A pair of masters and apprentices in distress were licking their wounds in a corner. Xu Hao was enjoying life at home. Because his sister-in-law came today. Yao Xinrui and Su Wancho were good friends. They met in Su Wancho's beauty salon. At first, they were in the same boat and were shields for their husbands. Later, Su Wancho was conquered and sent her good friend to Xu Hao. With the help of Xu Hao, Yao Xinrui took control of all the assets of the Chu family. She became a well-known female president in the Magic City. Although she was always busy with work, she would visit her good friend Su Wancho from time to time. Of course, after visiting her friend, she would definitely stay for a night. As for where to stay, of course it was Xu Hao's bedroom. If Su Wancho hadn't been pregnant for 6 months, the 2 good sisters would still chat together. Su Wancho had to be restrained, there was nothing she could do. Yao Xinrui had another partner. That was Xiao Wanling, her daughter's best friend, whom Su Wancho introduced to her. It wasn't the first or second time that the 2 of them played landlord together. In fact, even the 2 of them were no match. It was just that Xu Hao was getting better and better. But it didn't matter. Tonight Su Wancho introduced her to another new person. She was also her daughter's good friend, Yan Wumei. A beautiful woman with a face and figure comparable to theirs. At first, the 3 of them were a little reserved. They usually played landlord. Haven't played mahjong yet. Not really. Who is born to play cards? Often you get familiar with it as you play. Their card skills are getting better and better. In order to beat Xu Hao, the 3 of them actually joined forces and cooperated with each other. This is cheating. DJ1. Xu Hao's god-level card skills are no joke. Cheating is useless. In the end, he lost miserably. In just one night, Xu Hao gained a lot of emotional points. In Xu Hongzhuang's bedroom, the 2 girls' faces were flushed. Who else but Xu Hongzhuang and Xu Feiyan? Third sister, I really didn't expect that my aunt also had that kind of relationship with my father. It was Xu Feiyan who broke the silence. He was in deep shock. He was in awe of Xu Hao's strength. Too powerful, right? In ancient times, 3 heroes fought against Liu Biyu. Today, Xu Hao is fighting 3, so strong. What is there that only plowing cattle can damage, but not plowing land? It doesn't apply to Xu Hao at all. I didn't expect that they hid too deeply. Xu Hongzhuang hasn't come back to her senses yet. It turned out that the 2 girls sneaked out at night to get things as usual. What they actually did, only they themselves knew. He actually saw Yao Xinrui enter Xu Hao's room. Yao Xinrui is their mother's friend. She controls hundreds of billions of assets of the Chu family, and she is also very beautiful, and is fanatically admired by countless people. No one knows. She has an affair with Xu Hao, and she plays so wildly. It subverts their 3 views. Afterwards, the 2 women were fascinated and discovered each other's existence. Xu Hongzhuang dragged her sister Xu Fei into her room. That's why the scene just now happened. Xu Hongzhuang is strong and calm. She is the elder sister, and she can't ignore her sister's abnormality. Xu Feiyan, what are you thinking about all day long? How many times have you said this? Hearing Xu Hongzhuang's question, Xu Feiyan's eyes flickered, and she felt guilty. How many times? Isn't it just twice? I just came out to drink a sip of water. Xu Hongzhuang sneered. Did you do that to drink water? I'm embarrassed to expose you. And are you sure it was only twice? It was only twice that I caught you, right? I saw you sneaking around a few times. There's something wrong with your mind. This is not right. After a pause, Xu Hongzhuang continued. As daughters, we can't control our father's affairs, and it was agreed by Su Ma. Wanling and sister Wu Mei also volunteered. We shouldn't interfere, let alone. It seemed like she was talking to Xu Feiyan, but also like she was talking to herself. Xu Feiyan's face turned red after what Xu Hongzhuang said. It felt like smoke was coming out of her head. It was like a cat whose tail was stepped on, and she almost jumped up. You have a problem with your thinking. Your whole family thinks. Bah, bah, bah. If you scold the whole family, don't you scold yourself too? Hey. Wait a minute. Xu Feiyan suddenly had an idea and said suspiciously. 3rd sister, don't talk about 5th sister. 3rd sister, you just said that you saw me sneaking around in the middle of the night. Or you? Xu Hongzhuang couldn't maintain the dignity of her sister. Her eyes were full of panic. I'm not, I didn't, don't talk nonsense. Quote. Xu Feiyan crossed her arms. Just now, she criticized and educated her, but she ended up stealing from the company. Maybe after persuading her, she could let go at night. Unexpectedly, the 3rd sister looks beautiful, but her mind is very bad. 3rd sister, you are right. It is wrong to do this, so I will supervise you. If you run out at night and I find you, it means you have a problem with your mind and have ulterior motives. Xu Hongzhuang gritted her teeth secretly. She actually used the words she said to her on herself. This sister is so hateful. She doesn't respect her sister at all. Xu Hongzhuang laughed. Say you supervise me, what are you thinking? I heard it in outer space. 5th sister, there is something wrong with your mind. It seems that as a sister, I have to educate you ideologically. There is nothing wrong with my mind, it is you, the 3rd sister, who has a problem. Xu Feiyan instantly exploded and retorted. The 2 sisters were arguing and fighting. The last fight was together. Ding Xu Hongzhuang blushed, emotional value plus 852. 4.3 A new day. Xu Hao came to Shenong Hall again. He wanted to see Luo Qingxian's learning progress. His apprentice Feng Zixuan brought him good news. Feng Zixuan pulled Xu Hao aside. She said a little embarrassedly. Master, can you help me? What? With our relationship, Zixuan will just say it. Feng Zixuan's heart skipped a beat. With their relationship. What is their relationship? Master and apprentice, or uncle? Or? Holding back her shame, Feng Zixuan said. That is, can you please teach Master Luo? She explained the reason again. It turned out that they were teaching Luo Qingxian the 9 needles of heavenly medicine. Xu Hao didn't know how to do this. Hao's hand made teaching only step by step, and it took a long time for her teaching. Luo Qingxian wasted for her. The master taught them so many things, how can she be good for them? But they said they were willing to teach and not delay work. Feng Zixuan talked with Xu Qingxie. Chapter 234, The Fairy is actually a natural fool. Break the defense line. Seduced to fall. Hearing that Xu Hao was willing to teach Master Luo Qingxian, Feng Zixuan breathed a sigh of relief and showed a happy expression. The next turn, her face froze. A moment of panic. Although their master-disciple relationship was already known. But it was not said so blatantly. 2 intimate relationships. One was after she learned the 13 ghost needles. Misunderstood that her disciple had a secret crush. In order to let her perform stably at the Chinese and Western Medicine Exchange Conference the next day, he was with her. In fact, she didn't have that idea. But for some reason, she didn't resist. They were half-heartedly together. The second time was when she and her junior sister Xu Qingxie were both drunk. Xu Hao sent them home. In a slightly tipsy state. What does Xu Hao mean by saying this now? Is he going to make the relationship clear? What should she do? Should she accept or refuse? While she was thinking wildly, Xu Hao had already taken action. He pulled her to the lounge. After a while, Feng Zixuan was confused. Why was she with Xu Hao again? In broad daylight, in her lounge. Although there were only a few close people upstairs. But there were many people downstairs. Junior sister Xu Qingxie was helping with the doctor downstairs. She was upstairs with her father. And the master was also on this floor. It was too shameful. She refused in her heart, but her body was honest. Qingxie, you are so beautiful today, I really can't help myself. Xu Hao started with the scumbag quotes. Feng Zixuan's face changed. She wanted to accuse Xu Hao of messing around in broad daylight. But she couldn't say it. Because she didn't refuse. It's impossible to say that I'm not angry. Taking in her expression, Xu Hao smiled slightly. Everything is under control. Although everything that should and shouldn't happen happened with this female apprentice. But she hasn't been completely conquered yet. Feng Zixuan has a gentle personality and is shy. If you want to conquer her, you must be prepared for a protracted war. Slowly flirt with her and get intimate when you have the chance. But that method takes too long, and Xu Hao can't wait any longer. She's going to attack her master. How can she attack slowly? When she finds out that she's with her master, she'll have a little temper. The reason why he attacked her in broad daylight and in this chicken-eating situation is to break her psychological defenses. Of course, he has to give her a sweet slap. 710. Xu Hao grabbed his clothes. With a thought in his mind, he took out an antique box from his personal space. Pretend to take it out of his pocket. Hand it to Feng Zixuan. Zixuan, I know you have everything you need, and I've been thinking about giving you something to make up for it these days. Thinking that you like medical skills, I found you a set of silver needles so that you can better treat diseases and save lives. Feng Zixuan looked at her in surprise. The box is antique. Not to mention the items in the box alone is priceless. Master, don't need it. I said it's not your fault. It's my fault. Master, you won't take it back. Feng Zixuan refused. How could she accept the gift that Xu Hao gave her out of guilt? It was because of her seduction that Xu Hao misunderstood. However, when Xu Hao opened the box and saw the silver needles inside, Feng Zixuan could no longer say no. She was shocked by the perfectly made silver needles inside. Feng Zixuan was born into a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners and inherited the century-old Shenongtang. She has seen all kinds of silver needles. There is even a set of silver needles that has been passed down for 100 years. They are treated as treasures. There are also differences between silver needles. Just like swords, there are good and bad ones. When an excellent swordsman gets a peerless sword, the power it exerts is unimaginable. Similarly, good silver needles are also beneficial for doctors to treat patients. Feng Zixuan was attracted by the exquisite silver needles in the box. She couldn't help but reach out and touch them. The material is excellent, and it feels cold. She couldn't help but compare it with the silver needles that have been passed down for 100 years in her family. She found that there is no comparison at all. That set of silver needles that has been passed down for 100 years is not even worthy of carrying shoes in front of the silver needles that Xu Hao gave her. You know, the silver needles that have been passed down in her family. They have always been used in the composition and cannot be used easily. It can be seen how precious this set of silver needles is. In order to make up for her, Xu Hao didn't know how much effort he spent to find and give it to himself. Feng Zixuan was moved. She forced her eyes away and resisted the urge to accept it immediately. Master, this is too valuable, I can't accept it. Xu Hao stuffed the box directly into her arms. Take it. It's useless in my hands. Only in your hands can its value be fully realized. Quote, You are my apprentice, what's wrong with the master giving gifts to his apprentice? Xu Hao was firm in his attitude. Feng Zixuan was no longer hypocritical and accepted it. In Secret Corpse. Chapter 281, Half a Year. The trillion-dollar Chable Xu family. Close relationship with his daughter. In the past half year, the new energy vehicles launched by Xu Group have been extremely popular since their launch. As the first person to try it out, Xu Hao has made a lot of money. While new energy vehicles are making money quickly in the market, the group's other industries are also moving forward in parallel, never falling behind. Real estate takes the boutique route. Create a boutique commercial street, high-end residential area with beautiful environment and complete facilities. In the internet field, short video platforms are extremely popular. Takeaway platform orders are constantly coming in. In addition, there is an 8-year-old protagonist, Mo Feng, who makes money for him day and night by speculating in stocks. Because of this, Xu Group can quickly accumulate a market value of nearly 1 trillion. This is on the surface. Secretly, Xu Hao's organization, Wushang, is also expanding rapidly. Most cities in the world have his spies. It is not far from monitoring the world. It is worth mentioning that Xu Hao rewarded Su Wancho for giving birth to Xu Huang for him. He took out the prescription from the divine medical art. He let her set up a pharmaceutical company. Because of its excellent efficacy, it was widely favored. In just half a year, it developed to a scale of 100 billion. In front of the pharmaceutical company with a market value of 100 billion. The previous beauty salon was insignificant to Su Wancho. But she still did not give up. Not only did she continue to operate, but she also expanded the scale. The beauty salon uses advanced products from pharmaceutical companies. It attracted countless upper-class ladies. And the purpose of Su Wancho continuing to open the beauty salon. For nothing else, it was to find a woman for Xu Hao. Isn't my good friend Yao Xinrui an example of this? What if I meet another suitable one? At this time, Xu Hao was leisurely sipping tea in the courtyard. His eyes were deep and distant. It has been more than a year since he recovered his memory in this world. Finally, he has some self-protection power. His eyes flashed. A familiar interface emerged. Character, Xu Hao. Identity, the controller of Xu Group. Charm, 95, full value 100. Strength, 2738, late Dan Jin. Physique, 2347, ordinary people 10. Spirit, 2282, ordinary people 10-10. Skills, close combat Grandmaster level. Painting, Grandmaster level. Calligraphy, God level. Piano, Grandmaster level. Music, Master level. T-Art, God level. Firearms, Master level. 18 Martial Arts, Grandmaster level. Assassination, Grandmaster level. Chess, Grandmaster level. Tai Chi, God level. Medical skills, Grandmaster level. Gambling skills, Grandmaster level. Carving, Master level. Flying knife, Grandmaster level. Car skills, God level. Bajiquan, Grandmaster level. Hacker, Grandmaster level. Massage, God level. Hypnosis, Master level. Rope art, God level. Various musical instruments, Master level. Disguise, Master level. Bartending, God level. Fishing, Master level. Bagua palm, God level. Items, God killing dagger, immortal rope, Master key, 1000 miles marriage, small whip, bad luck card X5, protective jade pendant, storage ring. Special portable space 10 cubic meters, teleportation, cheating too much, telekinesis, perspective, danger prediction, lightning control, dual cultivation of women, immunity to all poisons, hand of God, fire control, invisibility, soul leading dream, wood control, photographic memory, healing, mind control. Emotional value, 5829. Free attribute, 0. In more than half a year, Xu Hao has improved a lot. From the early stage of Dan Jin, he broke through to the late stage of Dan Jin. Originally, the free attribute points drawn by lottery would not improve so fast. But once the lottery drew a breakthrough to a small realm, I have also drawn a few lucky upgrades. Every time I draw a lottery, my free attribute points have been stable at around 200. I have drawn a few new skills. Let's not talk about it. In fact, these skills have not improved his combat power much. It would be better to have a few more special abilities. Hypnosis is good. It's a pity that I haven't drawn a skill upgrade card, which is a bit regrettable. I have drawn 4 special abilities. Wood control. It can make dead trees come back to life. Xu Hao can make a seed take root, sprout, mature and wither. It's amazing. It means that he can eat out of seasoned fruits and vegetables at any time. Photographic memory. Needless to say, healing. No matter what the injury is, a healing spell can heal it instantly. Better than divine medical skills. Of course, if the condition is serious, more mental power will be consumed. To treat some serious diseases, medical skills are still needed. Healing skills are used to treat some external injuries. Mind control. Xu Hao thinks that among the several abilities, mind control is the best due to the limitation of mental power. You can force others to become your slaves. You can also ensure that your consciousness will not change. It's just that you can't control many people. Compared with hypnosis, it has advantages and disadvantages. Hypnosis controls more people, but you will lose your consciousness. You don't know what you did during the period. Mind control, consciousness is still there. But you have to listen to Xu Hao's words. It's a bit like the taste of Star Wrath pill. The difference is that even the expression of eyes can't show hatred for Xu Hao. Of course, there are more than these in the lottery for half a year. He also drew many items, all in the portable space. Or he gave them to his women and daughters. Dad, accompany me. A babyish voice came. Then, a small figure ran over happily. Finally, she jumped into Xu Hao's arms. It was Xu Huang, his daughter who was only half a year old. When Su Wanqiu was pregnant, Xu Hao gave her a lot of medicines that were beneficial to babies. Therefore, Xu Huang's performance was different from that of ordinary people. At 1 month old, she began to adapt to her hands and feet, fluttering around and crawling everywhere. She walked at 2 months old. She could talk at 3 months old. Now she is only more than 6 months old, but she can already run and jump, and she has a photographic memory. The amazing growth rate surprised the family. At the same time, they also loved her more and more. Xu Hao picked up his daughter. He scratched her little nose and said with a smile, "Did you cause trouble again?" Although Xu Huang was only 6 months old, she was very naughty. She often played with her sisters. For example, when Xu Hongzhuang played the piano, she climbed on the piano and stepped on it. When Xu Feiyan practiced martial arts, she interfered beside her. Even the 2 sisters Shi Qingwei could not escape her clutches. Xu Huang said in a baby voice. "No, Xiao Huanger is obedient." Not long after, Xu Feiyan came over, holding a small wooden stick in her hand. Ready to teach Xu Huang, the naughty little guy, a lesson. Xu Huang quickly shrank into Xu Hao's arms. "Dad, I'm afraid, my 5th sister bullied me." Xu Hao smiled, waved to Xu Feiyan. Xu Feiyan came over. Although half a year had passed. When facing Xu Hao, her eyes were still a little evasive. But compared to always avoiding Xu Hao before, it's getting much better. In the past 6 months, Chen Hao certainly didn't let her go. He taught her a lot of things in the dream. Everything was to increase the emotional value. It's not because of anything else. Xu Hao played with his daughter for a while. After all, Xu Huang was only a few months old and had limited energy. She soon became a little tired. She fell asleep sweetly in Xu Hao's arms. Xu Hao asked Xu Feiyan to carry her into the room. At this time, Hong Qiangwei appeared quietly. She whispered a few words in front of Xu Hao. She was talking about the news about the protagonist Xiao Long and the heroine Zhang Wei. Before, because of the large gap in strength with the protagonist Xiao Long of the Dragon King, Xu Hao did not act rashly. It happened that several daughters were born one after another. He also took this opportunity to spend a leisurely day. However, the surveillance of Xiao Long has never been relaxed. Xiao Long is strong, so it is difficult to send people to monitor him. He can only obtain information through monitoring and hacking into the network. And now, Xu Hao has reached the late stage of Danjin. He has absolute control. If Xiao Long dares to make trouble, just kill him directly. It's best if he can be honest. He can live longer. He will be sent off after harvesting the luck. The news brought by Hong Qiangwei this time. The heroine Zhang Wei is going to participate in a fashion exhibition. Xu Hao thinks it's interesting. It just so happens that he plans to take action against this heroine. Decided to go to the exhibition. Afternoon, Xu Hao took a car to Times Square. The fashion exhibition was held here. As soon as he entered the venue, he could feel the lively atmosphere. The exhibition area is tens of thousands of square meters. Many brands from all over the world gathered here. Each exhibition area is beautifully decorated. displaying clothing series of different styles. Various novel design concepts and works are eye-catching. Zhang Wei's clothing company has an exhibition area here, which is relatively central. At the entrance of Yang's clothing exhibition area, a farce is happening. Many people are pointing and talking. It's noisy. The second-generation rich Zhou Haoran comes to harass Zhang Wei again. Zhang Wei is very disgusted and frowns. Looks very impatient. Xiaolong can't stand it anymore and stands up. Standing in front of Zhou Haoran, said with a cold look, "Mr. Zhou, please leave." Zhou Haoran glanced at Xiaolong with disdain, his tone mocking. "Who are you? You dare to order me?" As he said, he stretched out his finger and pointed at Xiaolong's chest. His expression was extremely contemptuous. "You dog-like thing, dare to mess around in front of me." Xiaolong suppressed his anger and spoke again. "Are you leaving or not?" Zhou Haoran sneered. "If I don't leave, what can you do to me?" Xiaolong's patience has reached its limit. He attacked instantly, as fast as lightning. He grabbed Zhou Haoran's restless fingers and twisted them hard. Zhou Haoran screamed. Then, Xiaolong raised his leg and kicked Zhou Haoran in the abdomen. Zhou Haoran flew out directly and fell heavily to the ground. He covered his stomach and groaned in pain. Several of Zhou Haoran's followers saw this. Immediately rushed up and shouted for revenge. However, Xiaolong just appeared in front of them like a ghost. His fists intertwined, and each punch was accompanied by a sharp gust of wind. Several younger brothers had no time to react. They were beaten to the ground and lay on the ground. "My God, this guy is too bold, even daring to hit young Master Zhou, this is terrible." A man in a suit shook his head. A young and energetic young man clenched his fists, his face full of indignation. "Well done, I have long been fed up with these rich second generations, relying on their family's wealth to pester girls. Do they really think they can do whatever they want? This guy is probably in trouble. The Zhou family is not easy to mess with, he is too impulsive." An old man stroked his beard and sighed. "I don't think so. He dared to do it, maybe he had the confidence." A fashionable woman raised her eyebrows, with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. "Anyway, this young Zhou is usually arrogant and domineering. This time he got defeated, so it can be regarded as a lesson for him. A hero saves a beautiful girl, but the price may not be small. I hope he can withstand the revenge of the Zhou family. Alas, it's a pity that he may ruin his future because of this momentary impulse." Everyone was talking at the same time. The scene was noisy, and various discussions came one after another. Zhou Haoran listened to it and his face was extremely ugly. He was embarrassed in public. He wanted to cut Xiaolong into pieces. Looking at Xiaolong with resentment, he must avenge this. Afterwards, Zhou Haoran was sent to the hospital by his brothers. Xu Hao took this scene into his eyes. There was no surprise at all. He is the protagonist. There are always some inexplicable pretentious and face-slapping plots around him. There are also heroes who save beauties to make the heroine gain favor. With a slight smile, Cho walked over. At the same time, in an antique study room, the light shines through the carved window lattices and falls on the ground, forming pieces of light and shadow. A middle-aged man slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were full of confusion and bewilderment. He turned his eyes and looked at the surrounding environment. Carved tables and chairs, full of ancient books. Everything seemed so strange. Where is this? Isn't he delivering food? Remember that an order is going to be overdue. He drove the donkey flying. Then it was tragic. A mud truck came over. So he died. Is this heaven? Suddenly, a huge amount of memory, without warning, flooded into his mind. A sharp pain came instantly. He frowned in pain, holding his head tightly with both hands. The whole person curled up into a ball. After a while, the pain gradually subsided. He finally recovered. Zhou Emu's face was particularly wonderful. He actually traveled through time. He traveled to the world of a novel about the crooked-mouthed dragon king that he had read before. Zhou Mu was not feeling well. He could travel through time to anyone else, but he had to travel through time to become the villain in the Dragon King's novel, his father. That's right, the villain's father. A 50-year-old man. Zhou Mu cursed in his heart. It would be fine if he traveled through time to become a villain. At least be normal. What can you do at the age of 50? With so many beauties, can he only forget about it and cry in vain? What made Zhou Mu a little relieved was, he traveled through time as a member of a family worth hundreds of billions, a member of the Zhou family. He started with hundreds of billions of assets. Invincible. But Zhou Mu couldn't be happy. What's the use of having more money? He's already old. Just when he was feeling lost, 1,000 mechanical reminders sounded. Ding, the system for changing fate against the will of heaven is activated. Zhou Mu was immediately ecstatic. The system father appeared. He would never complain about traveling through time again. With the system father, does age matter? He can just restore his youth casually, right? When he has hundreds of billions of assets, he can do whatever he wants. When he wakes up, he will hold the power of the world, and when he is drunk, he will lie on the lap of a beauty. Forcing himself to suppress his excitement, Zhou Mu asked. System, what functions do you have? After some understanding, Zhou Mu knew. As the name suggests, it is a destiny-changing system. Change your life. Get destiny-changing points by changing the plot. Then use the destiny-changing points to buy items in the system mall. There are many kinds of items in the mall, but they are all ordinary items and skills. This is no wonder. After all, it is an urban worldview. Ding. Please change the plot once and open the novice gift package. Worker Zhou Mu was stunned. Do you have to change the plot to open the novice gift package? At this time, the butler's voice came. The master is not good. The young master had a conflict with someone and was beaten into the hospital. Chapter 282, Pets Appear. Iceberg Cold CEO. Little White Fox. Calling the master. Zhou Mu heard the voice of, young master. He was stunned for a moment. Then he remembered his cheap son. That is Zhou Haoran, the dog-licking villain in the book. In order to pursue the heroine Zhang Wei, the rebellious son did everything he could. As a billionaire, he lost all his face. He offended the crooked-mouthed dragon King Xiaolong. Step by step, he put his face forward to be beaten. He was a tool for the protagonist to show off and slap in the face. Zhou Mu came from a time travel. He had no feelings for this rebellious son. He felt that the rebellious son was just a burden. He was causing trouble for him everywhere. In addition to boosting the reputation of the protagonist Xiaolong and the favor of the heroine, he had no other use. Zhou Mu knew. The protagonist Xiaolong appeared as a powerful gangjin. He had 3,000 subordinates, which was ridiculously strong. He hadn't even received the novice gift pack yet. He is just an ordinary person. Can't provoke him for the time being. Of course, Zhou Mu didn't plan to stay out of it. He wanted to change his fate in the plot. He couldn't avoid the protagonist Xiaolong. He was not strong enough at the moment. When he had enough strength, the first person he wanted to kill was the protagonist. The rebellious son was beaten. It would be better if he was crippled, so he wouldn't have to serve food to the protagonist. Zhou Mu thought in his heart. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Yes, beat the rebellious son to a pulp. It can be regarded as changing the plot, right? And it's a big plot. Do it as soon as you think of it. Zhou Mu asked the rebellious son Zhou Haoran why he was beaten. It turned out that he was beaten by Xiaolong because he harassed Zhang Wei at the fashion exhibition. Zhou Mu knew this plot very well. The protagonist Xiaolong had been a son-in-law for more than 2 years and had been bullied by his father-in-law and mother-in-law. He didn't care, but he couldn't help but care about Zhang Wei. Now that the 3-year deadline is approaching, the protagonist will slowly win the favor of the heroine. Zhou Mu sneered. Since he has traveled through time, how could the protagonist leave it to the protagonist? It's all his. Then he ordered the housekeeper, prepare the car, because the hospital. In the best ward of the hospital. After some emergency treatment, Zhou Haoran's condition has improved a lot. At this time, he was thinking about how to take revenge on Xiaolong. He vowed to make Xiaolong look good. Click. The door of the ward was opened. Zhou Haoran was angry and turned around and cursed, "Who let you in?" However, when he saw Zhou Mu walking in with a gloomy face, Zhou Haoran was speechless. He shouted angrily. Zhou Mu's tone was cold. "Don't call me dad, I don't have a son like you, 733 waste thing." Turned around and ordered the bodyguard behind him, "Break his legs for me, I don't see how he can still cause trouble everywhere." Zhou Haoran was stunned. He forced out an ugly smile. "Dad, stop joking." The bodyguards behind him looked at each other, not daring to step forward. He must be joking. That's the young master. The old master used to love him very much. He must have said it in anger. If they really break his legs, they will be finished. Zhou Mu's face darkened and he said angrily. "What? Didn't you hear me? Hurry up and do it." The housekeeper hurriedly dissuaded him. Before he finished speaking, Zhou resolutely interrupted him. Seeing that his father was going to do it for real, Zhou Haoran was afraid. He promised hurriedly, "Dad, I won't dare to do it again." The housekeeper continued to persuade him, "Please spare the young master once." Zhou said sternly with a firm attitude, "If you persuade me again, get out of here." After that, he looked at the bodyguards. "What are you standing there for? Why don't you do it?" The bodyguards had no choice but to obey. They walked towards Zhou Haoran on the bed. Zhou Haoran was panicking. "No, don't come over. What are you promoting, Dad? I was wrong, I won't dare to do it again, you only have me as your biological son." Zhou sneered, "Now you are the only son, but not in the future." Then he urged. The bodyguards were sure that the master was serious. They had to grit their teeth and do it. Suddenly, there were shrill screams in the ward. After leaving the hospital, Yu was extremely excited. Just now, he opened the system's novice gift package. Instantly, he had the strength of Dan Jin Peak. You know, the protagonist Xiao Long fought hard in the dark world for nearly 20 years to reach Gang Jin, and he suddenly had such a strong strength. Although he is not as good as the protagonist at present, but he has the strong backing of the system. He is not panicked at all. He firmly believes that there will always be a time to surpass Xiao Long. In addition to the improvement of strength, he also gained some life skills. There is no medicine in the gift package to restore his masculinity and make him younger. However, this has given him hope. After all, there is hope. Zhou began to think about how to deal with the protagonist Xiao Long. How to snatch the heroine Zhang Wei. His eyes were firm and his steps were steady. It seemed that he had seen his future holding the heroine in his arms and stepping on the crooked-mouthed Dragon King. Time went back half an hour ago. Clothing exhibition venue. The younger brothers hurriedly sent Zhou Haoran to the hospital. The crowd had not dispersed yet. Everyone was whispering and sighing. "Wow, look, isn't that Mr. Xu?" At this moment, someone saw Xu Hao. He wiped his eyes in disbelief. After confirming that it was not an illusion, he exhaled. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. Sure enough, they saw Xu Hao walking towards them. "My God, Mr. Xu is too young. He is obviously 50 years old, but he looks only 30 years old, a typical handsome uncle." That's right, not only is he handsome, but his figure is also perfect. Most importantly, he is a trillionaire, but his temperament is like a spring breeze. Mr. Xu is a business legend, my idol. Zhang Wei and Xiao Long also noticed Xu Hao. Walking towards her store, Zhang Wei was a little surprised. Xiao Long frowned. Ever since he saw Xu Hao having an affair with his daughter's teacher last time, he no longer had any favorable impression on Xu Hao. Zhang Wei hurriedly went to meet him, greeted him with a smile. "Hello, Mr. Xu. I didn't expect you to have time to come and see this fashion exhibition." Xu Hao had a gentle smile on his face. "I just came to take a look when I saw that it was a bit lively here." "Did you encounter any problems?" Zhang Wei said quickly. "It's just a small matter. It has been solved. I'm sorry for your troubles." "That's good. You can tell me if you have any difficulties. After all, I am your senior." Zhang Wei smiled. "Thank you, Mr. Xu." Xu Hao pretended to be unhappy. "I already said that I am your senior. Just call me Senior Xu from now on. I will also call you Junior Sister Zhang." Zhang Wei's face froze for a moment. But she quickly recovered. "Okay, Senior Chen." Then she made an enthusiastic invitation. "Senior Xu, how about going in for a cup of tea and a rest?" After a little thought, Xu Hao nodded in agreement. The two walked into the store together. Everyone saw this scene. They couldn't help but envy Zhang Wei for being so close to President Xu. "Emma, President Zhang actually got in touch with President Xu. When did it happen? If only I had such an opportunity." "Don't even think about it. What is his status? What is your status?" Everyone talked about it, full of envy. Xiao Long was very unhappy. Seeing Zhang Wei and Xu Hao getting close, his face was very ugly. Zhang Wei invited Xu Hao to the reception room. She personally brewed tea and brought it to Xu Hao. Gradually, the topic was opened. Zhang Wei smiled and said modestly, "Senior Xu, your achievements in business are obvious to all. I would like to ask you something. What do you think of the current fashion trends in the clothing market? I feel that it is becoming increasingly difficult to grasp consumers' preferences." Xu Hao took a sip of tea and spoke slowly. "Today's clothing market is indeed changing. Consumers no longer just pursue style and quality. They pay more attention to the cultural connotation and personalized customization behind the brand. Like the rise of some niche designer brands, it is to capture the psychology of consumers pursuing uniqueness. Zhang Wei nodded slightly, thoughtfully. Then in terms of marketing and promotion, which channels do you think we should focus on? Online social media or offline physical activities? Xu Hao put down the teacup. Both are indispensable. Online social media can quickly spread brand information and expand influence. But offline physical activities can allow consumers to personally experience the quality and style of the product, enhance the brand's affinity and trust. Of course, we need to formulate specific strategies based on the brand positioning and target customer groups. Zhang Wei's eyes flashed with admiration. Regarding supply chain management, we often encounter problems such as unstable raw material supply and difficult to control production cycles. Do you have any good suggestions? Xu Hao answered after a little thought. This requires the establishment of a long-term and stable cooperative relationship, while optimizing the supply chain process and introducing advanced management systems to improve efficiency and transparency. In addition, we must make market forecasts and inventory planning in advance to avoid backlogs and shortages. Many things are common in business. Xu Hao spoke without hesitation. Zhang Wei listened and her face was full of gratitude. Xu Shui, thank you so much. Your insights are simply a revelation to me. I have been struggling in this industry and often feel confused. Your words made me suddenly enlightened. I don't know how to thank you. Zhang Wei's eyes flashed with excitement. He held the teacup tightly with both hands. It seems that he is still thinking about Xu Hao's suggestion. Zhang Wei and Xu Hao chatted for more than an hour. Then, Xu Hao proposed to leave. Zhang Wei personally sent Xu Hao out. After walking out of the store, the smile on Xu Hao's face disappeared. His expression became inexplicable. He could feel that Zhang Wei was respectful to him on the surface. But the alienation in her heart was hard to hide. Tisk, it's not easy to approach. I wanted to use gentle means to conquer him, but this is forcing me to use extraordinary means. But after Xu Hao left, Xiaolong came to Zhang Wei. Wei, that guy is not a good person, stay away from him in the future. Last time you went to school for the graduation party, I saw him having an affair with his daughter's teacher, and they even went out together halfway through. Seeing Xiaolong approaching, Zhang Wei frowned. She didn't like this guy. She thought he was too cowardly. Today, he was tough and beat Zhou Haoran. It was beyond her expectations. But that was all. The matter of beating Zhou Haoran was not easy to solve. The image of Xiaolong in her mind had long been fixed. He was just a beggar. The 3 years agreed upon by the two were about to end. When the time came, they would go back to their own homes, and the guest would visit the guest mother. However, hearing Xiaolong's words, Zhang Wei's eyes fixed. Are you serious? Absolutely true. Xiaolong was sure. Zhang Wei's face changed. She knew that Xu Hao had been out for more than an hour at the last graduation party. Xu Hao is so eye-catching. It's hard not to pay attention to him. After Xiaolong's reminder, she recalled. Xu Hao really went out with the female teacher next to him. Suddenly, her impression of Xu Hao dropped to the freezing point. Don't look at her just calling him senior. She has always been vigilant in her heart. This is her unique sixth sense. This feeling is very strange, and she can't tell why. From childhood to adulthood, the sixth sense has helped her a lot. 2 years ago, it was the sixth sense that told her that Xiaolong, a beggar on the street, would not hurt her. He had no ill will towards her. Zhang Wei proposed to get a marriage certificate with him. It was not just that Zhou Haoran was pushing her to the edge. The facts also proved this point. For more than 2 years, Xiaolong has been doing his job. He even worked hard and never fought back. He never had any covetous thoughts about her. The reason why she was not interested in Xu Hao was because of this sixth sense. Her sixth sense told her that Xu Hao was not a good person. He was smiling but hiding a knife. Thinking of this, Zhang Wei couldn't help but sigh. You can't know a person's heart by his appearance. Xu Hao strolled around the fashion exhibition again. Wherever he went, he caused a sensation. People cast their eyes of admiration and worship. Xu Hao felt bored. It was boring. He might as well go find his women. At this moment, a ding reminder sounded. Ding's special pet appears, please go to inspect it. The reminder that suddenly appeared in his mind made Xu Hao stunned. Then, he remembered that he had drawn a lottery before. He had drawn a message reminder. It said that if a special pet appeared nearby, he would be notified. Xu Hao couldn't help but be curious. Special pet. What is it? He decided to go and see. Then, Xu Hao followed the guidance of the system and walked forward. All the way to the exhibition parking lot. Finally locked a corner. Looked closely. Xu Hao looked strange. The special pet the system mentioned was indeed a pet. A small animal. It was a cute and adorable little snow-white fox. It was indeed special, because it had a halo of luck hanging from its head. It turned out to be a female protagonist. Character, Lang Bingji. Identity, the father of the villain in the book, female protagonist, president of the Lang Group in the capital, current status, little white fox. Charm, 97, full value 100. Strength, 5, ordinary person 10. Constitution, 6, ordinary person 10. Spirit, 12, ordinary person 10. Favorability, 0. Lang Bingji felt like she had seen a ghost. Really? Otherwise, how could she change from a person to a cute little fox? Today she came to attend a fashion exhibition. Parked the car in the parking lot. As soon as she got out of the car, something strange happened. She watched her body turn into a little fox. The familiar buildings around. In her perspective, it became strange. Lang Bingji was full of confusion and anxiety. She couldn't figure out why it became like this. In order to avoid being discovered, she could only hide in the corner and shiver, weak, helpless and pitiful. Fortunately, after she turned into a little fox, the clothes on her body did not disappear. Instead, they turned into soft fur, which could also be considered clothes. Otherwise, she would have been ashamed and angry to death. This is what it showed. The little fox's beautiful eyes were full of expressions of doubt about life. Chapter 283, Need to be cleaned up. Hidden rules in the office. Give birth. Check your health. Xu Hao was also a little surprised that Lang Bingji had turned into a little fox. But thinking that there was a system, it was not so difficult to accept. Xu Hao pretended to have just discovered it and walked over. He said as he walked, "Hey, why is there a little fox here?" The little fox who was doubting her life was Lang Bingji. She was startled when she heard the voice. She came back to her senses. She saw a handsome uncle walking towards her. He looked very familiar. She quickly remembered. This person was Xu Hao from the Xu Group. Before coming to the Magic City, she learned about the various forces in the Magic City. The Xu family has developed rapidly in the past 6 months, like riding a rocket. It is hard not to recognize Xu Hao. She never expected that he would find her here. While she was stunned, Xu Hao had already walked close to her. He reached out and picked her up. Lang Bingji's heart tightened. All the hair on her body stood up. From childhood to adulthood, she had never been touched by an outsider. Not to mention a man of the opposite sex. But now she was held in Xu Hao's arms. Although she was in the form of a little white fox at this time. But that feeling was no different from holding her directly. Lang Bingji tried to resist. However, how could she, a little girl, be Xu Hao's opponent? She was easily manipulated by Xu Hao. It's quite clean, not wild, whose pet is it? After observing for a while, Xu Hao said to himself. Lang Bingji was very dissatisfied. She rolled her eyes. You are the pet. Your whole family are pets. Suddenly, she couldn't curse anymore. Her body stiffened instantly. Xu Hao actually turned her belly up and examined her carefully. Tisk. It's a female. Whose pet is it? If no one takes it, I'll take it away. After a moment, Chen Xihao said jokingly. Lang Bingji's mind went blank. She was completely dumbfounded. Then, she was ashamed and angry. She struggled hard. She was still easily suppressed by Xu Hao. Her eyes seemed to be about to spit fire. Ding. Lang Bingji was ashamed and angry. Emotional value plus 888 inches little fox, come home with uncle, okay. Uncle will give you candy. Xu Hao looked like he was trying to trick a 3-year-old. Seeing that he couldn't break free from Xu Hao's restraints, Lang Bingji simply gave up, turned her head away and ignored him. Speechless. Do you think she's a 3-year-old? Xu Hao wasn't kidding. He really took out a bag of candy. This was imported ice and fire candy from the system. It can strengthen the body. Without saying a word, he poured it into the little fox's mouth. Lang Bingji didn't know what it was and refused to cooperate. Xu Hao just opened her mouth. Lang Bingji wanted to cry but had no tears. What kind of person is this? What she knew about Xu Hao was that he was gentle and polite, and he was easy to speak when he received an email. He often participated in charity activities. He was admired and respected by everyone. The facts were quite different from what she thought. Would a good person force a small animal? Can it be more outrageous? If eyes could kill, Xu Hao was probably already riddled with holes. However, after eating the ice and fire imported candy, Lang Bingji's eyes suddenly lit up. This is too delicious. She has been a human for nearly 30 years. She has never eaten such delicious candy. After enjoying this delicacy, she was even more shocked to find that her physical condition has improved. Now as a little fox, she has extremely keen perception. And the body of a little fox is fragile. This physical improvement is particularly obvious. Lang Bingji thought of it instantly. It was the effect of the candy that Xu Hao gave her. She was extremely curious. I don't understand how a mere piece of candy can have such a magical effect on improving one's physical fitness. So I looked at Xu Hao eagerly. Xu Hao smiled slightly. Why, do you still want to eat? If you want to eat, come home with me. The little fox turned his head away again. Xu Hao continued, don't talk. If you don't talk, you will agree. Come with me. After that, Xu Hao carried her and left. Lang Bingji's mind was in a mess. She hadn't agreed yet. Suddenly, she felt like she was being forced to buy and sell. She kicked her limbs in protest. Xu Hao turned his hand to suppress her. Walked to the side of the road. The personal bodyguard Hong Qiangwei drove over. She got out of the car and opened the door for Xu Hao. Seeing that Xu Hao was holding a little fox in his arms, he couldn't help but be stunned. In a blink of an eye. Where did Xu Hao get a little fox from? It's pretty cute. After getting in the car, Hong Qiangwei started the car. From time to time, she looked at the little guy in Xu Hao's arms through the rearview mirror. Finally, she couldn't help asking, Master, what is this little fox? Xu Hao didn't hide it, I saw it in the parking lot. I felt sorry for it, so I picked it up. Lang Bingji gnashed her teeth in anger. You are the pitiful one. Did you take me home with my consent? Too domineering. Completely disregarding her wishes. Immediately began to flutter again. Hoping to attract the attention of Red Rose so that she could let her go. She didn't want to go home with this unreasonable guy. Xu Hao teased her. The little guy has a good temper, good, obedient. Then he stroked her like a cat. Especially poking at the tail a few times. Lang Bingji stopped moving immediately. The whole fox became listless. The hair was faintly red. How could he do this? Being at a loss for a moment. Lang Bingji struggled violently, baring his teeth and claws. Xu Hao's bad behavior made her more certain that he was not a good person. Who would tease a fox like this? She had to leave quickly. Thinking of Xu Hao's plan to take her home and raise her. Being played with by Xu Hao like this every day, she suddenly felt a darkness in front of her eyes. It was more painful than death. She was the president of Lang Group. How could she become someone else's pet? Suddenly, she stopped moving. She felt a strong pressure shrouding her. It almost suffocated her. She raised her head carefully. She saw Xu Hao looking at her with a smile on his face. Little fox, you are not obedient. If you kick me again, I will put you in the dog pack, the crocodile. Lang Bingji shivered, thinking of the scene where Xu Hao threw her into the dog pack, torn to pieces by mad dogs, and bitten into pieces by crocodiles. She shuddered. Her intuition told her, Xu Hao must be able to do such a thing. If it was just a suspicion just now. I thought Xu Hao was just a little rough with animals. Now it is confirmed. Xu Hao is indeed a bad guy. She felt a deep fear of Xu Hao in her heart. Ding Lang Bingji was terrified, emotional value plus 777. The little fox was so scared. Xu Hao restrained his momentum. He gently stroked the little fox's fur. I'm kidding you, do I look so cruel? I like pets very much. Lang Bingji didn't believe it at all. She really felt death just now. Labeled Xu Hao as dangerous. Lang Bingji thought of more. From Xu Hao's performance just now, it can be seen that he is cruel and ruthless. But he pretended to be a gentleman on the surface. He fooled everyone. He is definitely a sinister smiling tiger. He wanted to arouse Hong Qiangwei's sympathy, but she didn't show any sympathy. Thinking of the other party calling Xu Hao the master. Lang Bingji shrank her head and stopped resisting. Threatened the little fox. It became more obedient. Xu Hao was satisfied, since he chose to show his true self. He did not intend to let the little fox leave. He took this pet away. Hong Qiangwei asked doubtfully. Master, can it understand you when you talk? Xu Hao smiled. Don't you know that some animals are psychic? I think she can understand what I mean. Look, she is not moving now. Hong Qiangwei nodded thoughtfully. At this moment, there was a ding sound, and a reminder came. Hong Qiangwei's eyes fixed. It was a message from her subordinates. After picking it up and reading it, she explained the situation to Xu Hao. It turned out that the subordinates who were monitoring Xu Haoran sent the news. Xu Haoran's legs were broken by his father Zhou Mu. The subordinates thought this matter was unreasonable, so they reported it. Xu Hao rubbed his chin. After meeting the heroine Zhang Wei and the protagonist Xiao Long, Xu Hao started an investigation. Naturally, he also checked Xu Haoran's identity. Later, he investigated again. It's not that he is worried about the results of his subordinates' investigation. But the female protagonist he wiped was related to the Zhou family. It was the junior schoolmate of his cheap daughter Xu Fangfei, who was sent to his bed. After investigating her identity, he found that she was actually the daughter of Zhou Mu, the head of the Zhou family. Zhou Haoran's sister. But they had a conflict after giving birth to the child. Zhou Mu's wife left with her daughter, and the grievances of the wealthy family were tortuous and bizarre. Back to the topic, Zhou Mu was a dog of Zhang Wei. He was very popular with his father at home. Why did he suddenly break his legs? Even if he was disappointed, it wouldn't be so. Investigate that Zhou. When the car drove into Xu's group, the investigation had a result. It must be said that Wu Shang is extremely efficient. After Xu Hao came to the office, the group skimmed through the known information. His eyes were fixed on the recent news of Zhou Haoran's father Zhou Mu. After learning that his son was beaten into the hospital, Zhou Mu went straight to the hospital and ordered Zhou Haoran's legs to be broken. No matter how his subordinates persuaded him, it was useless. My son was beaten. As a father, it would be fine if I didn't help him to get revenge. He even resolutely broke his son's legs. Is this something a normal person can do? Combined with Zhou Mu's previous doting on his rebellious son. If his son was bullied, he would definitely help to get revenge. Acting like this, it's like a different person. Xu Hao was thoughtful. Zhou Haoran is obviously a dog-licking villain. Combined with his father's changes, Xu Hao thought of the father of the villain who traveled through the book, Zero. This should be the person. He is a villain-style protagonist. Xu Hao narrowed his eyes and looked at the last line of the information. Discovered by Zhou Mu during the investigation. Let someone check Zhou Mu. Although he is not strong, he is also a master of dark power. As a killer of Wushang, an organization that combines assassination and intelligence. Being discovered means that Zhou Mu's strength is much higher. Intelligence shows that Zhou Mu has never practiced martial arts. He has no martial arts training but has strong strength. Isn't it clear enough? He himself is an example. Zhou Mu actually has a system like him. This world is really full of wonders. He is not the most special one, it seems that he still can't be arrogant. But he is not panicked. He has accumulated so much in the past year. How could he be scared by a protagonist who also has a system? His many abilities are not for show. What's more, the enemy is in the open and he is in the dark. There are many maneuvers. Xu Hao thought about it. He immediately asked the Red Rose sect to draw the Dan Jin Peak warriors who had just been drawn not long ago to stare at Zhou Mu. I don't know how strong the opponent is. If he is discovered, he will run. It's easy if he is not discovered. It means that he is still in Dan Jin, and he can control it at will. Even if it is Gang Jin, he is not afraid. It is related to the system, no matter how cautious you are, it is not too much. After Zhou Mu scared away the surveillance people, he didn't take it to heart. He just thought it was someone sent by a competitor. There is a system, Dad. He didn't care about any competitor. He wanted women and money. He broke the legs of that rebellious son. Zhou Mu wanted to find a beautiful woman to have children and pass on excellent genes. He asked the housekeeper where to find a beautiful woman. Although his body was not good yet. But he could build a good relationship first. There would always be a day to recover. Hearing the master's question, the housekeeper was a little confused. In fact, they, the subordinates, had long guessed that Zhou Mu was not good. Because he could not have children, he doted on his son so much. But speaking of beauties, the housekeeper couldn't help but think of Shenong Hall. Now there are 3 beauties in Shenong Hall. Those are 3 female doctors. That's right, there were originally 2 female doctors. Now there is one more. She is the master of the 2 female doctors. 3 big beauties, and they are master and apprentice, a total of 5 masters and apprentices. The buffs are full. The housekeeper described the situation of Shenong Hall. Shenong Hall. Zhou Mu was stunned. Memories related to Shenong Hall emerged in his mind. I didn't expect that Chinese medicine in this world is so powerful. Thinking of the master and apprentice, several beautiful women. Zhou Mu's eyes lit up and his saliva was about to flow down. He decided to go over and take a look. First build a good relationship, and then he can succeed after his body recovers. Zhou Mu became more and more excited as he thought about it. He was already a little impatient. Xu Hao was sitting at his desk processing documents. There was a knock on the door. Li Yunshu walked in. When she learned that Xu Hao had come to the company, she came to find him as soon as possible. She looked resentful. It has been half a year, and she has not been pregnant. It's too disappointing. Her best friend Sha Qingge is about to give birth. She is so envious. She also longs to have a baby for Xu Hao. As soon as she came in, Li Yunshu saw Xu Hao signing. There was a little white fox lying on the desk. Li Yunshu was stunned for a moment. Then she walked over and gently touched the little fox. The little fox was frightened by Xu Hao. It was a little listless at the moment. Li Yunshu's eyes were shining. He threw Yu Yuan aside instantly. He said with surprise, "Uncle Xu, is this your pet? So cute. Can I touch it?" Xu Hao's hands kept moving. "As you like." Li Yunshu began to tease the little fox. But the little fox was still listless. She was not a pet. How could she cooperate with the play? Li Yunshu said with concern, "Uncle Xu, is it sick? Do you want to take it to see a doctor?" "She is not sick." After saying this, Xu Hao said to the little fox, "Didn't you see that there was a little sister playing with you? At least cooperate with me, or I will throw you down from the 30th floor." Li Yunshu looked at Xu Hao with resentment. He said angrily, "How can there be someone like you, Uncle Xu, to scare it like this?" Lang Bingji shuddered. Fear in her heart. Xu Hao is a devil. He can even think of such a thing. If she is thrown down from the 30th floor, she will be crushed into a pulp. With this thought, she immediately took the initiative to cooperate with Li Yunshu. Seeing that the little fox was really energetic, Li Yunshu couldn't help but sigh. "It's amazing, he can actually understand human words." Xu Hao said casually. "Just deserve to be punished." Lang Bingji was so angry that her teeth itched. Swearing in her heart, "Xu Hao, you be ****. Wait and see, I won't let you go." But this is just the beginning. After signing his name, Xu Hao stretched his body. Eyes fell on Li Yunshu. Pull him over. Chapter 284, The Marriage Line Works. Senior sister and master both become mothers. The two are together recklessly. Lang Bingji has no desire in life. The impression of Xu Hao has dropped to the freezing point. Xu Hao not only has a bad attitude. He is a hypocrite. He is also very lustful. How can he be so embarrassed in broad daylight? Doesn't Xu Hao have a wife at home? He actually keeps a woman in the company. She really wants to cover her ears, but she can't. The office is so small. She can't escape. She can only endure it silently. How could I be so unlucky? Not only did I turn into a fox, but I also met Xu Hao and suffered such a torment. Lang Bingji wanted to cry but had no tears. In the future, not long after Li Yunshu left, Ji Feishui knocked on the door and walked in. In the past 6 months, it was almost always her, the secretary, who managed the company's affairs. 6 months passed. Ji Feishui witnessed the rapid development of Xu's group. She no longer had the idea of establishing her own company. Even if she went all out and built a billion-dollar company, it was far from being comparable to the current Xu's group. And I don't know how much time and energy it would take. Xu Hao had already subtly influenced this female protagonist. Walking into the office, she also noticed the little fox lying on the table. What made her feel a little strange was that the little fox's beautiful eyes were moist and charming. It seemed like human eyes, containing emotions. But it looked dull at this time. Ji Feishui shook her head and put aside her distracting thoughts. Thinking of asking Xu Hao for help today, she came to Xu Hao, who was sitting at the desk. Hao stood not far away. She opened her mouth, but hesitated. Ji Feishui went to Xu Hao to ask him to help her get revenge. She has been busy with work for the past 6 months. She was also not sure if she said it. Xu Hao was willing to help her get revenge. After all, the other party was also a large enterprise with a market value of tens of billions. So she hesitated and didn't say it. Xu Hao said with a smile. If you have something to say, just say it. With our relationship, there is no need to hide it. Ji Feishui took a deep breath. Tell her life story frankly. Her parents were killed by the eldest son of the Ma family. She has been thinking about revenge for these years, but she can't do it. I came back to China this time to get revenge on the Ma family. I have been hesitating whether to say it during this period, fearing that it would cause trouble to you. Xu Hao listened silently. In fact, he knew all these things. It had been investigated clearly long ago. Ji Feishui confessed at this time. One step closer to a complete strategy. After listening, Xu Hao's face showed indignation. I didn't expect that Feishui would have such an experience. My child, you have suffered. The boy from the Ma family is a beast. Feishui, don't worry, I will help you to avenge this. After a pause, Xu Hao continued. I allow you to use the power of the Xu group to deal with the Ma family. It will be satisfying to avenge yourself. Ji Feishui was very excited when she heard this. The voice trembled. Mr. Xu, thank you so much. Xu Hao waved his hand. It's nothing, you are my secretary. Ji Feishui was moved. Although entering Xu Hao's company was a bit of a coincidence. She once thought that Xu Hao would fire her. Go start a company by herself. But after half a year of getting along, with various unexpected events, the relationship between the two gradually became subtle. Ji Feishui found that the teacup in front of Xu Hao was empty, and her heart was broken. Mr. Xu, let me pour you some tea. She took a step to pour tea for Xu Hao. However, fate seemed to play a joke at this moment. Somehow, her toes tripped over the table leg. Her body instantly lost balance and fell forward. In the blink of an eye, he bumped into Xu Hao's face head-on. What was Xu Hao's reaction speed? He didn't immediately move out of the way or lift him up. Instead, he unloaded the force. He didn't even have to move his position. Just by chance, they bumped into each other. Ji Feishui's mind went blank for a moment. Her thoughts seemed to stop at this moment. She was in a mess. Oh my god, how could this happen? Xu Hao didn't expect such an accident to happen. But he soon figured out the reason. It must be the effect of 1,000 miles of marriage. There will be a surprise from time to time. It's very nice. The air seemed to freeze. The whole world was quiet. After a while, Ji Feishui came back to her senses from the shock. She hurriedly left his arms. She blushed with shame. Like a ripe apple, she lowered her head and didn't dare to look at Xu Hao again. Then, she ran out quickly like a frightened deer. After returning, Ji Feishui thought of the scene just now, and her heart was beating non-stop. Ah, it's so embarrassing, how should I face Mr. Xu in the future? Next, with Xu Hao's authorization, Ji Feishui launched a suppression and revenge against the Ma family. In a luxurious office, a quick phone ring sounded. The head of the Ma family looked unhappy. But he still picked up the phone. Mr. Ma, I'm really sorry, we can't cooperate with you anymore, sorry. Old Ma, our cooperation has to be terminated, there is nothing we can do about it. Brother Ma, I'm sorry, I still want to continue running this small company, I can only say goodbye to you. Called. It was the partners of the Ma group. Listening to the calls one by one. Knowing that something big must have happened. The head of the Ma family panicked. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. What's going on? Why do they want to terminate the cooperation with him one after another? Let him die with a clear mind. I really can't figure it out. With shaking hands, he dialed an old friend's phone. The call was connected. The head of the Ma family said anxiously. Brother, who did I offend? Those people want to cut off contact with me, you have to tell me the truth. The old friend on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment. He seemed to be hesitating whether to speak or not. The head of the Ma family was so anxious that his voice changed. Brother, we have been friends for so many years, you can't just stand by and watch someone die. I beg you, tell me what's going on. The old friend sighed and said. Alas, old Ma, it's not that I don't want to tell you, it's just that this matter is too tricky. You have offended someone you shouldn't have offended. It was the order of the Xu group to suppress your Ma family. The Xu group is a behemoth, no one dares to disobey their will, so we all withdrew. I advise you to think of a way to ask for forgiveness from the Xu group. The head of the Ma family listened to it. The whole person was struck by lightning, and the mobile phone slipped from his hand. Pa! Fell to the ground. The influence of the Xu group is too terrifying. Who dares to be an enemy with nearly 1 trillion assets? It is targeting the Ma family. After getting the wind direction, countless people helped to deal with it. If the partners don't want to die, they have to evacuate. The head of the Ma family was terrified. Why did the Xu family target his Ma family? He soon figured out the reason. His son had offended the secretary of the president of the Xu group. He never expected that the family would face a life-and-death crisis because of his son's recklessness. The head of the Ma family was furious. His face was so gloomy that it seemed like water could drip out. He immediately called his son over. Hearing his father's call. When he came to the front, the eldest son of the Ma family was trembling. Before he could stand firm, fists rained down like raindrops. Dad, stop hitting, stop hitting. The eldest son of the Ma family screamed in pain. The head of the Ma family beat and scolded. You be ****, do you know how much trouble you have caused? Can we offend the Xu group? You are going to drag the whole family into the water. The eldest son of the Ma family held his head and begged for mercy. Dad, I really didn't know it would be like this. Please forgive me. I will never dare to do it again. I really didn't think so much at the time. I didn't expect that woman to climb up to the Xu group. The head of the Ma family shouted angrily. You brainless thing, you never think about the consequences of doing things. Now, the whole family is going to be ruined by you. The head of the Ma family stopped until he was tired of beating. He roared breathlessly. You must find a way to get forgiveness from Xu group now, or you will never come back to this house again. After handling the company's affairs, Xu Hao picked up the little fox and went to Shenong Hall. At this time, at the back door of Shenong Hall, several girls got the news and were waiting for Xu Hao to come. Half a year has passed. Several girls knew about Xu Hao and his master Luo Qingxian. Everyone was in a complicated mood. Feng Zixuan was the most nervous. Luo Qingxian was her master, and Xu Hao was also her master. She actually served her master together. Every time she thought of it, she felt ashamed. Bai Ryu was so embarrassed that she wanted to dig a hole in the ground. Xu Hao was her uncle, and Luo Shengxian was her master. She couldn't stand this situation and returned to the imperial capital in a few days. Entered Hongzhuang media. Now she is more and more famous. But she didn't dare to come back to face it. Lu Yiren knew all this a long time ago. Even the master and apprentice were often together, so there was no special feeling at this time. Xu Qingxie was in a complicated mood. One of the senior sisters inexplicably said to her father Xu, I won't talk about the fact that they were together. After all, it can be said to be an accident. But the master was also with his father. That made her feel uncomfortable. Both of them were people she respected. She really didn't know how to comment on this. Without exception, they all forgave Xu Hao. But she just didn't want to serve together. It seems that the master and apprentices will have some time to work together. When Luo Qingxian came down the mountain, she wanted to see the 9 needles of heavenly medicine. After seeing it, she returned to the mountain. Now that she is pregnant, of course she can't leave. The women were waiting quietly at the door. At this time, Zhou Mu happened to arrive in the housekeeper's car. He unexpectedly saw the women at the back door. His eyes lit up. He drove over, parked the car and got out. He showed a smile that he thought was charming. Are you genius doctors waiting for someone? The women ignored him. Nonsense, isn't it obvious? Is there something wrong with your brain? Zhou Mu was a little embarrassed. But he didn't take it to heart. He introduced himself. I am Zhou Mu, the head of the Zhou family. I came here today because I have a minor illness and want to ask the genius doctors to help me. Hearing his words, Feng Zixuan and Xu Qingxie looked at him in surprise. It was just a glance. They recognized that the other party was from the top family Zhou family. They have a close relationship with Xu Hao. Xu Hao is a billionaire worth nearly 1 trillion. In front of him, 100 billion is nothing. Luo Qingxian didn't show any expression. She never cared about worldly wealth. She only cared about Xu Hao. Now there is one more, the child in her belly. Feng Zixuan still said politely. Do you have an appointment? Zhou Mu was confused. He wondered if he didn't make it clear. He is the head of the Zhou family, worth 100 billion. Such an awesome identity still needs an appointment. He answered blankly. No. Feng Zixuan said. Then please make an appointment. When it's your turn, go directly to Shenong Hall to see a doctor. It's true that they are female doctors. But they don't treat all diseases. Some male diseases are handed over to old Chinese doctors, and they are only responsible for serious diseases. Zhou Mu still doesn't believe it. He wonders if he didn't express it clearly. Divine doctors, it's like this. I'm usually busy with work and forgot to make an appointment. Don't worry about the medical expenses, the reputation of my Zhou family is there. As long as you help me cure it, I will give each doctor 100 million. After saying that, he began to look at the women. These women are all incredibly beautiful. Feng Zixuan is gentle and generous, with eyes like bars. Xu Qingxie is cute and lovely, with a smart look between her eyebrows. Luo Qingxian is even more beautiful and extraordinary, like a fairy descending to the earth. At this time, Xu Qingxie stood up and said, "Please make an appointment. We don't allow people to jump the queue." Zhou Mu was completely dumbfounded. He looked unbelievable. He had already explained it so clearly. Why was he still rejected? Then he rolled his eyes and said, "Dear doctors, your Shenong Hall has developed well. Repelling the invasion of Western medicine is definitely a great thing for the country and the people. I have always wanted to contribute to your cause, so I plan to sponsor you to build a branch clinic." Feng Zixuan smiled and refused, "Mr. Zhou, thank you for your kindness. But no need, our Shenong Hall has always had its own clear plan and development rhythm. We know what we should do, so you don't need to worry about it." Zhou Mu's face froze. He was going crazy. What was going on? Weren't the conditions he offered attractive enough? Just when Zhou Mu was angry and embarrassed, a car drove slowly. Xu Hao got out of the car. The women who had just been rude to Zhou Mu surrounded Good Money Zhao all at once. Welcome Xu Hao's arrival. Zhou Mu stood in the wind in a mess. What was going on? He, a billionaire, ignored him. But he was circling around a pretty boy. A flash of inspiration came to him. He remembered Xu Hao. Hao's identity. It turned out that he was the boss of the nearly $1 trillion Xu Group. It's no wonder that he didn't remember it. After all, he just crossed over, and his mind was still a little confused. He hadn't completely digested the memory of his previous life. And when he was watching this crooked-mouthed Dragon King, his Zhou family was one of the most powerful families. The Xu family didn't exist at all. So it was ignored. When did this Xu family appear? The market value is trillions, and it's stronger than his Zhou family. What happened to him being the biggest villain? In the end, Zhou Mu could only attribute it to the fact that after crossing over, the novel became reality. And reality is always different. No wonder the women didn't care about his identity as the head of a $1 trillion family. Xu Hao's status is much more powerful than his. This is embarrassing. He just flaunted his wealth in front of the girls and became a clown. Zhou Mu, who accepted the fact, didn't take it to heart. It's just a $1 trillion fortune. In this world, money doesn't dominate everything. You also need to have the strength to make it work. And he has that ability. The strength of the peak of Danjin. Although not as good as the protagonist Xiaolong. But can't others be easily abused? If he thinks of a way. This $1 trillion asset may be in his hands. When Zhou Mu was secretly looking at Xu Hao was also looking at him calmly. Character Zhou Mu. Identity the protagonist of Traveling Through the Book and Becoming the Villain's Father, the head of the Zhou family, the host of the Defying the Heaven and Changing Fate system. Charm 72, full value 100. Strength 2958, peak Danjin. Constitution 2204, ordinary people 10. Spirit 1964, ordinary people 10. Favorability -30. Xu Hao sighed. That's it. Chapter 285, The Little Fox Turns into a Human. Naughty Daughter. Subverted Worldview. Xu Hao just glanced at it and then looked away. Xu Qingxie was attracted by the little fox in Xu Hao's arms. Her eyes were full of surprise. "Dad, what's wrong with this fox? Is it your pet? It looks so cute." She couldn't help but reach out and stroke the smooth and soft fur. The little fox raised his eyelids. Recognized Xu Qingxui's identity as a female doctor. Cursed Xu Hao, the hypocrite. All his daughters are so excellent. Xu Hao explained casually. "I saw it on the side of the road, and I picked it up because I felt sorry for her." Then, he said with a little complaint. "Didn't I tell you that you don't have to pick me up outside? It's not like I can't find the way." After a pause, his eyes fell on Luo Qingxian. His tone softened. Junior sister, you are 7 months pregnant. Your health is important. Don't go out. Feeling Xu Hao's concern, Luo Qingxian was in a good mood and smiled back. It's okay, I'm not that fragile, and walking properly is good for the baby. She stroked her belly with one hand. Her face showed the glow of motherhood. Feng Zixuan and Xu Qingxie were speechless when they saw the makeup. Their master used to be so cold and elegant. Now she is a mother who is looking forward to the birth of her child. However, it did not reduce her charm. Instead, it made this fairy more humane and more charming. Lang Bingji widened her eyes. Her face was full of disbelief. Her heart was in turmoil. The sister with fairy temperament in front of her was actually pregnant. It was obvious that she was pregnant with Xu Hao's child. As a daughter, Xu Qingxie knew about this but didn't object. No, that's not the point. If I remember correctly, this genius doctor is called Luo Qingxian, and is Xu Qingxue's master. I don't object to my father and master being together. Lang Bingji's mind was a little confused. Is she crazy? Or is this world crazy? Ding Lang Bingji was shocked. Emotional value plus 852. Not far away, Zhou Mu, who heard the conversation between the few people, froze. His face changed drastically. Just now he was only focused on looking at the stunning faces of the women. He didn't notice that Luo Qingxian's belly was slightly bulging. She was already pregnant. Luo Qingxian was the most beautiful of the 3 beauties. But now she is pregnant with someone else's child. Immediately, a surge of anger surged in his heart. Who is it? The woman he liked was taken first. Seeing Luo Qingxian and Xu Hao close relationship, Zhou Mu got the answer. His heart was immediately unbalanced. He came from another time and was possessed by the system. A perfect protagonist template. A villain protagonist, that's still a protagonist. I thought he had a system and hundreds of billions of assets. From now on, he would walk sideways. He was in power when he was awake, and he lay on the lap of a beauty when he was drunk. Unexpectedly, the reality tank gave him a heavy blow. The beautiful woman he liked was taken down by a native first. Zhou Mu was holding back a sullen breath. Very unhappy. Ding Zhou Mu was unhappy, and his feelings mood value plus 789. Zhou Mu's face was gloomy. He had already traveled through time and had the system to rely on. Was he going to be a suffocating cow and horse like in his previous life, suffering from humiliation and fatigue? Of course, he would do whatever he wanted. So, he wanted to teach the other party a lesson. He released a momentum from his body, covering Hao. No reaction. Zhou Mu thought that the momentum was not enough. He increased the momentum again. Still no reaction. He continued to increase it until the peak of Danjin. Xu Hao was still not affected. Zhou Mu was a little skeptical about his life. Could it be that he could not use momentum to intimidate? Shouldn't it be? Just when Zhou Mu was confused, the aura that enveloped Xu Hao leaked a little. It was noticed by Luo Qingxian beside him. She looked at Zhou Mu with a bad face and said coldly, "Why are you targeting my brother?" Because the aura released by Zhou Mu was only aimed at Xu Hao. Luo Qingxian, whose strength was also Danjin, noticed it. Xu Qingxie and Feng Zixuan didn't know what happened yet. But they were also unhappy. Zhou Mu reacted. It turned out that it wasn't that his aura had no effect. It just had no effect on Xu Hao. In other words, Xu Hao's strength was not weaker than his, and even stronger. Zhou Mu was shocked. How could it be possible? How could Xu Hao have such strength? It's impossible. It has never appeared in the plot. The strongest person in the early stage of the novel was Xiao Long, the crooked-mouthed Dragon King. The strength of Gang Jin. Pretending to be awesome and slapping people in the face, sweeping across the land invincible. Who can tell him what is going on with a strong man who is at least at the peak of Danjin suddenly appearing? Thinking of the unreasonable behavior just now, Zhou Mu panicked. He already had an enemy, the protagonist Xiao Long. He is not an opponent yet. Now he has offended another person who cannot be provoked. Putting aside Xiao Long's protagonist halo. In some ways, Xu Hao is more terrifying. Xu Hao is worth trillions. If he targets his Zhou family, it will be troublesome. Although hundreds of billions of assets are feared, they do not include Xu Hao. Zhou Mu does not want to become a trillionaire just now. He was suppressed and bankrupted before he had time to enjoy it. He quickly retracted his momentum. He showed a far-fetched smile. Well, this is a misunderstanding. President Xu and the genius doctors don't mind. Debt. Xu Hao raised his eyebrows. Pretending to have just noticed Zhou Mu, he asked the women. It's Mr. Zhou, why is he here? Feng Zixuan hurriedly explained the reason. Zhou Mu wanted to get treatment, but didn't make an appointment. Willing to offer 300 million. Also said he would donate money to build a branch clinic. Xu Hao looked puzzled. After listening to Feng Zixuan's story, he knew the protagonist's plan. He found his woman and ended up killing her. At the same time, Xu Hao also roughly understood Zhou Emu's character. He just saw that he had a good relationship with a few women. He released pressure to suppress him. He was too impatient. In addition, his character had changed not long ago, and he was eager to find a woman after crossing over. He was just a loser. Chen Hao was not worried at all about this kind of person being the protagonist. If it weren't for the protagonist's halo, he would have been played to death long ago. Even with the system, it couldn't help him. Xu Hao didn't have to be afraid of Zhou Mu. But he had to pay attention to the system on him. If the system was too outrageous, he had to erase it early. If it was still within the normal range, then he didn't have to be too afraid, and he could still reap a wave. He had to test it. So, Xu Hao smiled. It turns out that Mr. Zhou likes to joke, so I'll joke with Mr. Zhou too. After saying that, he came to Zhou Mu and patted him on the shoulder. This seemingly ordinary pat on the shoulder. An action that seems to express a good relationship. In fact, it is full of power. Xu Hao used the power of the late Dan Jin and the movement methods of various skills. Even Gang Jin could not bear it. Needless to say, Zhou Mu, who had just reached Dan Jin. Every time Xu Hao slapped his shoulder, he felt like a mountain was falling down. A sound of bone cracking sounded. Zhou Emu's internal organs were churning. Then his throat felt sweet, and the sun was reversed. He gritted his teeth and swallowed the blood back. Zhou Mu was horrified. He could not resist this power at all. It was definitely Gang Jin. It's not just ordinary Gang Jin. At least it's stronger than Xiaolong's initial Gang Jin. Zhou Mu felt extremely unlucky. He cursed the housekeeper in his heart. If he hadn't said there were beauties in Shenong Hall, why would he come here? He had offended Xu Hao for no reason. Xu Hao's voice rang out slowly. Boss Zhou, it seems that you have a lot of time recently. You even hang out in the hall. Let's have some tea together when we have time. After all, we are all the top families in Shanghai. We should unite. Looking at Xu Hao's smiling face, Zhou Mu felt a chill in his heart. How did Xu Hao manage to seriously injure him secretly? How did he appear calm on the surface? He immediately listed Xu Hao as an old traitor. This guy is too dangerous. Don't make an enemy of him before you are sure to get rid of him. Zhou Mu endured the severe pain. He forced a smile and said, of course, our two families should visit each other more often. He felt that the test was enough. Xu Hao stopped. He had completely offended the other party. If Zhou Emu's system was very powerful, he would definitely display it. He would have someone keep an eye on it. Once he found something wrong, he would take action immediately. On the contrary, if there was no movement, he could harvest it as a leak. Xu Hao suggested, Boss Zhou, since you are here, why don't you go in and sit for a while? How could Zhou Mu be willing to go in? At this moment, he wished he could stay away from Xu Hao. He was injured and needed treatment urgently. I am afraid it will not work today. My company still has some things to deal with. I will invite Boss Xu to have tea another day. Xu Hao looked regretful. That's a pity. Then he walked into Shenong Hall with a few women. Zhou Mu also walked back. When he came to the front of the car, the housekeeper came up to him. Master. Zhou Mu could no longer hold back and spit out a mouthful of blood. He covered his chest to relieve the pain. Master, what's wrong with you? The housekeeper was panicked. Go to the hospital. Zhou Mu uttered a few words with difficulty. Okay. The housekeeper quickly agreed, and the field car left quickly. The car drove away. Zhou Emu's eyes fell on Shenong Hall, his eyes full of resentment. He remembered this grudge. Thinking of Xu Hao's contemptuous eyes, Zhou Emu's heart was burning with anger. He just came to find a beautiful woman, but he got into trouble. Damn it. How dare he treat him like this? He didn't take him seriously at all. He was still bullied after traveling through time. Zhou Mu was unwilling. He must make Xu Hao pay the price. He is not an opponent now, but he still has the system. When he has enough power, he will make Xu Hao kneel down and beg for mercy. He will return the humiliation he suffered today 1,000 times. Ding Zhou was furious, emotional value plus 963. But Xu Hao and several women walked into Shenong Hall. Feng Zixuan frowned slightly and asked with some concern. Master, why did the head of the Zhou family confront you? Is there any misunderstanding? Xu Hao looked calm. Waved his hand to indicate that he didn't care. Just a clown. Feng Zixuan and Xu Qingshe couldn't help but think of the rapid development of the Xu family and its strong strength. So what if they are enemies with the Zhou family? With the status and strength of the Xu family, they should worry about the other party. With this thought, the two looked at each other. They were relieved. Feng Zixuan nodded gently. Master is right, I think too much, and I really don't need to be afraid of the Zhou family. Xu Qingshe agreed. That's right, if the Zhou family dares to provoke us, let them pay the price. Xu Hao smiled slightly. Okay, don't worry about it, just do your own thing. The few people stopped talking and continued to move forward. In the evening, Xu Hao returned home. Before entering the door, I heard a burst of joy from the house. A small figure ran out, and the eyes lit up. She ran over happily. It was the little daughter of the family, Xu Huang. Xu Huang took a little unsteady step and came to Xu Hao. After getting close to Xu Hao, her eyes were attracted by the little fox in his arms. The curious baby asked, Dad, what is this? She stretched out her chubby little hand and touched the little fox. Lang Bingji was a little surprised. The baby in front of her was as delicate as a porcelain doll. She turned out to be Xu Hao's daughter. At this moment, Chen Tianyi ran out in a hurry. He shouted, Xu Huang, stop right there, you said you were only 6 months old, why are you so naughty? Hey, Dad is back. Xu Huai saw Xu Hao. A smile bloomed on his face. He hurried over and started to tell tales. Dad, Xiao Wanzhi is too naughty, you should take care of her. Xu Hao gently tapped her head and said with a smile, you are still as naughty as before. Xu Huai felt wronged and pouted, I didn't, Dad, you wronged me. Then, she was also attracted by the little fox and cried out, where did this little fox come from? It's so cute. She picked up the little fox from Xiao Wanzhi's hands. When Xu Huang saw that his playmate was taken away, Yishi was not happy. Seventh sister, give Xiao Bai back to me. Xu Huai glanced at her, you are just a baby, and you said she is too young to play with her sister for a while. The two sisters started fighting for it. Lang Bingji felt hopeless. Did he really treat her as a pet? He even called her, Xiao Bai, for no reason. At the same time, she was extremely shocked. She looked at the little girl in front of her in disbelief. Only 6 months old, you must be kidding me. She can talk and walk at 6 months old. It overturned her 3 views. Ding Lang Bingji was shocked, emotional value plus 741. At night, Xu Hao and Su Wancho were lingering in the house. Lang Bingji, who was brought into the house, was in a tragedy. She could only shrink in the corner and try not to make any noise. After the two fell asleep, Lang Bingji quietly climbed to the window sill. She raised her head and looked at the stars in the night sky. Her eyes were full of confusion and her heart was in a mess. How did she become a little fox? I don't know when I can recover. What will happen in the future? Can I go back to my past life? One question after another emerged. Lang Bingji looked at the bright starry sky. But she couldn't find her own direction. Her heart was full of future concerns and uncertainty. She quickly occupied the upper wind. She knew that she should not stay here for a long time, so she had to leave. Although he did not sleep, although the cold Bingji became a little fox, he was very weak. Chapter 286, The Little Fox was played badly. Tricking the second daughter to go home. Harvest. Seeing Lang Bingji tiptoeing towards the door, her slender figure cast a long shadow under the moonlight. Xu Hao's mind moved. Activate telekinesis. The telekinesis turned into an invisible big hand. Holding the door. You want to leave after falling into his hands. What a joke. Lang Bingji finally reached the door. She glanced back subconsciously, seeing the two people in the room sleeping peacefully. She breathed a sigh of relief. Then, she reached out to the door handle and twisted it gently. After twisting it open, she carefully pulled it back. Why can't I pull it open? Lang Bingji was confused. Is it because I am too weak? So, she exerted a little force. The door still didn't move. Lang Bingji frowned. Is the door broken? Isn't that unlucky? After fiddling with it for a long time, the door still wouldn't open. Lang Bingji was sure that the door was broken. She was so depressed. The door wouldn't open. She anxiously looked for other exits. Finally, she found the window. But this was the second floor. Would she die if she jumped down? She cursed Xu Hao in her heart. Why did he bring her pet to the bedroom for no reason? She wasn't a pet. The desire to leave drove her to the window. She wanted to see if she could get down. She really didn't want to stay here anymore. She wanted to stay away from Xu Hao. Tragedy happened. She reached out to the window and tried to open it. She found that she couldn't open it either. The window was broken too. Could it be such a coincidence? Lang Bingji wanted to cry but had no tears. She felt that God was stopping her from leaving. There was no other way. Lang Bingji gave up helplessly. What should I do? If I delay any longer, I will definitely be discovered. She was very anxious at this moment, pacing back and forth in the room. Somehow, she came to the bed. Looking at Xu Hao, who was still handsome in his sleep, her eyes were full of resentment. It was all Xu Hao's fault for bringing her back. And threatening her like that, too abominable. The cold moonlight shone through the window and fell on Lang Bingji's face. Her face was like a carefully carved jade, and her fair skin was faintly shiny, as warm and delicate as mutton fat jade. Oh one. Under the straight nose, the cherry mouth pouted slightly. Her graceful figure looked wonderful and moving under the moonlight. Her slender waist was so slender that it seemed that it would break if it was slightly bent. As she breathed up and down, she was like a swaying delicate flower, lovable. At this moment, Xu Hao pretended to be confused and opened his eyes. Seeing Lang Bingji standing in front of the bed, he said lazily, "Wancho, what are you doing standing in the middle of the night? Go to sleep quickly." While talking, he stretched out his hand without hesitation. He grabbed her waist. He fell on the bed. He just held her in his arms. Lang Bingji was still immersed in anger, and didn't expect Xu Hao to wake up. Her mind was blank. Oh no, she was discovered. Before she could react, she felt a tightness around her waist. She fell on the bed uncontrollably. Then she fell into a warm embrace. This is in Xu's arms. Lang Bingji was dumbfounded. She held her breath nervously, not daring to make a sound. She was afraid that Xu Hao would notice. Her heart was in turmoil. How could this happen? Could Xu Hao treat me as his wife and do strange things to me? What should I do if he messes with me? Should I fight back or endure it temporarily? But, in his arms, why do I feel my heart beating so fast? Is it because of fear? No, it must be anger. This B** starred, I must not let him succeed. But what if he really? Oh, I'm dead. Ding Lang Bingji is very nervous, emotional value plus 789. Ding Lang Bingji is flustered, emotional value plus 987. Lang Bingji is thinking wildly. She didn't notice the smile on Xu Hao's lips. This wave of emotional value harvest is quite nice. Embracing the beautiful woman, Xu Hao didn't do anything immediately. Don't think Lang Bingji is afraid of being discovered by making a sound. Once he uses force, she will definitely scream and wake up Su Wancho. Although she has many ways to prevent the other party from making a sound. Even if Su Wancho wakes up, it's okay. But Xu Hao didn't do that. After all, Su Wancho just gave birth to his child. Even if he doesn't object to him finding a woman, and even helps him find one. But it's hard not to feel bad to bring her to the same bed without any preparation. And it's not easy to find such an interesting pet. Xu Hao doesn't want to make it clear right away. It's more interesting to play slowly. Sustainable emotional value will also harvest more. Just hold Lang Bingji to sleep. Not going to push it immediately, but the eyes didn't stop. Continuously taking advantage of harvesting emotional value. Lang Bingji's heart was in her throat. Ashamed and annoyed. She kept cursing in her heart. How did she end up like this? Being bullied by Xu Hao. But she didn't dare to resist. Don't mention how aggrieved she was. What to do? Should I just let him do whatever he wants? No. When there is a chance, I must teach him a lesson. Let Xu Hao pay for what he did today. Just like this. Lang Bingji spent a tormenting night filled with shame and worry. Until the dawn, when Lang Bingji was drowsy. Suddenly, she felt something strange. Before she could react, her body changed again. After a while, Lang Bingji realized that she was a little fox. She felt very complicated. I didn't know whether to be disappointed or thankful. What was disappointing was that I didn't get rid of this strange change after all. I turned into a little fox again. She thought she had recovered, but she couldn't escape her fate. At the same time, she couldn't help but feel thankful. She didn't have to endure Xu Hao's torture anymore. She didn't have to worry about being discovered in the morning. Lang Bingji's small head drooped, and her furry ears also drooped down. A few days passed. Lang Bingji spends every day with Xu Hao. During the day, she is treated as a pet by Xu Hao. At night, she is treated as a pillow. The difference is that the women with Xu Hao at night are different. They are all different. Sometimes there are several of them together. She was amazed. These women have one thing in common, that is, they are beautiful. Very beautiful, no worse than her. She knows a few of them. For example, several female CEOs in Magic City. And the female Dr. Feng Zixuan in Shenong Hall. Aren't she and the pregnant Luo Qingxian master and apprentice? She actually has this kind of relationship with Xu Hao. Lang Bingji's mind was in a mess. The night before yesterday, the woman next to Xu Hao was the underground queen Yan Wumei. Lang Bingji looked on coldly from the side. Yan Wumei was wearing a sexy off-shoulder dress. She walked into the room gracefully. Her charming face was covered with a seductive smile, and every frown and smile was full of temptation. Xu Hao took Yan Wumei into his arms. Yan Wumei leaned on Xu Hao's arms. Uncle Xu, you haven't come to see me for a long time. I miss you every day recently. Xu Hao lifted her chin. Really? How much do you miss you? It depends on your performance. Lang Bingji looked at this scene with contempt in her heart. The little fox glanced aside. Xu Hao noticed her reaction and said, Xiao Bai, are you jealous? Yan Wumei was surprised to see Xu Hao talking to a little fox. Uncle Xu, will it be jealous? Will it talk to people? Xu Hao smiled and didn't explain. Don't worry about her, let's continue. Lang Bingji watched them being intimate as if no one was around. She was so angry that she went crazy. She cursed Xu Hao secretly as a pervert, and he would get his comeuppance sooner or later. So far, she had seen through Xu Hao. A super scumbag. Lustful by nature. These women were just what she saw. I don't know how many more there are. She wanted to expose Xu Hao. A business legend in the eyes of the world, because of a philanthropist. Such a bad lifestyle. But she had no chance and was watched closely by Xu Hao every day. For example, one day, Lang Bingji took advantage of Xu Hao looking for a woman and took the opportunity to sneak out. She ran all the way, not daring to stop for a moment. There was only one thought in her mind. The farther the better. She ran into a remote alley in a panic. She hid, not daring to breathe in the weather. Just when she thought she was about to escape successfully, a hand reached out from behind and grabbed her neck. It was Xu Hao's personal bodyguard. The red-dressed Hong Qiangwei. Hong Qiangwei brought the little fox to Xu Hao. Little fox, you are disobedient, do you think you can get out of my palm? Xu Hao's teasing voice sounded in her ears. Lang Bingji struggled desperately. She wanted to break free from Xu Hao's restraints, but it was useless. She went to the bathroom to give the little fox a bath. She came out listless. Next time you dare to run, it won't be so easy. Lang Bingji was full of resentment, but she could do nothing. That day, Xu Hao was leisurely enjoying the cool in the courtyard of the villa. The mottled sunlight sprinkled on his body through the gaps between the leaves. He narrowed his eyes slightly, enjoying this moment of tranquility. Shi Qingwei, go to the study and get me a document. Xu Hao greeted lazily. Now the Shi Qingwei sisters are already studying for a doctorate. I became the principal's disciple. The principal is a newly transferred stunning woman. She is also a heroine. When I have time, I will go to her to talk about life. Xu Shiqing and Xu Huai wanted to show off in front of Xu Hao. They walked towards Xu Hao's study together. They have their own study, and they have never been to Xu Hao's study. As soon as they stepped into the study, a strong scent of books hit them. The whole room is almost full of books. It's like a small library. The two girls took a curious look. At a glance, they saw the eye-catching document on the table. The title on it is clearly visible: Virtual Helmet Technology Research and Development. That's it. Xu Shiqing picked up the document and was about to go out. Xu Huai said, huh, and snatched the document. What's wrong? Xu Shiqing asked curiously. Xu Huai said, don't you think it's familiar? My second sister hasn't been back for a year, and she's been researching this technology. After she reminded him, Xu Shiqing also remembered it. My second sister Xu Qingshan is a research maniac who dreams of becoming a scientist. She often tinkers with some gadgets. A year ago, she said she started to develop a virtual technology. The technology that can change the world is this technology in front of us. Dad has this technology here, and it must be researched by his company. I don't know who is faster than my second sister. Xu Xiqing nodded. Xu Huayi rolled her eyes and said, Sister, do you want my second sister to come back and reunite with our family? Xu Xiqing blurted out, Of course I do. Then she became distressed again. Isn't my second sister researching new technology? No matter what, she won't come back. Xu Huayi smiled and took out her mobile phone mysteriously. Took a photo of the virtual technology file. Xu Xiqing was anxious. Xu Huayi, what are you doing? This is the key to getting my second sister back. Xu Xiqing quickly figured out the key. My second sister Xu Qingshan is developing virtual helmet technology. It just so happens that Xu Hao is also developing here. Compared to my second sister developing alone, a company's development is definitely more efficient. Take a photo and send it to my second sister, and I will definitely be able to bring her back. Xu Xiqing frowned. This is a secret of my father's company. What if it leaks out? She also wants the 7 sisters to get together and live in harmony. But this behavior is not good. Xu Huayi made a gesture of peace of mind. Don't worry, I'm not that stupid. I just took a part of it. I just want to bring my second sister back. The key content will definitely not be sent out, and my second sister won't tell anyone else if she knows it. That won't work either. Talk to my father later. Xu Xiqing still shook her head. Xu Huayi nodded. No problem. Then, the two found Xu Hao and took out the documents. Xu Huayi asked with big eyes blinking. Dad, is your company developing virtual helmet technology? Xu Hao's eyes flashed with a smile. He answered calmly. Yes, this virtual technology is the cutting-edge direction of future technology. Once successfully developed, whether it is entertainment, education or work, it will usher in unprecedented changes. In terms of entertainment, it can make people feel as if they are in a real game scene. In the field of education, complex scientific simulation operations can be performed. At work, remote work will no longer be limited to video conferencing but can be communicated and collaborated like face-to-face. Xu Huayi asked curiously again. Then has it been developed? Xu Hao sighed. It has been developed to the final stage, but it has also encountered bottlenecks. It is not easy to develop it. Xu Huayi said hurriedly. My second sister is also developing this technology. Can I take a picture and send it to her? If she knows that you, Dad, are also developing this technology, she will definitely come back. Xu Hao pretended to be surprised. Qingshan is also developing this technology. Sure, you can send the file to her directly. If she can come back, I will let her be the chief consultant and let her complete this project. Xu Huayi was pleasantly surprised and cheered. Okay. Don't worry, Dad, I will definitely trick my second sister and convince her to come back. Then she ran away hopping. After the two sisters left, Xu Hao threw the document on the table beside him without even looking at it. What he said just now was all fake. He has a full set of virtual helmet technology. It was extracted from the system. The reason why he said it was not developed was to bring the second daughter back. He had always placed the document in a prominent position in the study before. Hopefully, one of his daughters would see it accidentally. But she never entered his study. Xu Hao could only take the initiative. He didn't take it out directly, because it would seem deliberate. The second daughter would definitely not come back if she knew. It would be best to let the girls do it. The only thing missing from the family reunion was the last two daughters. It should be said that it was the second daughter. He has already thought of using the marriage thread to tie up the eldest daughter. The power of the marriage thread is beyond words. Ji Feishui, the protagonist with the aura of the protagonist, is about to fall. I believe that the eldest daughter can't resist it. And he has confidence in dealing with this second daughter. First trick her back, and then let her be responsible for the development of virtual technology. When she encounters difficulties in her development, she will gradually reveal the technology to others, and gain touching and admiration. Chapter 287, Daughter Fooling. I like your daughter, you can do it yourself. The two sisters walked aside. Xu Huayi couldn't wait to take out her mobile phone. Sent a private message to her second sister Xu Qingshan. Second sister, are you still developing virtual helmet technology? How is the progress? Not long after, Qingshan's reply came. At present, only about half of it has been developed, and there are still many technical difficulties that have not been overcome. Xu Qingshan was puzzled. I don't know why this little sister suddenly cares about her research. Soon, she understood the reason. I saw Xu Huai sent some pictures. It was taken in the study. Xu Huai's pretty face was excited. Second sister has only developed half of it, and dad has already developed it to the last minute. More confident to fool the second sister back. It also added text. Second sister, take a look at this. Xu Qingshan clicked on the picture in confusion. She was shocked at first glance. This is actually the research and development information about virtual technology. It was exactly the same as what she was developing. At first, she didn't care. But as she looked at the pictures carefully, she gradually became absorbed in it. In the end, her breathing was rapid and fluctuating. There was a storm in her heart. Because she found that this research and development information was much more detailed than what she had developed. She knew all the data formulas. It was definitely not fake. In other words, people in Yu were also researching this technology. And the progress was far ahead of her. Xu Qingshan couldn't believe it. However, the facts were in front of her. Her mood was very complicated. She had spent more than a year of hard work. If someone developed it first, wouldn't everything she had done be in vain? This was what she didn't want to see. After coming to her senses, Lian Qingshan Che Guang typed quickly and asked, "Where did these materials come from?" Xu Huai replied, "A company is developing it, and I saw that it was the same as what you were researching, so I secretly took a picture of it." In order to successfully trick the second sister back, Xu Huai didn't mention Xu Hao for the time being. She thought that after she tricked him back, she would let her do whatever she wanted. Xu Qingshe frowned. She was full of doubts about Xu Huai's words. She believed that there was a company doing research. Otherwise, it would not have progressed so quickly. A lot of money must have been invested. What she didn't believe was that Xu Huai, the silly girl who was fooled by Xu Hao, had the ability to secretly take these photos. Although she was puzzled, but Xu Qingshan couldn't care less. These 800 virtual technologies was too important to her. When the research and development was selected, the country only proposed the concept and had not yet invested in research and development. If she successfully developed it, it would definitely be a blockbuster. Realize the dream of becoming a scientist. As a result, someone suddenly told her. Someone was also developing virtual technology. And the progress was much faster than hers. She admired her ability to bear it for not collapsing. Xu Qingshan asked anxiously again. How is the research and development progress of that company? She was nervous. It would be fine if the progress was the same as hers. She still had the confidence to catch up. If it was too much ahead, her dream would probably end early. Xu Huai's answer made her heart sink to the bottom. The research and development has reached the last stage. Xu Qingshan believed her words. Just from the technology shown in the photos. They are almost the same as hers. Moreover, it can be seen that there is still some content that has not been posted. Seeing that Xu Qingshan did not reply for a long time, Xu Huai was secretly happy. The second sister was probably shocked by the news. So, she showed her fangs. Strike while the iron is hot and send an invitation. Second sister, do you want to come back and take a look? If you can go to that small company, maybe you can solve the final bottleneck of the technology. Xu Qingshan fell into silence. Xu Huai was anxious and sent another message. Second sister, this is a rare opportunity. If you miss it, you will miss it. After a long time, Xu Qingshan finally replied. State. Xu Huai hurriedly said. What is there to think about? Don't think about it. This is such a good thing. Xu Qingshan ignored Xu Huai's urging. She has put too much effort into this technology. She is really unwilling to give up like this. But now, if someone else develops it first, then all her efforts will be in vain. She will gain nothing. And Xu Qingshan couldn't figure out where she lost. She was sure that she was the first to start the research and development. She also found countless information. Who is so powerful? He actually came from behind and surpassed her by a long way. Xu Qingshan was very entangled. She said to herself. Should I go back and take a look? After a fierce ideological struggle, Xu Qingshan made a decision. She must go back and take a look. She was unwilling to give up so hastily. I will come back in 2 days to take a look. In the past, I was fully committed to the research and development of technology and had no time to go back. It's just right to go back now and check on Su Ma and several sisters. And the little sister who was born not long ago. Seeing the message sent by Xu Qingshan, Xu Huai jumped up excitedly. The little hand waved excitedly. Cheered. Great. I successfully fooled my second sister. The second sister's return means that there will be one more family member. She has no doubt about the ability of her father Xu Hao. Send a message. Welcome home. Xu Qingshan received the message. Her brows furrowed. She went home just to check out the virtual technology. And to see Su Ma and her sisters, as well as her little sister who was born not long ago. She will not recognize Xu Hao as much as her sisters. Decide to go back. Xu Qingshan feels it is necessary to tell her eldest sister. She clicks on a group chat. Seeing the group name, two sisters who love each other, Xu Qingshan can't help but fall into deep thought. I still remember that this group chat was created after Xiaoliu and Xiaoqi turned against us. There were originally 5 people who were lively. There are only 2 of them left. How can it still be a group chat? It's no different from a private chat. Xu Qingshan typed and sent it out. Big sister, I plan to go home in 2 days. Big sister Xu Mingkong replied with a question mark. Xu Qingshan hurriedly explained the reason. I want to go back to see the virtual technology, and by the way, I also have a few sisters. Xu Mingkong suddenly had a bad premonition. I always feel that there is something wrong here. But Xu Qingshan had a reason to go back. Unable to figure it out, Xu Mingkong could only send a message. Be careful, if anything happens, report to me immediately. Xu Qingshan knew what her elder sister was worried about. She could still remember how her younger sisters had betrayed her. If she betrayed her elder sister, she would collapse. Xu Qingshan promised. Don't worry, big sister. I will never forget that it was Xu Hao who killed our mother. I will never forget how cold and ruthless he was to us when we were young. I will never forgive him even if I die. Xu Mingkong saw these familiar words. He felt even more uneasy. Those sisters who had turned against us seemed to have said similar things. Xu Mingkong sighed. I hope she is overthinking it. After confirming that Zhang Wei was not easy to capture, Xu Hao was too lazy to talk to her. He decided to start with Zhang Wei's parents. He investigated their information in detail. He learned that Yang's mother often went to the tea house with several noble ladies for afternoon tea. Xu Hao went to the tea house that day. This tea house is really good, with luxurious and grand decoration. From the exquisite carved screen at the entrance to the crystal chandelier in the hall. Every detail shows dignity and elegance. No wonder it can attract upper-class ladies. Xu Hao's appearance instantly caused a sensation. Oh my god, that's Xu. It's such an honor to meet Mr. Xu here. Mr. Xu is my idol, a legend. A famous entrepreneur and philanthropist, really admirable. Amidst all the discussions, a middle-aged man stumbled over. He was the owner of the tea house. He was smiling, his waist was almost parallel to the ground. He came all the way to Xu Hao. He said with a trembling voice. Mr. Xu is here, and our shop is so prosperous. Mr. Xu, please come in, please. As he said that, he personally led the way. In a luxurious private room of the tea house. Several ladies wearing gold and silver were drinking afternoon tea elegantly. The leading lady was wearing a royal blue Chanel custom dress, and the diamond necklace between her and the others was shining brightly. She took a sip of tea and smiled. If we talk about the most promising children, we have to count the young master of Mrs. Lu's family. He just came back from studying abroad and joined the world's top 500 as a general manager. I don't know how many people dream of that position. Another lady was not to be outdone. She was wearing a gorgeous Armani suit, and the Cartier bracelet on her hand was particularly eye-catching. She raised her carefully groomed curly hair and said, "My boy is working for others, but you and Mrs. Chen's daughter are different. You started your own business at a young age, and your company is thriving. You are even preparing to open a branch." The third lady wore a new Dolce & Gabbana cheongsam and pearl earrings. She said in a delicate voice, "Ours is nothing. Mrs. Li's child has recently been spotted by a wealthy family. We are going to get married soon, and we will enjoy endless wealth and splendor in the future." A group of noble ladies echoed. They praised each other's children for their achievements. The private room was filled with their exaggerated laughter and proud boasting. While chatting, one person's eyes fell on a somewhat silent noble lady in the room, and his eyes turned. If we talk about whose children are promising, it has to be Mrs. Yang's daughter. At a young age, she is in charge of a group worth billions, manages the group in an orderly manner, and the market value is steadily increasing. A noble lady nodded. The Hermes scarf on her body fluttered in the wind. That's right, Miss Yang's talent and ability are really admirable. If my girl can have half of Miss Yang's ability, I will wake up with laughter. That's right, Miss Zhang is not only smart and capable, but also beautiful. Mrs. Zhang is so lucky to have such an excellent daughter. We are really envious of her. Everyone was talking. They kept praising her. Mrs. Yang's mother, who was called Mrs. Zhang, didn't look very good. She was originally happy to have such an excellent daughter. But she couldn't be happy. The reason was simple. The daughter found a beggar to marry. Once this news spread to the upper class, the entire Zhang family became a laughingstock. Yang's mother cursed Xiao Long countless times in her heart. She thought that she must teach him a lesson after returning. Hearing the boasting of several people, Yang's mother showed a forced smile. She said, "Don't mention my unfilial daughter. She has been disobedient and will make me angry sooner or later." Several people began to comfort her. "Don't say that, Mrs. Zhang, Xiao Wei is so outstanding, I don't know how many people envy her." "That's right, Miss Zhang is really talented and capable, but in terms of finding a partner, why don't you parents pay attention to it? I remember that the eldest son of the Zhou family was infatuated with your daughter back then. He started to pursue her madly since college. He had everything he wanted, and he was better than that beggar in every way, but your Xiao Wei chose a beggar, which makes people wonder." "That's right, the eldest son of the Zhou family has such good conditions, and Xiao Wei's vision is really unpredictable. Alas, it's a pity. Such a good girl, how could she be so confused in the group?" The two of them said one thing after another. Although they were trying to comfort her, their tone was full of sarcasm. These ladies usually have boring lives. They are particularly interested in these gossips. At this time, the sound of discussion outside came. The view of the box just happened to see the outside. They looked in the direction of the sound. They saw the owner of the restaurant leading Xu Hao to this side in a humble manner, and they were all very surprised. "My God, I didn't expect to see Mr. Xu here," a lady couldn't help but exclaimed. Her eyes were wide open. "Unbelievable, it's really Mr. Xu. He's so handsome, his eyes are deep and charming." Another lady covered her chest with her hands. She was so excited that her face flushed. "Not only is he handsome, he looks so young, and his figure is so well maintained, he doesn't look old at all. Mr. Xu is very busy, and it's rare to see him. It's worth the trip for us to see him." The eyes of the ladies lit up. Xu Hao is a little older than them, and he is considered a peer. But in comparison, the men at home are just trash. If Xu Hao wants, they are willing to offer themselves to him. Even if they can only meet him for a moment. There is no regret in this life. Led by the owner of Chalan, Xu Hao entered the box. He hurriedly called the waiter. "Quick, take out our best tea, and those exquisite snacks, and serve them to Mr. Xu." Then he turned around and said to Xu Hao flatteringly, "Mr. Xu, just ask for anything you want, I promise to arrange it for you properly." Xu Hao nodded slightly and waved him to leave. Afternoon tea was over. A group of ladies were about to leave. Just when Yang's mother was about to leave, Hong Qiangwei stopped in front of her and said with a smile, "Mrs. Zhang, our President Xu wants to meet you." Yang's mother was a little confused. She quickly realized that President Xu was Xu Hao. Xu Hao wanted to see her. Her face flushed instantly. Her heart was pounding with excitement. She couldn't help but wonder what Xu Hao wanted to do with her. Did he like her? Once this thought came up, she was even more excited and could not help herself. Yang's mother was full of expectations. She followed Hong Qiangwei all the way to the box. She came to Xu Hao. Xu Hao smiled and stretched out his hand to signal. Mother Zhang was extremely terrified. She sat down carefully. Xu Hao did not give off any aura. However, just by being here, he gave people a strong sense of oppression. Even though Mother Zhang had been in the upper class for many years and had seen many big scenes, she could not resist the invisible pressure at this moment. Mother Zhang was so nervous that her voice was trembling. "I wonder why Mr. Xu is looking for me." Xu Hao took a sip of tea. "Mrs. Zhang, I have a crush on my daughter. Is there any way?" Chapter 288, Give the daughter to Xu Hao. Playing with applause. Taking advantage of others. Xu Hao speaks very directly. He has already investigated Yang's mother's character clearly. She is extremely vain. This kind of person is exactly what he likes most. Because it is the easiest to deal with. I am not afraid of your vanity, but I am afraid that you are not vain. After all, he has plenty of money. In his opinion, all problems that can be solved with money are not problems. More than 2 years ago, Yang's mother wanted to match her daughter with Zhou Haoran, the eldest son of the Zhou family. Jiang Wei resisted strongly, so she found the beggar Xiao Long to marry. If she could sell her daughter to the Zhou family, what reason did Yang's mother have to refuse him? Even if Yang's mother still had a little affection for her daughter, she felt that the age difference between her and her daughter was too big. But he looked only in his 30s. It was not a problem at all. Just as Xu Hao thought. After digesting the news, Yang's mother was disappointed at first. How come Xu is interested in her daughter, not her? She recovered quickly. She knew she was not as good as her daughter. It was the same for her daughter to be favored by President Xu. What was Xu's status? He was the president of Xu Group, worth trillions. He was extremely noble. She also knew that her daughter was with Xu Hao, and it was definitely not to marry into the family. It was just to be a lover. So what if she was a lover? There were so many women who wanted to be Xu Hao's lover. They didn't have a chance yet. Mother Zhang didn't even have the slightest thought of refusing. She was just a little hesitant. It's my honor that President Xu favored my daughter, but she's already married. She looked down on her son-in-law Xiao Long. But the news of their marriage had spread. She wanted them to divorce, and it would be troublesome for her daughter to change her family. The reputation was already bad. Whose rich son would be interested in a woman who was married to a beggar? Even if she knew there was another hidden, 693, thing. Xu Hao said with a smile. Mrs. Zhang, I believe your daughter has been married for more than 2 years. You must have noticed that their marriage was just a disguise, right? Mother Zhang was shocked. Xu Hao actually knew. Since he knew about her daughter, he still wanted to find her. It means that he doesn't care about the reputation. There's a chance. So he said quickly. Mr. Xu, you are right. My daughter married that beggar just to piss us off. Xiao Wei has always been clean. She slept in separate rooms when she married that beggar. She didn't even touch his fingers. Xu Hao smiled and said. You should know what I want her to do. I don't care about reputation. Mother Zhang nodded hurriedly. I understand, Mr. Xu, I understand. Xu Hao narrowed his eyes slightly. Then I'll leave this matter to you. After you get it done, I'll protect your Zhang family. Mother Zhang trembled with excitement. Mr. Xu, don't worry. I promise to help you. Mother Zhang returned home excitedly. Before sitting down, she couldn't wait to tell Yang's father everything about Xu Hao. Yang's father frowned slightly. He felt something was wrong. He was about to say something. He was blocked by Yang's mother's rapid-fire words. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Don't be confused here. Who is Xu Hao? He is the most powerful man in the Magic City. If my daughter follows him, our whole family can benefit from it. Yang's mother became more and more excited. Her eyes were full of longing for future glory and wealth. Yang's father opened his mouth. In the end, he silently agreed. He sighed and stopped talking. In the afternoon, Jiang Wei and Xiao Long returned home together. When Yang's mother saw Xiao Long, her originally happy face suddenly became ugly. Her eyes widened. She was furious when she thought that she was laughed at by her sisters because of him. She shouted, Xiao Long, go cook, can't you see it's getting dark? What a tactless thing, are you still waiting for me to serve you? Xiao Long lowered his head slightly. He walked into the kitchen silently and got busy. The sound of pots and pans colliding came from the kitchen. Xiao Long skillfully washed vegetables, cut vegetables, and cooked vegetables. It was time to eat. Xiao Long was about to sit down at the table. Yang's mother glanced at him and said viciously. Just stand there and eat, don't dirty the table. Don't you look at your own virtue. It's good enough to have a meal for you, and you still want to sit at the table. Xiao Long didn't say anything and stood aside obediently. He ate the meal silently with a bowl in his hand. Jiang Wei watched this scene and had long been accustomed to it. She wanted to speak for Xiao Long several times but was afraid of making her mother even angrier. I could only sigh. After dinner, Yang's mother threw away her chopsticks. She began to give orders again. Go wash the dishes and do the housework, be quick. Don't dawdle. We don't keep useless people in our family. Xiaolong quickly put down his bowl and chopsticks. He hurriedly cleaned up the leftovers on the table. Then he walked into the kitchen and started washing dishes, wiping the table, and sweeping the floor. His movements were quick and skillful. This kind of thing has happened countless times. Before going to bed, Yang's mother was even more excessive. She crossed her legs and sat on the sofa. Xiaolong, go get me some foot washing water. Xiaolong did not neglect it at all. He carefully brought a basin of warm foot washing water and placed it in front of Yang's mother. Yang's mother suddenly stood up. She violently poured the foot washing water on him. She cursed. You are a useless piece of shit. You can't even carry water properly. Look at you, you are such a loser. You can't do anything. Go find a job tomorrow. If you can't find one, get out. We don't want to support a useless person like you who eats for free. Don't be an eyesore here. It's annoying to look at you. Xiaolong was soaked by this sudden scene. The foot washing water kept flowing down his hair and cheeks. With his strength, he could actually avoid it. But he didn't. Zhang Wei couldn't stand it. Mom, don't go too far. Yang's mother snorted coldly. Excessive, how? He is just a beggar. He will never be able to turn over a new leaf in his life. Zhang Wei was so angry that her face turned red. Mom, what do you think? Yang's mother did not give in. What do you know? I'm doing this for your own good, for the good of this family. What future can you have with him? Only a fool would hang himself on this crooked tree. Zhang Wei noticed that her mother looked at her strangely. She felt a little uncomfortable. Yang's mother pulled Zhang Wei to sit aside. My daughter, just divorce Xiaolong. Zhang Wei looked unhappy. She thought her mother wanted her to divorce again and introduce her to a rich young man. She would not agree. Mom, what are you talking about? I won't divorce. Yang's mother said anxiously. You silly child, I'm doing this for your own good, what do you think Xiaolong can achieve? Zhang Wei stood up angrily. Mom, I don't agree, don't say anything more. Yang's mother's face darkened. You girl, why are you so ignorant? Zhang Wei said firmly. Mom, I know very well what you and Dad are thinking, but I won't compromise. Zhang Wei turned and walked into the room, leaving Yang's mother stamping her feet in anger. She wanted to give her daughter more weight. After all, being Xu Hao's lover is more popular when she is single. The next morning, the sun shines into the house through the window, but it does not bring a trace of warmth. Yang's mother got up early. She walked to Xiaolong's door with an angry face and pushed it open. Xiaolong, get up. Mother Yang's sharp voice broke the silence in the room. Xiaolong sat up sleepily. Mother Zhang put her hands on her hips, her eyes wide open. She cursed. You useless thing, why are you still lying in bed? Get out and find a job. I tell you, our family can't afford to support an idler like you. Look at you, you do nothing all day long, you don't make a penny, you just eat and drink our food. Xiaolong lowered his head. He put on his clothes silently and prepared to go out. Mother Zhang was relentless. You useless thing, if you can't find a job today, don't come back forever. Our family doesn't need a waste like you. Xiaolong held back his anger. He whispered, Mom, I will find a job. Mother Zhang snorted coldly. Looking for a job? You always say that, but when did you find one? I think you are a useless piece of mud. Get out. After saying that, Yang's mother pushed Xiaolong out of the house. Slammed the door. Xiaolong stood outside the door and took a deep breath. Turn around and walk outside. After driving Xiaolong away, Yang's mother turned back to the house. Seeing her daughter Zhang Wei sitting on the sofa, Yang's mother walked over and sat down next to Zhang Wei. Wei Wei, we are going to meet a distinguished guest tonight, you go with me. Zhang Wei refused instinctively without thinking. I won't go. Yang's mother frowned. Don't be willful, kid. Zhang Wei suddenly realized and stared at Yang's mother. Mom, have you arranged for me to meet another young master from a big family? I won't go. Yang's mother sighed helplessly. Silly child, this time it's not the young master of the family. He is a big businessman, of the same generation as me and your father, and is very important to the development of our Zhang family. Just think of it as accompanying your parents to socialize. Zhang Wei looked at Yang's mother suspiciously. Really? Don't lie to me. Yang's mother held Zhang Wei's hand. How could mom lie to you? This is really not a blind date, just a simple socializing. You also know that our family's current situation requires the help of this big man. She was right. The Zhang family looks prosperous. In fact, they have encountered some troubles recently, which are very tricky. As long as you send your daughter to Xu Hao's bed. These troubles are not troubles. Jiang Wei was skeptical. Thinking of the situation at home, she finally nodded. Okay, Mom, I'll go with you. Yang's mother showed a relieved smile on her face. This is my good daughter. After talking to her daughter, Yang's mother turned around and sent a message to Xu Hao. Mr. Xu, it's arranged. Tonight. Xu Hao received the message. A smile appeared on his face, and he whispered to himself. Tisk, it's really fast. It seems that tonight will be interesting. Time passed by in a flash. Yang's father and mother were at home all day, waiting for their daughter to come back. However, they didn't wait for Jiang Wei. But they waited for Xiaolong first. When Yang's mother saw Xiaolong, her face instantly became gloomy. She said unhappily, "You useless thing, you still know to come back. I thought you died outside." Xiaolong lowered his head and kept silent. Yang's mother continued to scold. Look at you, what can you accomplish in a day? My daughter is really in trouble. Xiaolong said. Mom, I've been looking for a job. Yang's mother snorted coldly. Looking for a job? What kind of job can you find? With your cowardly look. Don't quibble with me here. Xiaolong was silent. Yang's mother continued. Go, buy some groceries for me. Buy some king crabs, Australian lobsters, and grouper. There are no such products in the nearby vegetable market. Go to the seafood market to buy them. Hurry up and don't delay the evening cooking. Xiaolong knew that this mother-in-law was difficult to serve. He could only respond, I'll go now. Xiaolong turned and left. Mother Zhang didn't forget to shout behind him. If you can't buy it back, don't enter this house. Soon after Xiaolong left, Jiang Wei came back. The family was preparing to leave. Jiang Wei found that Xiaolong was not there and asked in confusion. Where is Xiaolong? Mother Zhang said unhappily. Who knows where he is fooling around? Why care about such a person? Then the family drove off. Arrived at Panlong Hotel. After getting off the car at the door, the family waited. Seeing the solemn look of her parents, Jiang Wei became more and more confused. Who is the distinguished guest to meet today? Zhou Mu was in the hospital for a few days. Xu Hao hurt him badly. Fortunately, he is strong and recovers quickly. After this incident, he recognized himself. It's far from being invincible. Zhou Mu is eager to improve his strength. Seeking help from the system, but it's useless. The system has no intelligence, and all multiplication operates according to the rules. If you want to become stronger, you have to change the plot to get the fate-changing points. Zhou Mu is eager to change the plot. Xu Hao is a greater threat than the protagonist Xiaolong, like a knife hanging over his head. He will be restless if he is not dealt with. Let's go out for dinner in the evening, Panlong Hotel is good. He was a cow and horse in the previous life, so of course he has to enjoy himself after crossing. He just got off the car and saw Jiang Wei's family at a glance. He checked Jiang Wei's information these days. Recognized the heroine. I didn't expect to see her here. He subconsciously glanced around. He didn't find Xiaolong, so he was relieved. He didn't think that he would confront the protagonist when he contacted the heroine now. Wait until he is strong enough to take her down. But with Xu Hao's stimulation, he had to take the risk. With the heroine, the plot changed only 3.7 times more. He smiled a self-proclaimed charming smile and walked over. Yang's father and mother saw Zhou Mu coming over. They naturally knew the head of the Zhou family, a top family. He was also a big shot. If Jiang Wei hadn't found a beggar to marry, the two families would have become relatives long ago. Jiang Wei thought that it was Zhou Mu who was going to have dinner today, and her face was solemn. She knew how much the head of the Zhou family doted on his son. Xiaolong beat his son into the hospital, and this was probably to call him to task. Hello, Mr. Zhou. Yang's father and mother greeted him reservedly. Zhou Mu smiled and waved his hand. You guys are coming to eat too. It happens that I'm not eating either, how about we go together? Jiang Wei was a little surprised. Isn't he the distinguished guest? But the matter of the eldest son of the Zhou family must be resolved. She stepped forward and said neither servilely nor arrogantly. Boss Zhou, your son was beaten and hospitalized. It's my responsibility alone. I apologize. Yang's father and mother were shocked when they heard this. They immediately scolded him, Wei, how could you hurt Mr. Zhou? You are so ignorant. Yang's father also blamed him, Wei, you are too impulsive. Hurry up and apologize to Boss Zhou. Zhou Mu laughed and said, don't blame Niece Zhang. It's my son's problem. He harassed Niece Zhang all day long. I should apologize. Don't worry, Niece Zhang, I have broken the boy's leg and will never harass you again. Hearing this, the Zhang family was stunned. No way. His son was beaten, and he broke his leg. He said it was his own problem. Zhou Mu smiled. He hoped to build a good relationship with the heroine through this. He is not the opponent of the protagonist Xiao Long at present. But the protagonist can't stop him from making friends with the heroine, right? Just don't think about Zhang Wei for the time being. While they were talking, Chen Hao's car drove up. Chapter 289, Are you teaching me how to do things? Dragon King, your wife has been taken away. The feeling. The Zhang family breathed a sigh of relief. No matter what, the head of the Zhou family did not hold them responsible. Undoubtedly very lucky. Back to the topic, Zhou Mu looked at the few people. It's all my fault for not disciplining that rebellious son. How about I treat him today? It's considered an apology. The tone was sincere, with a kind smile on his face. The Zhang family members were shocked when they heard this. This head of a top family worth hundreds of billions is too easy to talk to, right? They were all very moved by Zhou Mu's kindness. After all, having dinner with a billionaire. What an honor. However, after a brief heartbeat, Yang's father and mother thought of the guests they were about to welcome. They immediately calmed down. Zhou Mu's status was indeed noble. Compared to Xu Hao, it was still far behind. At most, they were friends with Zhou Mu. Xu Hao was different. If his daughter followed Xu Hao, then she would be his family. And he had made an appointment with Xu Hao. But he left with others halfway, which would definitely offend Xu Hao. Xu Hao's anger was not something they could bear. So, Yang's mother said apologetically. Sorry, Mr. Zhou, we have already made an appointment. Can we invite you another day? Zhou Mu looked stunned. He didn't expect to be rejected at all. Especially the one who rejected him was Yang's mother. He had read novels. He knew Yang's mother's character very well. In order to cling to power, she could even sell out her daughter. According to common sense, even if the Zhang family had an appointment, they would break the appointment and have dinner with him. What happened? Not only he was confused, but also Zhang Wei. She knew her mother's character best. Her mother's refusal could only mean one thing. The identity of the distinguished guest in her mouth was much more noble than that of the head of the Zhang family. Who could it be? Zhou Mu's face froze. He came through time and space, and he also had a system. He was worth hundreds of billions, and he thought he could walk sideways. Unexpectedly, he was still frustrated everywhere. First in Xu Hao suffered a loss. Now he invited a person from a small family to dinner. He was rejected. He felt a little unhappy. Thinking of Zhang Wei's identity as the heroine. There is also a protagonist following. Zhou Mu suppressed his dissatisfaction and recovered. He showed a seemingly generous smile. It's my problem. I didn't expect you to have an appointment. I don't know who the guest is. How about we go together? Yang's father and mother showed a tangled expression on their faces. They don't mind eating together. They just don't know if Xu Hao is willing. It would be bad if things are delayed. Yang's mother hesitated for a while, and Tianko said. Mr. Zhou also knows the guest we invited. It's Mr. Xu of Xu Group. Can we go together? We can ask him after Mr. Xu comes. Zhang Wei suddenly realized. The distinguished guest is Xu Hao. That's fine. Zhou Mu's mouth twitched slightly. His face became unnatural. Xu Hao. Why is it that guy again? I can't figure out why would Xu Hao have dinner with the Zhang family. However, thinking of Yang's mother's vanity, Zhou Mu felt relieved. Most likely he met Xu Hao somehow. He immediately went to curry favor with her. Zhou Mu always felt that there was something wrong. He shook his head to dispel these thoughts. He decided to leave quickly. After all, the painful experience of being slapped by Xu Hao and staying in the hospital for a few days was still vivid in his mind. He didn't want to have dinner with Xu Hao. However, before he left, a car stopped steadily in front of him. Then, Chen Hao got out of the car. When Xu Hao arrived, Yang's father and mother hurried to greet him. They greeted him with a smile on their faces. It was probably a friendly smile. Xu Hao glanced around. He saw Zhou Mu and raised his eyebrows. Is Mr. Zhou also coming here to eat? Zhou Mu felt bad when he saw Xu Hao. He wanted to stay as far away from this dangerous person as possible. But the superficial relationship between the two had not been exposed. He could only force a reluctant smile. He wanted to say that he was just passing by. Just as he was about to answer, Yang's mother walked to the courtyard. There are some minor conflicts between our Zhang family and Mr. Zhou. Mr. Zhou plans to go with us. I haven't replied yet. I don't know what your opinion is, Mr. Xu. Xu Hao smiled and said simply. In that case, let's go together. Zhou Mu cursed in his heart. He didn't want to be with Xu Hao. But the words had already been said by Yang's mother. Now he couldn't leave even if he wanted to. He had thought about having dinner with the guests before. Xu Hao came, and he left. Isn't it obvious that he has something against Xu Hao? He is not strong enough now. No matter in strength or business wealth. He is far from being Xu Hao's opponent, so it is not appropriate to offend. He couldn't help but look at Yang's mother. Yang's mother gave a thank you look. She thought Zhou Mu also wanted to build a good relationship with Xu Hao. Zhou Mu was so angry that his chest heaved. Ding Zhou Mu was furious, emotional value plus 678. Yang's mother saw her daughter standing aside. Wave her to come over. Wei-er, come and say hello to Mr. Xu. Zhang Wei walked forward obediently. Slightly bowed. Xu Hao nodded slightly, with a faint smile on his lips. Several people walked into the hotel together. Yang's mother led them to the reserved box. After everyone sat down, the atmosphere was a little subtle. Yang's father was the first to break the silence. Mr. Xu, Mr. Zhou, you see that the current business situation is unpredictable. I wonder if it will have an impact on future development. Xu Hao took a sip of tea. Nowadays, the market competition is fierce. Our Xu Group has been committed to innovation and expansion of new fields, just like the new energy industry we have recently entered, which is quite impressive. Zhou Mu continued. Mr. Xu is indeed very insightful. This new energy industry is a major trend in the future. It is really admirable that Xu's group can take the lead in layout. We Zhous can't compare with Xu's. We have made some achievements in scientific and technological research and development. Xu Hao smiled slightly. Mr. Zhou is too modest. Zhou's achievements in the field of science and technology are also obvious to all. I believe there will be greater achievements in the future. Yang's mother echoed. Both CEOs are leaders in the business world. It is a great honor for our Zhang family to be able to meet with you too. I hope you will take care of me in the future. Father Zhang nodded repeatedly. Yes, if we can get some advice from you too, our Zhang family can avoid many detours. The atmosphere in the box gradually became heated. Everyone talked to each other. It seemed harmonious, but in fact, everyone had their own thoughts. Soon, the dishes were served. Everyone started to eat. Mother Zhang intentionally or unintentionally let her daughter sit next to Xu Hao. During the meal, Mother Zhang kept signaling to her daughter. Mother Zhang gently touched Zhang Wei's arm. She lowered her voice and said, Wei, pick up some food for Mr. Xu. Zhang Wei knew her mother's character. It was obvious that she was trying to please Xu Hao. Thinking of Xu Hao's status. Although her sixth sense told her that the other party was dangerous. But at least on the surface, he was pretty good to her parents and her. So she followed the instructions. Zhang Wei picked up a chopstick of food and put it in Xu Hao's bowl. Mr. Xu, try this. Seeing this, Xu Hao pretended to be polite. I can do it. Zhang Wei responded with a faint smile. It's okay, Mr. Xu, this dish tastes very good, give it a try. After saying that, she picked up some more dishes and put them in Xu Hao's bowl. Yang's mother was satisfied with her daughter's performance, and her smile was full of flattery. It should be. My daughter admires Ji very much. Mr. Xu is a legendary figure in the business world. Our Wei often mentions your great achievements. Zhang Wei sighed secretly in her heart. She knew her mother's thoughts very well. She also understood that this dinner was just for the sake of gaining benefits. In order not to make the scene too embarrassing, she still kept an elegant smile on her face. However, behind the smile, there was helplessness and fatigue. Xu Hao raised the corners of her mouth. She showed a polite smile. Miss Zhang, you are too polite. Mr. Zhang was busy pouring wine. She toasted with Mr. Zhang with a smile on her face. Mr. Xu, Mr. Zhou, we toast you too and thank you for coming to this dinner. Xu Hao and Zhou Mu raised their glasses in response. After toasting this glass of wine, Mr. Zhang hurriedly said, Wei, why are you cold? Pour wine for Mr. Xu. Zhang Wei heard her mother's instructions. Although somewhat reluctant, she still stood up, picked up the bottle, and walked to Xu Hao. "Mr. Xu, I'll pour you some wine," Xu Hao said politely. "Thank you, Miss Zhang." Zhang Wei poured a suitable amount of wine and returned to her seat. Yang's mother looked at this scene. She said with a smile on her face, "Mr. Xu, please don't be polite. We will have to rely on you to take care of our Zhang family in the future." Xu Hao took a sip of wine. She responded slowly, "Mrs. Zhang, you are too polite. Let's take care of each other." Zhou Mu sat aside, staring at Zhang Wei's attentive appearance of pouring wine and picking up food for Xu Hao. Then he looked at the empty space in front of him, nothing. The strong sense of disparity was like a sharp knife, piercing his heart fiercely. His face was ugly. The anger in his heart burned. Anger, jealousy, unwillingness and other emotions intertwined. Zhang Wei is the heroine of this novel. She was the woman he had chosen, the one in Shang. How could he let a girl go after traveling to a novel? But the heroine was actually serving his enemy. Zhou Mu at this moment was like a volcano about to erupt. But reason told him, now was not the time to explode. He had to be patient and wait for the opportunity to fight back. Several people toasted each other. Suddenly, Zhou Mu's eyebrows moved. His sharp perception at the peak of Danjin allowed him to discover. When Yang's mother poured the wine, she secretly put drugs in the wine. He was full of doubts. What was going on? Was she going to poison herself or Xu Hao? If he found out, she would definitely not be able to deal with him. It would be great if she had poisoned Xu Hao. But he was disappointed. Yang's mother handed the drugged wine glass to her daughter Zhang Wei. Zhou Mu's pupils shrank sharply. Did she give it to the wrong person? But looking at Yang's mother's expression, it was obviously for her daughter to drink. What happened? Not long after Zhang Wei drank the wine, she felt a little drowsy. This is a sign of drunkenness. Yang's mother suggested sending her to the hotel room. Zhang Wei just wanted to get rid of the banquet, so she agreed. Yang's mother went and came back to continue eating and toasting. Zhou Mu witnessed everything and was full of questions. He didn't understand Yang's mother's operation for a while. Giving her daughter drugs, just to send her to the room to rest. It wasn't until after dinner that Yang's mother's words made Zhou Mu suddenly realize. Yang's mother invited Xu Hao. "Mr. Xu, it's getting late, why don't you stay and rest? I have arranged a room." Zhou Mu's eyes widened suddenly. He looked at Yang's mother in disbelief. A line was connected, and he finally understood what was going on. Yang's mother gave her daughter drugs and sent her to the room to rest. Now she said she had arranged a room for Xu Hao. Her daughter is in the room, right? This is sending the daughter to the bed, to Zhen Hao. Even though Zhou Mu knew that Yang's mother was vain and sold her daughter in order to get close to the rich and powerful. But he didn't expect that she would sell out to this extent. Why would Xu Hao attack the heroine Zhang Wei? Is he also a time traveler? This idea was ruled out as soon as it came up. Xu Hao has a wife, the fairy-like woman in Shenong Hall, who is also Xu Hao's woman. It can be seen that Xu Hao likes beautiful women. The idea of hitting Zhang Wei should be just a coincidence. Zhou Mu was confused. Zhang Wei was the woman he liked. She was drugged and was about to be killed by Hao Huo. Not only that, Zhang Wei is the heroine and an important figure in advancing the plot. If she was taken down by Xu Hao, how can he change the plot? If he can't change the plot, he can't become stronger. What's the use of this system? Zhou Mu was numb. The heroine, where is the protagonist? By the way, where did Xiaolong die? He is no match for Xu Hao, so let the protagonist fight Xu Hao head on. It would be better if the two of them fought each other. Where the hell is Xiaolong? Your wife is about to be taken away. Ding Xiaolong is furious, emotional value plus 999. There has never been a moment. Zhou Mu wanted to see the protagonist so much. But there was no trace of Xiaolong. Zhou Mu's heart kept sinking. At this time, Zhou Mu heard Xu Hao's answer. Okay, that's troublesome. Mother Zhang hurriedly said. No trouble, no trouble. Seeing that Mother Zhang was about to take Xu Hao to Zhang Wei's room, Zhou Mu was anxious. The heroine is related to his future. Xu Hao, Nuo Jiao, must not be allowed to succeed. He couldn't help but shout. Mr. Xu. Bu. Several people looked at him. Boss Xu, can I have a word with you? Zhou Mu stepped forward. After thinking for a while, he still didn't expose it on the spot. If he offended Xu Hao, there would be no way to discuss it. Xu Hao nodded after a pause. Okay. I want to hear what he has to say. The two came to one side. Zhou Mu spoke. Boss Xu is planning to attack Miss Zhang. Xu Hao said lightly, what do you mean? Zhou Mu explained the reason. He told Xu Hao that he saw Yang's mother drugging Zhang Wei, sending her to a room to rest, and then inviting Xu Hao to the room. Xu Hao laughed. How do you know that the room she arranged for me is the room where her daughter rests? Zhou Mu was startled. Xu Hao continued. You were right, I am planning to take her in. The little girl is pretty, I like her very much. Zhou Mu looked ugly. Xu Hao was playing with him. But he didn't get angry. Boss Xu, can you give me some face and let Miss Zhang go? Xu Hao looked playful. Your face? Is your face valuable? Who do you think you are? This is already a falling out. Zhou Mu's face was gloomy, and he took a deep breath. How about we make a deal? If you let Zhang Wei go, I am willing to pay 10 billion, and I can also make concessions for cooperation. Compared to Zhang Wei's value, it affects the direction of the plot. 10 billion is nothing. As long as he changes the plot, he can become stronger. At worst, he will grow up and take action against Xu Hao. It is necessary to be patient now. 10 billion. I don't know how many women he can find. Even if Xu Hao is worth 100 billion, 10 billion a day is not a small number. Xu Hao has no reason not to agree. At least for him, if someone gives him 10 billion in exchange for a woman, he will definitely fulfill Xu. However, he thinks too highly of himself. Xu Hao's target is also Zhang Wei. Chapter 290, the heroine is so angry. She sold her daughter out completely. The protagonist collapses. Xu Hao glanced at him. I am indeed sincere, but you are not qualified to talk about money in front of me. This is a rejection. Zhou Mu couldn't believe it. After accepting the fact, he gritted his teeth and asked. Mr. Xu, can you tell me the conditions? How can I let Zhang Wei go? Xu Hao looked playful. I want that woman. Even Jesus can't stop me. I said. After saying that, Chen Hao slapped him on the shoulder. A strong force surged into his body. Zhou Mu was instantly crushed by a mountain. I don't want what happened today to spread. You know the consequences. Then, Xu Hao turned and left. Watching the backs of the two people leaving, Zhou Mu almost exploded. Followed Yang's mother to the presidential suite. As soon as he entered, a figure rushed over. It turned out that Yang's mother not only drugged her daughter. There is also a love potion. Zhou Mu followed the two people's backs as they left. The resentment in his heart almost swallowed him. When he thought of Xu Hao, his enemy, who was about to attack the extremely important heroine he had taken a fancy to. Zhou Mu felt that his heart was about to suffocate. He wanted to rush up and kill Xu Hao as soon as possible. Reality was cruel. He was no match for Xu Hao. If he acted rashly, he would only die. Endure. Must endure. Zhou Mu kept reminding himself. He understood the plot and had the system's golden finger. He would definitely be successful in the future. It was not worth losing his life on impulse. But he was so angry. Zhou Mu secretly swore, when he had enough strength, he must make Xu Hao pay back today's humiliation 1,000 times. He gritted his teeth. He suppressed his anger. He turned and left the hotel. He did not leave completely, and waited at the door for a long time. He still had a last glimmer of hope. He hoped that the protagonist Xiao Long would come and rescue the heroine. In the end, he was disappointed. After so much time, I don't know how many kinds of knowledge I have unlocked. Damn, where is the protagonist's halo? When the heroine is in danger, the protagonist will appear. It's all bullshit. Zhou Mu cursed inwardly. Finally, he looked at the hotel angrily. He turned and left. It's not that he didn't want to find the protagonist Xiao Long and let him deal with Xu Hao. It's just that things have already happened. Even if Xiao Long is found, it can't change the fact that Zhang Wei was captured by Xu Hao. If Xu Hao knows, it will also bring disaster to himself, not worth it. Ding Zhou Mu was furious, emotional value plus 999. After sending Xu Hao to her daughter's room, Yang's mother breathed a sigh of relief. A smile of success appeared on her face. Self-sentence. Done. Then, she and Yang's father got in the car together. Driving towards home, Xiao Long bought the seafood that Yang's mother asked him to buy. When he arrived at the community, he saw the Zhang family villa was dark from a distance. He couldn't help wondering. Sleep so early. Soon, he keenly noticed something was wrong. Carrying the seafood, his figure flashed. He came to the door of the villa at an extremely fast speed. Slightly sensed. There was no trace of Yang's family in the villa. Most likely they went out to eat together. This is not the first time something like this has happened. Leaving him to eat well. Xiaolong smiled helplessly. He has been a son-in-law in the Zhang family for more than 2 years. But he didn't even have a key. He didn't force his way in. Just sat quietly at the door, waiting for the Zhang family to come back. I don't know how long it took. The sound of a car came. It was the Zhang family who came back. Xiaolong went to meet them. Seeing that only Yang's father and mother got out of the car, Xiaolong asked, "Mom and Dad, where's Wei Wei?" "Wei Wei? You called her Wei Wei?" When Yang's mother saw him, she was furious. She raised her leg and kicked him hard. Xiaolong did not dodge. He took the kick head on. He even tried to control his muscles to relax. It was because he was too strong. She was afraid that Yang's mother would hurt him when she kicked him. After kicking him, she saw that Xiaolong looked fine. Yang's mother became even more furious. She slapped him in the face with her backhand. "Pa," sounded crisp and loud. "Calling you a waste is too light. You are useless. You only know how to eat free meals all day long. You are useless. Our Zhang family might as well raise a dog instead of you." Yang's mother's finger almost poked Xiaolong's nose, and saliva flew. "Look at you, how are you worthy of our Wei Wei? If it weren't for Wei Wei's face, I would have kicked you out long ago." Xiaolong lowered his head. He endured it all silently. Wait until Yang's mother calmed down. Xiaolong then asked, "Mom, where's Wei Wei?" Yang's mother replied impatiently. "She must have something wrong and hasn't come back yet. Who are you? Why do you care about what my daughter does?" Xiaolong suddenly raised his head. He looked directly at Yang's mother. Yang's mother was lying. He clearly felt Zhang Wei's breath at home. Yang's mother also had Zhang Wei's breath. Then why did she say that Zhang Wei hadn't come back? Combined with the abnormality of Yang's mother coming back yesterday, she sent him away in the morning and afternoon. Xiaolong felt a strong sense of uneasiness in his heart. He asked hurriedly, "Mom, don't lie to me, Wei Wei is obviously back, and she was with you just now, where is she now?" Somehow, his heart beat very fast. As if something bad had happened life. That was his intuition after fighting on the battlefield for more than 10 years, and it couldn't be wrong. It drove him to find Zhang Wei as soon as possible. Yang's mother was a little surprised. "I didn't expect this guy to be able to detect it." Then she was furious again. She stretched out her fist and hit Xiaolong like raindrops. She kept cursing. "What do you care about my daughter's affairs? You dog, idiot, waste." She used all her strength in every punch. Hit Xiaolong. While hitting, she raised her foot and kicked hard. "I told you not to talk too much, I told you not to bother." Xiaolong still stood there, looking anxious. Yang's mother became more and more angry. She picked up the broom next to her. She kicked Xiaolong. He whipped her hard. "Pa, sound. Don't you see what kind of moral character you have? You dare to question me." The bamboo strips of the broom scratched Xiaolong's cheeks, leaving red marks. It can be seen that she didn't do it lightly. Yang's mother's attitude made Xiaolong more and more uneasy. He hurriedly called Zhang Wei's phone. No one answered. He called again, and it was still the same. Zhang Wei was a cold person. Although she didn't like him as a husband. But with her personality, she would not refuse to answer the phone. Something happened. Xiaolong secretly said that it was not good. He wanted to ask Yang's father and mother. He also knew that he couldn't get anything out of them. He could only go to find someone himself. But looking for someone in the vast magic city is like looking for a needle in a haystack. After leaving the house, Xiaolong closed his eyes. The world suddenly became quiet. He tried to exclude all kinds of sounds and smells. He tried to lock onto a familiar breath. The good news was that he really found it. The bad news was that the Zhang family went out and came back by car. The breath was very faint and could disappear at any time. Xiaolong's heart tightened and he opened his eyes suddenly. After locking onto the breath, he ran quickly. Finally, he came to a busy street. At this point, there were too many people coming and going, and the breath completely dissipated. It is certain that Zhang Wei is on this street. But this street is quite large, and it is too difficult to find someone. There is no way. Xiaolong can only bite the bullet and look for her. During this period, he kept calling. No one answered the call. The uneasiness in his heart became stronger and stronger. It was as if an invisible hand was staring at his heart. I knew it was difficult, but I had to go find it. Damn, who is causing trouble? If anything happens to Zhang Wei, I want you to die without a burial place. Xiaolong swore secretly. His eyes shuttled through the crowd. Don't miss any possible corner. Ding Xiaolong was furious, emotional value plus 999. The next day at noon, Zhang Wei suddenly opened her eyes and frowned. Recalling the scenes of last night, she felt confused. Her parents took her to the banquet, and the guest was Xu Hao. In the middle of the meal, Yang's family was also invited. During the meal, her mother asked her to serve tea and water to Xu Hao. Her mother also poured her a glass of wine. After drinking it, she felt dizzy. Her mother sent her to the hotel room to rest. However, after resting for a while, she found that something was wrong with her body. She felt hotter and hotter. Then the door was opened and Xu Hao walked in. She couldn't stand it at that time. What happened next was not suitable for children. Zhang Wei's face changed, sometimes angry, sometimes sad. At this time, she didn't understand. She was betrayed by her parents. Her mother also drugged her. In order to curry favor with the rich and powerful, she was given to Xu Hao. She thought her mother had changed for the better. Everything was an illusion. Zhang Wei felt so painful. Suddenly, her eyes condensed. She thought of more. She and Xu Hao were so different in age. Why did her mother think of drugging her? There must be someone behind the scenes. Who could it be? She thought of the biggest beneficiary, Xu Hao. The answer is self-evident. Zhang Wei turned her head sharply. She saw a face. Maybe he had been looking at her. Zhang Wei was startled and quickly calmed down. She said bitterly, "It's you, you're committing a crime, I'm going to call the police." Xu Hao raised his eyebrows and said, "Call the police. Go ahead. I don't know anything about this, I just had a meal with you guys. Then I accepted your mother's invitation and went to the room to spend the night. Who knew you would be so independent? In this way, all the responsibility lies with Yang's mother. 0 Please give me flowers. It was she who gave me the drug, and even arranged the dinner." Xu Hao didn't take the initiative to do anything when he got to the room. It was she who came over because of the effect of the love drug. Zhang Wei was so angry that she trembled all over. "You're talking nonsense, it's obviously your conspiracy, it's my mother who gave me the drug, you can't get away from it." Xu Hao chuckled, "You have to have evidence when you speak. What evidence do you have to prove that I planned all this? Your mother's behavior can be found out by a simple investigation." Zhang Wei pursed her lips, gnashed her teeth. "You are shameless, you will be punished." Xu Hao didn't care. "Why?" Zhang Wei asked angrily. They had been chatting well before. But he suddenly attacked her and caught her off guard. Xu Hao answered her doubts. "Although you have concealed it well on the surface, you have been alienating me in your heart. In order to get you, I have no choice but to do this." Zhang Wei fell silent. She seemed angry. But she knew Xu Hao's power very well and was helpless. She still said stubbornly, "Even if you can cover the sky with one hand, I will not let you go." Xu Hao approached Zhang Wei. "I know you are angry and can't wait to kill me. I am waiting for you at any time." Zhang Wei was silent for a long time. She really wanted to kill Xu Hao, but she couldn't do it. Calling the police would do nothing. Finally, she lowered her head helplessly. "Okay, I won't call the police for the time being, but don't think that this matter will be over." Xu Hao smiled. "That's right, be obedient. What are you going to do? What do you think?" Ding Zhang Wei was ashamed and angry, emotional value plus 987. The day after. It was already afternoon. The setting sun was bloody. Xu Hao and Zhang Wei had just come out of the hotel. Just opposite the hotel, Xiaolong sat on the curb with a dusty face. His face was haggard, his hair was messy, and his clothes were dirty. He looked miserable. He spent a whole night and a whole day looking for Zhang Wei. But he didn't find any trace of Zhang Wei. He made more than 100 calls, but no one answered. He had already sunk to the bottom of the valley. He was full of worries. Something must have happened to Zhang Wei. Xiaolong hated himself secretly. He had noticed something wrong with Yang's mother. But he didn't find the problem in time. If something happened to Zhang Wei, he would be damned. He was full of self-blame and regret. He suddenly saw a familiar figure from the corner of his eye. Xiaolong was shocked. He looked closely. It was Zhang Wei indeed. However, before he could show his joy, He saw Xu Hao following Zhang Wei. Upon closer inspection, Zhang Wei had difficulty walking. Boom! Xiao Long was struck by lightning. His mind went blank instantly. Then, anger surged out. It must have been Xu Hao who did it. He knew that Xu Hao had an affair with his teacher and was not a good person. Xiao Long's eyes were almost spitting fire. His teeth were clattering. He clenched his hands into fists. His nails dug deep into his palms. Blood oozed out, but he was unaware. He kept cursing himself for being useless. He couldn't even protect his wife. Xiao Long's body trembled violently because of anger. Swish! Xiao Long immediately came to Zhang Wei. His eyes were full of guilt. His voice trembled. Wei Wei, I'm sorry, I didn't protect you well. Zhang Wei frowned. She was not moved by Xiao Long's appearance. She has never been fond of Xiao Long. If she really had feelings for him, she wouldn't have helped when her parents targeted Xiao Long. It was just a deal between the two of them. Zhang Wei said calmly. It's none of your business. Seeing her frowning as she spoke, Xiao Long felt a sharp pain in his heart. How badly was this hurt? How could Xu Hao have the heart to do this? He showed no mercy at all. Then, Xiao Long looked at Xu Hao next to him. The murderous intent in his eyes was undisguised. If it wasn't on the street, it would not be suitable to do it. He would have cut Xu Hao into pieces long ago. In his eyes, Xu Hao was already a dead man. Xu Hao showed a kind smile. He slapped Xiao Long hard. Little brother, don't get me wrong. Xiao Wei and I just talked about business development all night, nothing happened. Feeling the powerful force of Xu Hao's hand on his body, Xiao Long was shocked. This force was stronger than him. What is Xu Hao's strength? After hearing Xu Hao's words, the shock was instantly replaced by anger. Talked about business all night. You're playing me for a fool. He glanced at Zhang Wei and had difficulty walking. Oh, this is Xiao Wei's ankle sprained when she went downstairs just now, don't think too much. Xu Hao explained with a smile. It would have been better if he didn't explain. This explanation made Xiao Long's lungs explode. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Xiao Long was furious. Want to tear Xu Hao into pieces. Xu Hao slapped him on the shoulder again. The force increased a little. Young man, don't be so angry. Xiao Long's anger was suppressed. He was full of frustration and resentment. He was just a waste. He couldn't even avenge his wife who was bullied. Chapter 291, The King's Game of Daughters. A New Way of Harvesting. Erotic. As Xu Hao released his power, Xiao Long also noticed Xu Hao's strength. Late Dan Jin. He couldn't believe it, how could it be possible? He was Gang Jin. His strength was not as good as Xu Hao's. Of course not, his physical strength was stronger, but his power-generating skills were far inferior to Xu Hao's. You know, Xu Hao had many master-level and god-level skills in one. His control was perfect. Xiao Long didn't know Xu Hao was cheating. He had always killed enemies above his level with the skills he honed on the battlefield. Now he was the one who was surpassed. His mentality collapsed. Ding Xiao Long's mentality exploded, emotional value plus 1000. Zhang Wei didn't notice the secret confrontation between the two. She only saw Xiao Long trying to make trouble for Xu Hao. Not only was she not moved. Instead, she was very annoyed. Don't you know what your identity is? What can a beggar do to Xu Hao? I'm not really your wife. Zhang Wei frowned, her face full of impatience. At this time, some people around had noticed what was happening here. Curious eyes were cast one after another. Zhang Wei's heart tightened. She didn't want to spread the rumor that she checked into a hotel with Xu Hao. She immediately scolded Xiao Long. What are you doing? Xiao Long was completely stunned. His eyes widened. He was helping his wife and teaching Xu Hao a lesson. Why are you still questioning him? Zhang Wei spoke coldly. Mr. Xu is right. We just talked about things for a whole night and nothing happened. In the end, she chose to compromise. There was no way. Xu Hao's power was too great. There was no way to do anything to him. Even calling the police was impossible. There was no evidence about Xu Hao. If the police were called, they would only arrest her mother. It would also expose her loss of virginity, which would be useless. Xu Hao was too cautious and hid it too deeply. In fact, Zhang Wei said she wanted to make trouble for Xu Hao. It was just that she was unwilling to do so. In her eyes, Xu Hao was like an insurmountable mountain. There was no hope of revenge. Xiao Long was incredible. Will he not see if something happened? He couldn't figure it out. Zhang Wei had already lost her virginity. Why did she still talk to Xu Hao? Was she conquered by Xu Hao in one night? Thinking that his wife was raped by an old man who was half a century old, and still surrendered like this. Xiao Long felt heartbroken. No. Zhang Wei's attitude clearly showed that she hated Xu Hao very much. Zhang Wei looked cold. Her tone was cold. Don't worry about my business, go back to me quickly. Her voice was not loud. But it was firm and unquestionable. She didn't want to make a big deal about her and Xu Hao. Once it was exposed, the consequences would be disastrous. Zhang Wei knew very well. Xiao Long was just a beggar, how could he fight with Xu Hao? She had seen Xu Hao's true face. He would do anything to achieve his goal, and he was ruthless. Who knew if he would kill him? Although she had nothing to do with Xiao Long. But after all, she used Xiao Long as a shield. She didn't want Xiao Long to get into trouble because of this. It must be said that Xiao Long's character was indeed beyond reproach. Xiao Long was furious at this time. Veins on his forehead bulged, and his finger pointed directly at Xu Hao. Wei Wei, did he threaten you? Tell me, I can protect you, don't be afraid of him. His eyes seemed to be spewing fire. I don't know why Xu Hao is stronger than him. But he is not much stronger. If he explodes completely, he may not be afraid of the other party. It's just that the current situation is not right. The full-strength burst of Gangjin is too terrifying. In public, it will definitely cause a sensation. It will be bad if the authorities intervene. Even if he is the Dragon King, he will be expelled. He wants to protect Zhang Wei. He will not leave. And if he attacks now, it is very likely to hurt Zhang Wei beside him. He resisted the idea of attacking immediately. As for Xu Hao, he is stronger than him. Not to mention that he has been through all kinds of hardships and is not afraid of Xu Chou. He still has 3,000 men. How can Xu Hao play with him alone? However, Zhang Wei does not know Xiao Long's true identity. She just thinks he is overestimating himself. A beggar, combined with his confidence. Liang Jingru. In her heart, she immediately regarded him as the kind of person who is trying to show off in front of her. Disgusting. Zhang Wei frowned deeper and deeper. Her tone became colder and colder. Protect me. Who do you think you are? Xiao Long just opened his mouth. I am your. He stopped talking before he finished. A thought flashed through his mind. It seemed that he and Zhang Wei were not husband and wife at all. They were just married by agreement. For a moment, Xiao Long's mood fell. What are you doing here? Why don't you get out of here? Zhang Wei's voice came again. Cold and ruthless. Xiao Long walked back in despair. Every step seemed to be dragging a 1,000-pound stone, and his back looked extremely lonely. Zhang Wei was also going to leave. Just then, Xu Hao smiled and said, Xiao Wei, we will meet again. Zhang Wei shuddered. Full of anxiety and fear. She didn't want to meet Xu Hao. Zhang Wei didn't respond, just quickened her pace and left in a hurry. Xiao Long didn't go far. Hearing Xu Hao say that he still wanted to find Zhang Wei, instantly clenched his fist, the nails almost embedded in the palm of his hand. Anger surged like a flood. He would never let Xu Hao hurt Zhang Wei again. Even if it cost him his life, he would kill Xu Hao. Xiao Long's eyes were bloodshot. His teeth were clenched, his expression was resolute. Ding Xiao Long's killing intent was boiling, emotional value plus 1001. Ding Zhang Wei was very nervous, emotional value plus 789. In the evening, several girls happily gathered in the room. The dim light cast a mysterious veil over the room. Looking closely, in addition to the girls, there was also Xu Hao in the crowd. The 5 girls were the daughters who returned. It turned out that Xu Qingxie came back today. The sisters were happy and wanted to play the defense game. Seeing Xu Hao at home, they pulled him over. They were playing the king game. Several people drew cards. One of them was a joker card. The rest were number cards. The person who draws the joker card becomes the king and can order punishments at will. Xu Hao holds the little fox. He strokes it occasionally. The little fox looks like he has lost all hope in life. The game is in full swing. This time, Xu Huai draws the king card. She is immediately elated. She rolls her eyes and orders. 3 hits 5-10 times, the kind of family law. When several people heard this, they couldn't help but blush. Xu Huai is really eccentric. She can even think of such a punishment. The person who draws 3 is Xu Shiqing, and 5 is Xu Qingxie. Xu Qingxie gritted her teeth. Her eyes seemed to be spitting fire, and she scolded. Xu Huai, you little girl always come up with some bad ideas, are you really embarrassing me? Xu Huai was not afraid at all. Instead, she said. Fourth sister, this is the rule of the game, what I say is what it is. She held her hands in front of her. Her face was filled with a playful smile. Everyone has to abide by the rules, fourth sister, you can't cheat. On the side, Xu Feiyan showed a sympathetic expression. Thinking of not long ago, she was also teased by Xu Huai. At this time, Xu Qingxie also suffered. Fourth sister, I understand your mood now. Xu Huai will mess around. But don't worry, we will find a chance to deal with her later. Xu Xiqing showed an apologetic smile. Fourth sister, I am also doing this to complete the task. She has been taught a lesson in front of Xu Qingxie in the past. She is always controlled by fourth sister, and today she actually has the opportunity to fight back. Although she is a little nervous. But it feels great. Xu Qingxie glared at Xu Huai. She said unhappily. Okay, I am unlucky today, Xu Huai, you wait for me. Xu Xiqing stepped forward, a little hesitant. She hesitated to take action. Xu Huai was in a state of disbelief, and urged from the side. Oh, sister, hurry up and stop dawdling. Xu Xiqing took a deep breath, raised her hand and hit Xu Qingxie. Xu Qingxie was ashamed and annoyed, but she had no choice. She was thinking about how to retaliate. Although every hit didn't hurt. Xu Qingxie felt extremely ashamed. Being hit in front of the sisters and Xu Hao. The feeling was indescribable. After a few hits, Xu Qingxue's face was like a ripe apple. Xu Xiqing couldn't bear it. But this was the rule of the game, so she had to continue. Finally, the 10 hits were over. Xu Qingxie felt relieved. Looking at Xu Huai, he seemed to want to eat her. Ding Xu Qingxie felt ashamed, emotional value plus 666. Xu Hao's heart moved. As expected, there was an unexpected harvest. This harvested a lot of emotional points. It seems that I can play more in the future. The game continues. Perhaps Xu Huai was lucky, and she drew the king card again. The smile on the corner of her mouth could not be hidden. She smiled with her hands on her hips. Her eyes rolled around. Then she ordered, I want Princess 6 to hold Princess 3 and do 100 squats. The sisters ate the snacks that Xu Hao often brought back. Each of them had an extraordinary physique. This requirement was completely achievable for them. Xu Huai thought it was fun to hold the two sisters. The girls looked resentful. They secretly cursed this little sister for being too good at playing tricks on people. However, when Xu Hao spread out the cards in his hand and showed the number 6, the girls were a little dumbfounded. Xu Huai was also surprised. But she didn't take it to heart. In her heart, Xu Hao was her father. What's the problem with holding her sister? She just felt it was a pity. With Xu Hao's strength, let alone holding a person and doing 100 squats. Even if there are 10,000 of them, it would be easy. It's a pity that the sisters were not embarrassed. Xu Xiqing had the same idea. It's okay to let dad hug her. She was even a little envious. The ones whose faces changed were Xu Hongzhuang, Xu Feiyan, and Xu Qingxie. All three of them had received dream teaching from Xu Hao. Xiqing Huai had also received it, but it was much more normal. Xu Feiyan spread out the card 3 in her hand. Hesitantly evaded. How about forgetting it? Xu Huai was not happy. This won't work. We have to follow the rules and can't cheat. We must abide by the rules of the game, otherwise how can we continue to play? Xu Feiyan was flustered. Wiping the non-existent cold sweat on her forehead, she stuttered. Little sister, how about we change the punishment method? This is a bit. Xu Huai tilted her head, looking puzzled. Dad is holding you, not you holding dad, what's the problem? Fourth sister just accepted the punishment obediently. Why are you so shy, third sister? Then, her eyes became suspicious. Third sister, you are not thinking of something else, are you? Xu Xiqing also looked at Xu Feiyan suspiciously. Third sister, you are indeed a little strange today. Isn't it just a hug from daddy? Is there any hidden reason? Xu Feiyan became even more flustered. She waved her hands quickly. Oh, it's not what you think. I just feel a little embarrassed. Xu Huai frowned. Third sister, your reason is too far-fetched. We are all family. What is there to be embarrassed about? Xu Xiqing also echoed. That's right, third sister, don't refuse, let's get started. Xu Hao certainly won't miss this opportunity to harvest. He put down the little fox and came to the center. Xu Feiyan had no choice but to accept the arrangement. The princess picked him up. Xu Feiyan shrank her head like a quail. The idea of revenge on Xu Huai in her heart was thrown out of her mind. Finally, she squatted and did 697. Xu Feiyan almost didn't dare to look up at people. She just wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Ding. Xu Feiyan was ashamed and angry, emotional value plus 888. In the next game, Xu Hao was lucky to draw the joker. He ordered casually, "Let's dance from 4. Everyone's eyes instantly focused on the cards in their hands. The one who drew 4 was Xu Hongzhuang. She was stunned at first, and a confident smile bloomed on her face. She stood up and stood in the center. The music seemed to start automatically at this moment. Xu Hongzhuang stretched out her long sleeves and danced gracefully. Her figure was light and graceful, like a nimble butterfly flying through the flowers. Every move was smooth and natural, full of charm and rhythm. Everyone was fascinated by the dance. Xu Huai's eyes widened. "Wow, third sister danced so well, this dance is amazing." Xu Xiqing was full of admiration and nodded repeatedly. "Yes, third sister's dancing skills are really amazing, her movements are so skillful, and her expressions are also very appropriate. I have to learn from her." Xu Qingshe commented with a smile. "Third sister is worthy of being the queen of heaven. This dance is really pleasing to the eye, and every detail is handled just right." Xu Feiyan also raised her head, slowed down and followed the praise. Third sister's dance lit up the whole room, it was so beautiful. Hongzhuang's dance is really wonderful, it seems that she has put a lot of effort in her daily life. Amid the cheers and praises of the crowd, Xu Hongzhuang ended the dance perfectly. A smile of satisfaction and joy filled her face. The game is not over yet. As Xu Huai started, everyone gradually relaxed. This time Xu Qingshe was the king. After playing so many games, it was finally her turn to give orders. The corners of her mouth rose. 2, give me a massage. Several people spread out their cards. 2 was actually in Xu Hao's hand. Xu Qingshui's face froze instantly. She originally thought it was one of her sisters. Unexpectedly, it was her father. Thinking of asking her father to give her a massage, she suddenly felt guilty. She said weakly, "How about forget it? How can I let my father give me a massage?" Xu Huai immediately started to make a noise. "Fourth sister, what's wrong with this? Dad is also playing a game, and he has to abide by the rules." Xu Qingshe hesitated. She thought it would be okay to give a massage. So she said, "Okay then." Xu used the god's hand to harvest the emotional value. The technique is wonderful. The result is predictable. If the sisters were not present, she would definitely lose her composure. "This is just a shoulder massage." Xu Huai was puzzled and asked doubtfully, "Isn't it just a massage? Is it so comfortable?" "Fourth sister, you are exaggerating. Daddy, can you give me a massage too?" Xu Hao glanced at her. "No, you can't give me a good massage." Xu Huai pouted. "Humph, Daddy is so stingy. The god's hand plus the god-level massage, only Xu Qingshe can experience it." Chapter 292, Daughter returns. Show your power. Shocked. Dad is the greatest. Another day has passed in a blink of an eye. Today, a graceful figure appeared at the gate of Xu's villa. This is a woman. She has a beautiful face and is meticulously carved. Her fair skin is as soft as mutton fat jade and can be broken by a blow. Under her curved eyebrows, a pair of bright eyes like stars, deep and mysterious. She is tall and has perfect proportions. Her slender waist is not even a hand's length, and her long legs are straight and strong. A simple white dress perfectly outlines her graceful curves. That's right, she is one of the daughters of the Xu family. Xu Qingshan, ranked second. After learning about the virtual helmet technology from Xu Huai, she quickly packed up and rushed back to the magic city from the imperial capital. The villa in front of her is familiar and unfamiliar. There is a reason for the renovation after the Xu family became a top family. But more importantly, she has not returned home for several years. After graduation, she left to the capital to join the Academy of Sciences to do research and development in order to avoid Xu Hao. She and her sisters worked very hard. They regarded Xu Hao as an imaginary enemy. They wanted to make a career to prove themselves. But somehow, the sisters who had originally shared the same hatred for the enemy turned against him one by one. It all started more than a year ago. The two youngest sisters, Xiqingwei, fell first. Now, Only she and her eldest sister are left. I don't know what kind of magic potion Xu Hao had poured into her. Virtual helmet technology is the research and development project she chose. She didn't expect that someone would develop it first. It's related to her research and development content and more than a year of hard work. She must come back to see. It's just right to go home to see what's going on with her sisters. If she knew that Xu Hao hurt her sisters, she would never let Xu Hao go. Xu Qingshan's eyes were firm. She took a deep breath and walked away. However, before she took a few steps, the security guard stopped her. Stop, this is a private villa, no entry for outsiders. Xu Qingshan looked unhappy. Death before success. Can't even get in, Xu Qingshan said unhappily. I am a member of the Xu family. The female security guard looked unconvinced. I know all the ladies, don't try to deceive me. Xu Qingshan had no choice. She had to show her ID. The female security guard followed Xu Hao's order. Give Xu Qingshan a warning. Still didn't let her in. Xu Qingshan sighed helplessly. She hadn't been back for several years. It was normal that the female security guard didn't recognize her since she had just come. She had to call Xu Wei. Not long after, Xu Mianyi came to the door. 993. Xu Shiqing and Xu Feiyan were also with her. Xu Wei waved and shouted excitedly. Second sister, we are here. Xu Qingshan was also very happy to see her sisters. She walked over quickly and said with a smile. You little girls. Xu Shiqing and Xu Feiyan also came over. Second sister, you are finally back. Second sister, we have been looking forward to your return. The sisters greeted each other happily. After greeting, Xu Qingshan noticed the abnormality of several sisters. The eyes moved around them. The eyes were full of shock. The skin of several girls was as crystal as jade, with a charming luster. The eyes became clearer and more moving, and they were radiant. There was a different kind of charm. Originally, the looks of the sisters were comparable. But now, Xu Qingshan felt that the sisters were much more beautiful than herself. I couldn't help but recall what the fourth sister said when she came back. About the reason for the changes of the sisters. It was said that they had taken some marrow-cleansing pills. At that time, she just thought it was the sisters' excuse to persuade her to go home. She didn't take it to heart. Now that I saw it with my own eyes, I realized that it might be true. Xu Qingshan followed Xu Shiqing and the others inside. Along the way, she was constantly attracted by the various changes in the Xu family, and her eyes sparkled. Xu Wei chattered. Second sister, look at these pavilions and towers, they were all newly built later, beautiful, right? Xu Shiqing continued. Second sister, the family has changed a lot in the past year or so, we miss you every day, you can call the eldest sister back too. As she was talking, a little kid ran towards them. Yan Wumei followed behind him. Yan Wumei happened to come here today. To play with Xiao Wanzhi. Xu Shiqing picked up Xu Huang. Pretending to be angry, she said. Why are you disobedient and running around? What if you fall? Xiao Wanzhi rolled her eyes. She said in a baby voice. I'm not that stupid, do you think I'll be like you? Xu Shiqing's mouth twitched. Xu Qingshan was very surprised. Pointing at Xiao Wanzhi, he asked. Xu Wei explained with a smile. This is the sister that Suma just gave birth to. Didn't we take a photo and send it to the group? Can't you recognize her? Xu Qingshan widened her eyes. Unbelievable. Xiao Wanzhi is only 6 months old. Can she run on the ground? Can she talk? Seeing her shocked expression, Xu Shiqing looked proud. Second sister, we were also shocked at the beginning. Our sister is so different. Xu Feiyan introduced Xiao Wanzhi. Xiao Wanzhi, do you know who this is? Xu Huang frowned. After thinking for a while, he said. It's the second sister. Xu Qingshan was even more shocked. This was the first time she met Xiao Wanzhi. She didn't recognize her, but Xiao Wanzhi could recognize her. Xu Feiyan said proudly. How surprised are you? Xiao Wanzhi has a photographic memory. I have seen your photo before. Xu Qingshan was so shocked that she couldn't speak. It took a long time to come back to her senses. Her face was filled with joy. She was also very happy to have such a smart and lovely sister. She took out the gift she had prepared. A cute doll, and said softly. Xiao Wanzhi, this is a gift from your second sister. She was good at research and development, and this was made by her own hands. It was not as bad as those bought ones. It was even more meaningful. Xiao Wanzhi took the doll. she said in a baby voice without being taught by several sisters. Thank you, second sister. Xu Qingshan's heart melted. She hugged Xiao Wanzhi and kissed her. Xiao Wanzhi is so good. Xiao Wanzhi giggled. She twisted and turned in Xu Qingshan's arms. Several sisters also laughed. For a while, laughter and joy filled the Xu family's back. Came to the living room. After Xiao Wanzhi got close to Xu Qingshan for a while, she soon lost interest. She turned to Xu Xiqing and said with a pout, "Sixth sister, I want to see the comic book, you said you would draw it for me." Xu Xiqing rolled her eyes at the little kid. She said unhappily, "I forgot something, but I didn't forget your painting." She stood up and walked towards her studio. She brought a bound book of paintings. These were all carefully drawn by her. Speaking of how favored Xiao Wanzhi was, Xu Xiqing was envious. When she was at home, several sisters took turns to take care of her. What Xiao Wanzhi ate and drank were all special national foods given by Xu Hao. Even the milk she drank had special effects. Every time she smelled that fragrance, Xu Xiqing wished she could turn into a baby. If she wanted to listen to music, her third sister Xu Hongzhuang, the international queen, would play it herself. If she was interested in comic strips, she would be responsible for drawing them herself. She could draw whatever she wanted to see. She also had Xu Feiyan, a powerful Huajin master, to protect her closely. She made sure Xiao Wanzhi would not get bumped or bruised. Xu Xiqing went and came back, and handed the painting to Xiao Wanzhi. Xiao Wanzhi stayed in Xu Qingshan's arms, reading with relish. Xu Qingshan couldn't help wondering. Children are always noisy. Why did Xiao Wanzhi suddenly become quiet? Seeing her staring at the comic strip intently, Xu Qingshan curiously leaned over to take a look. She was stunned at this glance. The comic strip depicts the animal world. A vigorous gray wolf galloped like the wind on the vast grassland. Its body was tight, and its muscle lines were clearly visible. Every jump was full of strength and determination. The gray wolf's eyes were sharp and fierce, staring at the panicked sheep in front of him. The sheep fled in all directions, their wool flying in the wind. Some lambs staggered because of fear. The bleating sound was full of despair. A ewe stopped to protect the cub behind her, trying to block the attack of the gray wolf with its weak body. Its eyes were full of fear, but also revealed a firm maternal love. The background of the grassland was depicted in great detail. The mountains in the distance were undulating, and the white clouds were floating in the sky. The sun was shining on the grass, forming a patchwork of light and dark, light and shadow. However, on this seemingly peaceful and beautiful grassland, a life and death chase and a cruel law of survival were being staged. Xu Qingshan seemed to be able to hear the heavy breathing of the gray wolf. She could feel the panicked heartbeat of the sheep. Xu Qingshan regained consciousness with a start. Looking closely, it was just a painting. Her heart was filled with turbulent waves. Unbelievable. Just a painting. How could she feel like she was there? It was because this painting contained a divine aura. How could there be such a powerful painting? Those top international painters couldn't do it. Xu Qingshan suddenly found a blind spot. Just now Xiao Wanzhi said that sixth sister drew it. She looked shocked and asked impatiently, "Sixth sister, did you draw this painting?" Xu Xiqing blinked. She said with a relaxed look, "Yes, is there any problem?" Xu Qingshan was silent. "Is there a problem? It's a big problem. How did you do it? Looking at your paintings, I seem to see the real scene face to face." Xu Xiqing said in surprise, "Second sister, do you think my paintings are good?" She has been taught by Xu Hao for more than a year. Of course, her painting skills are getting better and better. It's just that she usually paints at home. Everyone in the family is extraordinary. The younger sister can write calligraphy. The fifth sister is a top master. The fourth sister is a miracle doctor. The third sister is the most valuable queen. Even if she saw her paintings, she didn't take them to heart. Xu Qingshan didn't know what to say. It's more than just good painting. No one in the world can paint better than you. Xu Huai was immediately unhappy when her sister was praised. She pouted. "Second sister, don't be fooled by her. Her paintings are just like that. My handwriting is much better than hers." Being sabotaged by her sister, Xu Xiqing retorted unconvincedly. "You are talking nonsense. My paintings are just better than your handwriting. What's so great about your handwriting?" Xu Huai put her hands on her hips. My calligraphy is sharp and well structured, which makes it better than your paintings." Xu Xiqing was not willing to be outdone. My paintings are colorful and profound, so how can they not compare to your calligraphy? The two sisters started arguing with each other. Neither of them was willing to give in. I draw well, and I write well, voices came one after another. Afterwards, in order to prove to Xu Qingshan, Xu Huai took out his masterpiece in a hurry. Just the 4 words, dragon flying and phoenix dancing. Xu Qingshan seemed to see a picture of a dragon and a phoenix flying and dancing. The strokes, the charm. She actually practiced calligraphy to this level. Xu Qingshan was shocked to the point of numbness. She asked in doubt, "How did you do it?" Xu Huai tilted her head. Her expression was strange. "Didn't we say in the group that it was Dad who taught us? It seems you didn't believe it at all." Xu Qingshan smiled awkwardly. She really didn't believe it. She thought the sisters were trying to trick me back. Xu Qingshan was very upset. The changes in the sisters, and Xu Shiqing's paintings and Xu Huai's calligraphy, all proved that what they said in the group before was true. This is too unbelievable. After a moment, she asked tentatively. Then the third sister's piano and singing. Xu Shiqing answered. Dad taught me piano, and many songs were also written by Dad. Xu Qingshan asked again. Pervert, Xu Huai said. Dad taught me. Xu Qingshan looked at Xu Feiyan. Xu Feiyan answered herself. My father taught me step by step. Speaking of hand-in-hand teaching, her expression was a little unnatural. This is confirmed. Xu Qingshan had another idea. Since what they said in the group was true, then they said that Xu Hao had another reason for treating them like that. Could it be true? Xu Qingshan still didn't believe it. It took a long time to digest the news. Xu Qingshan came back to her senses. She slapped her head, almost forgot the business. Since she entered the house, she has been in shock. So much so that she forgot the main purpose of coming back this time. I want to learn about virtual helmet technology. Xu Qingshan asked Xu Huai. Seventh sister, what's the matter with the information on virtual helmet technology you took for me? Where is the relevant information? Xu Huai scratched his head awkwardly. Second sister, didn't I take all the photos for you? Xu Qingshan frowned and said seriously. Don't lie to me, I know the content at the back is incomplete, show it to me. Xu Huai's eyes dodged. He said hesitantly. That maybe I can't give it to you until tonight. Xu Qingshan looked suspicious. Suspicious. Could it be that Xu Huai faked it to trick her back? But it's not right. It's the same as what she developed. To be precise, it's more sophisticated than mine. It's impossible to trick her. Just tell me which small company it is, and I'll go find them myself. Xu Huai hesitated and whispered. Xu Group. What? Xu Qingshan raised her eyebrows. Xu Huai, you lied to me. You call Xu Group, $1 trillion group, a small company. I believed your lies. Xu Huai defended. How did I lie to you? Dad's company is indeed developing virtual technology, and the research has reached the last minute. Xu Qingshan was so angry. If she had known that it was Xu Hao who was doing the research, she would definitely not come back. But now she was asked to leave. She didn't want to think about it anymore. Such a big change happened at home. She wanted to figure out what was going on. Xu Shiqing stepped out to smooth things over. Second sister, don't blame the younger sister. She also wants you to come back and reunite. We sisters haven't seen each other for a long time. Huai and I told Dad about you. Dad said that as long as you come back, he will let you lead the R&D team and develop virtual technology. I don't care. Xu Qingshan turned her head and curled her lips. Xu Shiqing, Xu Huai and other sisters looked at each other. They all saw helplessness in each other's eyes. The eldest and second sisters are worthy of the biggest opinions on Dad. It's not easy to deal with. At this time, Xiao Wanzhe raised her head and pulled Xu Qingshan. Second sister, accompany me to see the paintings. Xu Qingshan looked down at the cute Xiao Wanzhe, and her face immediately eased. Okay, second sister will accompany you to see. Chapter 293, Your Wife's Secret. Water Magician. Dragon King's Assassination. I heard the news of Xu Qingshan's return. In the afternoon, Xu Qingshe and Xu Hongzhuang also took time to rush back. In the courtyard, the 7 fairies with beautiful faces. At this moment, 6 sisters have gathered together. After not seeing each other for many years, the joy of reunion is beyond words. Laughter and joy filled every corner. Xu Qingshan looked at the familiar sisters in front of her and felt emotional. This separation lasted for several years. The years have not left any traces on their faces. But their eyes have added a bit of maturity. Xu Qingshan was very happy. She talked to her sisters about her thoughts and experiences over the years. However, the road of joy. She always had a trace of worry in her heart. Observed secretly from time to time. Want to see if the sisters were controlled by Xu Hao's magic potion. But they could see the sincere emotions and undisguised joy in their eyes. Xu Qingshan knew that she was overthinking. Xu Hao had known that his second daughter Xu Qingshan was back. He was not in a hurry. He stayed at the company until the evening before going home. As usual, he got into Hong Qiangwei's car. The car drove straight home, passing through the bustling commercial street all the way, arriving at the wide avenue. After leaving the main road, the number of vehicles passing by gradually decreased. Swish! The car was driving well. A large truck suddenly stopped in front. Hong Qiangwei's face changed and she stepped on the brakes hard. As the two cars were not far apart, they almost rear-ended each other. If someone else had driven, they would have hit each other. Hong Qiangwei is a top killer. Needless to say, her driving skills are excellent. Another reason is that the car has excellent performance. This is the explosion-proof car that Xu Hao pulled out of the system. Don't say it didn't hit. Even if it hit, it wouldn't be a problem. Hong Qiangwei's face looked very bad. The car in front suddenly braked at 340. It was obviously intentional, but she didn't notice anything unusual in advance. Master, I'll take care of him, Hong Qiangwei said. She was about to get out of the car to kill the troublemaker. Xu Hao stopped her. You are not his opponent. Xiaolong hid his aura and deceived Hong Qiangwei. But he couldn't. All obstacles disappeared in front of the perspective. Choose such a secret place. Does Xiaolong want to kill him? It just so happens that he is also going to teach Xiaolong a lesson. Let him be honest. Be a machine to brush emotions. Don't think about resisting. If you don't listen, just kill him directly. Hearing Xu Hao's words, Hong Qiangwei was a little surprised. Her face kept changing. She also knew who the other party was. Xu Hao told her about all the strong people he met. Xiaolong is one, Zhou Mu is another. She couldn't believe it. The Magic City actually hides two peerless strong men. You know, when she was only in the late stage of Huajin before, she had no opponents. Thanks to the master, she broke through to Dan Jin. Especially Xiaolong. He is about the same age as her, but he is already Gang Jin. The talent gap is too big. Xu Hao happened to offend both of them. The one who came to kill this time is undoubtedly Xiaolong. He slept with someone's wife, how can he not be angry? Zhou Mu will be more cautious, after all, he has a big family. Hong Qiangwei got out of the car. Opened the door for Xu Hao. Xu Hao got out of the car. He held the little fox in his arms and stroked it gently. The little fox Lang Bingji has now become obedient. There is resentment and fear towards Xu Hao. She has seen Xu Hao's unscrupulous means. In order to get Zhang Wei, let her mother drug her and force Zhang Wei to commit. Now the trouble is here. Xu Hao didn't feel like he was in trouble. He said to the truck in front, Xiaolong, come out, don't hide, I know it's you. It was quiet. No response. Xu Hao smiled. Playing hide and seek. He said in a playful tone. You're not coming out, right? Then I'll tell you about Zhang Wei's taste. Paused. There was still no movement. Chen Hao continued. I'll tell you a secret. Xiao Wei's physique, tisk tisk, can be called a water magician. I know you want to kill me, but I have to tell you that it was your mother-in-law who sent your wife to my room. I didn't do anything, and I even drugged her thoughtfully. You don't know how proactive she is. Well, that's because I drugged her, but I didn't let her go when I woke up at noon. She cooperated very well. But I'm curious, you've been married for more than 2 years, why is Xiao Wei still? Xu Hao talked freely. Hong Qiangwei looked strange. The master was too mean. Lang Bingji in her arms was also shocked. This once again refreshed the shameless impression of Xu Hao in her mind. Ding Xiaolong is furious, emotion value plus 1000. Ding Lang Bingji grits her teeth, emotion value plus 789C. Shut up. Xiaolong can't bear it anymore. He rushed out from behind the hidden truck. He glared at Xu Hao. If eyes could kill, he would have turned into ashes at this moment. The day before yesterday, he was scolded and left by Zhang Wei for causing trouble for Xu Hao. After returning, he felt more and more uncomfortable. He was full of self-blame. He clenched his fists. He was very upset. He hated his incompetence and his negligence. Jiang Wei was kind to him. He had vowed to protect her. But this happened. It was because of his carelessness that Jiang Wei lost her virginity. Suffering such a tragic fate. Anger, self-blame, annoyance and regret intertwined. Xiaolong felt extremely uncomfortable. When he thought of Xu Hao still wanted to find Jiang Wei and threatened her. He felt like a knife was cutting his heart. Unable to bear Jiang Wei's continued torture, Xiaolong was determined to get rid of Xu Hao. To get Jiang Wei out of Xu Hao's entanglement, the best way was to kill Xu Hao. Although killing Xu Hao, a trillionaire, would cause huge trouble. But in order to avenge Jiang Wei, he was fearless. So, he didn't sleep for 2 days and 2 nights. Crazy investigation of Xu Hao's information. Carefully study Xu Hao's daily walking trajectory. Finally, he ambushed on this road. He wanted to cause a car accident to mess up Xu Hao's hands and feet. Unexpectedly, the other party's bodyguard had such good driving skills. He didn't hit him. It doesn't matter. As long as the other party is angry and comes to check the situation. He can catch them by surprise. Even if he sends that bodyguard, it doesn't matter, he is confident that he can deal with them one by one. Unexpectedly, Xu Hao not only didn't fall for it, but was so shameless. In order to lure him out, he actually said such blasphemous words to Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei is his wife. She is also the white moonlight in his heart. He can't tolerate Jiang Wei being blasphemed like this. Xiaolong, who couldn't bear it any longer, stood up. He stared at Xu Hao with blazing eyes, as if he wanted to eat him alive. The turtle finally came out. Xu Hao had a playful look on his face. Hearing the word, turtle, it was like a sharp knife piercing his heart. Xiaolong's face was distorted. His eyes seemed to be spitting fire. He couldn't even protect his wife. This description is very appropriate. He felt green on his head. It was all Xu Hao. Xiaolong's anger could no longer be suppressed and broke out completely. His aura was like a surging wave, sweeping like a tsunami. In an instant, a strong wind blew up. The big trees on both sides of the road, under the pressure of this powerful aura, the branches and leaves swayed wildly. Seems to be trembling. Xu Hao, you deserve to die. Xiaolong shouted angrily. He took a step forward. A big pit appeared on the asphalt road under his feet, and gravel splashed everywhere. His figure was like an arrow from a bow. He rushed towards Xu Hao at an astonishing speed. The moment he appeared, it meant that his original calculation failed. He could not launch a sneak attack. But he was fearless. What if Xu Hao's strength was stronger than his? He had experienced more than 10 years of bloody storms in the dark world. He had rich combat experience and skills. He was confident that he could behead Xu Hao. Xiaolong was as fast as a ghost and turned into a residual image. Even the Red Rose who had reached Danjin. He could only barely see a vague shadow. In an instant, Xiaolong came close to Xu Hao. He raised a dagger in his hand, and the cold light flashed. He attacked Xu Hao's neck directly. He was ready to deal with Xu Hao. This attack gathered all his strength and determination. It was getting closer. It was getting closer and closer. However, Xiaolong's expression was solemn. Because he found that Xu Hao was not moved at all. His expression was as calm and casual as ever. It seemed that he did not take this fatal attack seriously at all. What happened? Did he not react? Impossible. Xu Hao was a Danjin master after all. The power he showed was even stronger than that of him who was Gangjin. It was impossible that he could not react. But why didn't he dodge? Countless thoughts flashed through Xiaolong's mind. However, the dagger was getting closer and closer to Xu Hao's neck. Such a close distance. Don't say that Xu Hao was only Danjin. Even the peak of Gangjin could not dodge it. Xiaolong's face showed the pleasure of revenge. It seemed that he had seen Xu Hao's blood splattered on the spot. At the critical moment, Xu Hao suddenly smiled. At the moment when the knife was about to hit, he activated his special ability. Teleport. His figure disappeared in an instant. Xiaolong's attack missed. He appeared at the place where Xu Hao had stood. There was no real feeling of stabbing Xu Hao in his hand, it was empty. Xiaolong was shocked. How could it be possible? How did he dodge? Even the peak of Gangjin couldn't do it. Could it be that his strength was even higher than Gangjin? Xiaolong couldn't accept this fact. He stood there, his mind was blank. Ding Xiaolong's heart trembled, emotional value plus 1001. You are too slow. A voice sounded behind Xiaolong. Xiaolong's whole body tensed up. A sense of extreme danger spread throughout his body. He instinctively twisted his body. The dagger in his hand stabbed out as fast as lightning. But such a fierce attack still missed. Xu Hao's figure appeared on the other side. With an annoying and playful smile. "Can you do it, little brother?" Repeatedly, Xiaolong attacked frantically. But he couldn't even touch the corner of Xu Hao's clothes. Xiaolong's forehead was covered with a layer of fine sweat beads. His breathing was rapid and heavy. His heart was galloping, and he said it was impossible. Since he was a child, he has shown an amazing talent for martial arts. On the road to growth, he has overcome all difficulties. Kill gods and Buddhas. With an invincible attitude, he became the master of the Dragon King Hall. Countless honors and victories have forged his invincible belief. He is invincible, but at this moment today, he can't even touch the corner of a person's clothes. The huge gap, it almost broke his mentality. The thoughts that had been in his mind for a long time began to crack. Xiaolong's eyes turned red, and he was furious. His mentality was completely blown up. "You can only hide. If you have the guts, fight me head on," he roared. His voice was full of anger and unwillingness. Xu Hao's speed was too fast. But he still didn't believe that he was stronger than himself. Xu Hao sneered. "Hey, you can't even touch my clothes, and you still have the nerve to yell." Xiaolong hated it in his heart. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of Hong Qiangwei beside him. His heart moved. There was no way to deal with Xu Hao, so he killed this bodyguard. "Don't blame me, who made you Xu Hao's man?" Xiaolong's heart was ruthless. The killing intent was boiling, and he turned to kill Hong Qiangwei. Hong Qiangwei's eyes condensed, feeling the violent momentum released from Xiaolong. She suddenly felt a lot of pressure, and her expression was solemn. Instantly took out the magic weapon, prepared to fight to the death. At this moment, Xu Hao's figure appeared in front of her. Facing Xiaolong directly, he didn't mind training Red Rose. But Xiaolong was not suitable. The gap between their strength was too big. Let him solve it. Originally, he had to use 70% of his strength to beat Xiaolong badly. That was without using special abilities. After his teasing just now, Xiaolong's mentality collapsed. Don't solve it too easily. Xu Hao threw a punch without hesitation. His strength reached Gangjin, and Gangqi could be released. Gangqi protected the body, and even artillery shells could not break the defense. However, Xu Hao's seemingly ordinary punch, the power contained was not small. Xiaolong only felt a flash in front of his eyes and a pain in his chest. Then the whole person flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. His body drew an arc in the air. Along the way, he broke a tree that an adult could hug. Along with the loud noise of the tree breaking, debris flew everywhere. Xiaolong finally stopped after crashing into several large trees. 3.9. He fell to the ground in a mess, raising a cloud of dust. Puff! A large mouthful of blood spurted out of Xiaolong's mouth. He struggled to get up. But he felt a piercing pain in his chest every time he moved. Xu Hao slowly walked towards Xiaolong. Parara! Every step seemed to step on his heart. Xiaolong breathed rapidly. There was a trace of fear in his eyes. More of it was unwillingness. "Xu Hao, I, Xiaolong, will avenge today's humiliation in the future." Xiaolong gritted his teeth. He shouted while enduring the severe pain. Xu Hao did not speak, but just raised his foot and kicked hard, and a stream of energy surged from the soles of his feet. Xiaolong tried his best to dodge, but he was too seriously injured and could not dodge. His body was knocked away again. He crashed into several large trees again before rolling to the ground. At this time, Xiaolong was covered with wounds and his clothes were tattered. He no longer had the arrogance he had before. He looked at Xu Hao, his eyes gradually becoming desperate. Xu Hao looked down at him. "Are you honest now?" Xiaolong gritted his teeth and supported himself with his hands. He tried hard to get up. But as soon as he got up a little, he collapsed to the ground again. He was breathing heavily. He had to face the facts. He was no match for Xu Hao. Xiaolong's pupils were dull and his eyes were lifeless. He was sad for a moment. He thought of Zhang Wei, the woman he swore to protect with his life. He didn't protect her well, and he came to avenge her, but ended up in a miserable defeat. He was just a waste. His heart was full of self-blame and regret. Xiaolong's mentality exploded. Xu Hao held the little fox in his arms, and his demeanor was elegant. The little fox Lang Bingji was dumbfounded. Chapter 294, Deep Fatherly Love. Needs to be punished. Teach his daughter a lesson. Ruler. Xu Hao did not kill Xiaolong for the time being. If he had to kill someone first, he would kill Zhou first. In his opinion, a protagonist with a system is much harder to deal with than the Dragon King. Keeping Xiaolong can provide him with emotional points. Xiaolong still has 3,000 subordinates. Although not as good as his, Wu Shang. But it is also a force that cannot be ignored. Killing Xiaolong rashly will definitely lead to retaliation. It is better to wait for Xiaolong to gather his subordinates and catch them all in one fell swoop. Maybe he can take the opportunity to subdue them and use them for his own benefit. Thinking of this, Xu Hao turned around and said to Hong Qiangwei. Xu Hao took the little fox and Hong Qiangwei away, leaving a mess on the spot, and the lingering Xiaolong. Ding Xiaolong's mentality exploded, emotional value plus 1001. Xu Hao returned home. Several girls were sitting together in the house reminiscing about the past, laughing and talking. Seeing Xu Hao coming back, the two sisters Xiqing and Wei came to greet him. Dad is back. Dad, the second sister is back too. The sweet voices of the two sisters sounded. Xu Qingshan's eyes fell on Xu Hao. She thought that he had indeed changed a lot. He was getting younger. But when she thought of the past, she was very angry. She was still able to control her emotions. Xu Hao pretended to be puzzled and asked, "When did Qingshan come back?" Xu Qingshan pursed her lips and did not speak. Xu Xiqing saw that the atmosphere was awkward and hurriedly answered with a smile. Xu Hao raised his eyebrows. This second daughter is a little naughty. She needs to be taught a lesson. Xu Wei knew the conflict between the second sister Xu Qingshan and Xu Hao. She was no longer as playful as before. She said seriously, "Dad, the second sister came back to see the virtual helmet technology you are researching." "Oh," Xu Hao said, "oh. Let Xu Wei go to the study and get the research and development materials." Xu Qingshan wanted to say that she was not interested. Before she could finish her words, Xu Wei had already jumped to the study. Xu Qingshan had to give up. Not long after, Xu Wei came back, holding a document in his hand. This was printed in advance by Xu Hao. He had complete technology. He did not take out the last content of the document. Save it for later to improve his daughter's favor. Xu Wei handed the document to Xu Hao. Xu Hao gestured for her to give it directly to Xu Qingshan. "Second sister, this is what you want." Xu Qingshan glared at her younger sister. Blame her for being nosy. Looking at the file in front of her, she wanted to refuse, but couldn't suppress her curiosity. After all, the purpose of her return was this thing. She didn't know how far the research had progressed. "Second sister, you don't want it. If you don't want it, I'll take it away," Xu Wei said mischievously. After some entanglement, Xu Qingshan still took it. Xu Hongzhuang, Xu Qingshe, and Xu Feiyan beside her were shocked after listening to Xu Xiqing's explanation of the virtual helmet technology. Once the research and development is successful, it is definitely a cross-era product that will affect the whole world. Thinking that Xu Hao is about to be developed, they couldn't help but admire it. Seeing Xu Qingshan open the file to check, several sisters also curiously came over. After a while, they shook their heads, indicated that they couldn't understand. Xu Qingshan was staring at it. She was deeply attracted by the content. The research content was clearly presented in front of her. It was so detailed that she could understand it at a glance. Those complex technical principles were explained in a simple and easy to understand way. Every step was accurate and correct. The idea is bold and innovative. After reading the document, Xu Qingshan slowly raised her head. She looked at Xu Hao. There was a hint of complex emotions in her eyes. She was sure. The virtual technology developed by Xu Hao has reached the final stage. Xu Wei spoke at this time. "Second sister, how is it? Did I lie to you? Dad is about to develop it." Xu Wei wanted to say something. Xu Xiqing covered her mouth with her hand. Xu Hao spoke. "Wei is wrong. Although this technology has reached the final stage of development, it is still unknown how long it will take to develop it. The main reason is that there are too few people who are exposed to this technology. It is not easy to overcome the last difficulty. I heard that Qingshan is also developing this technology. I formally invite Qingshan to join our R&D team. How about it? I promise that the entire team will be led by you." Xu Hao invited with a smile. The sisters could all hear it. Xu Hao wanted to pull Xu Qingshan into the team. It doesn't matter whether it works or not. He wants to get the identity of a developer. From his words, they felt the deep love of their father. Second sister, this is a rare opportunity, just agree. Dad really wants you to join. Yes, it will be a great sense of accomplishment to complete this technology together. Second sister, don't hesitate. Xu Qingshan was tangled in her heart. She wanted to participate in the research and development. But, accepting Xu Hao's invitation, wouldn't that be the same as bowing to him? She couldn't get over that hurdle in her heart. She gritted her teeth. In the end, she still planned to refuse. Xu Hao smiled and said first. Don't worry, Qingshan can think about it slowly. It's not easy to come back to reunite, of course you have to have fun, don't think about work first. Xu Qingshan opened her mouth. The words of refusal were swallowed back. The dinner was ready in the evening. Xu Feiyan invited Xu Qingshan to have dinner at home. Second sister, let's eat. Xu Qingshan didn't want to stay here and be embarrassed. No, I'd better go out. The other sisters also persuaded her. Second sister, why are you going out? It's so lively to eat at home. That's right, second sister, let's eat together. Second sister, you stay. Faced with the requests of the girls, Xu Qingshan still insisted on leaving. At this time, Xiao Wanzhi came over with a baby voice. Took Xu Qingshan's hand and said eagerly. Second sister, can you stay and have dinner with Xiao Wanzhi? Xu Qingshan's heart melted and said gently. Then accompany Xiao Wanzhi to eat. Who can refuse such a cute baby? The girls all stole surprised glances at Xiao Wanzhi. This 6-month-old sister is too rebellious. Do adults understand the thinking? The family finished the meal lively. Sitting together and chatting. Su Wanzhi smiled and accompanied them. Asked Xu Qingshan with concern. Qingshan, what have you done outside these years? Xu Qingshan replied. Su Ma, after entering the Academy of Sciences, I have been focusing on the research of virtual helmet technology and have also participated in some related projects. Time passed by little. Unknowingly, it was dark. Xu Qingshan stood up, said a little unnaturally. I'm leaving. I won't disturb you guys' sleep. Several sisters hurriedly tried to keep her. Xu Xiqing took her hand and said. Second sister, this is home. It's so inconvenient to live outside. Don't bother. Xu Hongzhuang also said. Yes, second sister, the room at home has been cleaned up for you. Just live here. Xu Qingshan agreed. Second sister, stay. We sisters haven't slept together for a long time. We can still talk at night. Su Wanzhi also tried to keep her. Qingshan, don't go out. It's so warm to live at home. However, Xu Qingshan still hesitated. Just then, Xiao Wanzhi, who had been staying in Xu Qingshan's arms, raised her head. She looked at her with her big watery eyes. She said in a baby voice, Second sister, I don't want you to leave. After saying that, she was still talking about Qingshan. Xu Qingshan's heart softened instantly. She gently touched Xiao Wanzhi's head and finally agreed. Be good, second sister won't leave. Everyone smiled when they saw her agree. After finishing her married life with Su Wanzhi at night, Xu Hao activated his ability to lead souls into dreams. He entered Xu Qingshan's dream. The ability to enter dreams has a distance limit. Xu Qingshan lives at home. Xu Hao naturally would not miss this opportunity. In the dream, Xu Qingshan was concentrating on research. Various complex instruments and materials were placed around. Suddenly, Xu Hao's figure appeared in front of him. Xu Qingshan frowned when she saw Xu Hao. What are you doing here? Her tone was cold and full of resistance. Xu Hao glanced at the surrounding environment. An idea came to his mind. His mind moved. A ruler appeared in his hand. Pretending to be a teacher. Without saying a word, he hit him with a ruler. Xu Qingshan's eyes widened. Unbelievable. She was beaten by Xu Hao. It's fine if he beat her when she was a child. He beat her when she grew up. A wave of anger surged in her heart. Just as she was about to explode, he got there first. What's wrong with the direction of your research? His voice was harsh and cold. His eyes were filled with unquestionable majesty. Xu Qingshan bit her lip and tried to hold back her anger. How am I wrong? I have always been conducting research according to the most cutting-edge theories and methods. Xu Hao snorted coldly. The most cutting edge? What you call the most cutting edge is just a dead end. Look at the way you collect data here. It doesn't take into account the variable factors in actual applications at all. And this algorithm model is too idealistic and can't achieve stable operation at all. Xu Hao said. He pointed at Xu Qingshan's research materials with a ruler, his expression serious. Xu Qingshan was not convinced. But this is the direction everyone is trying now. If everyone is doing it, does it have to be right? Xu Hao raised his voice. You should have your own thoughts, don't just follow blindly. Xu Hao picked up a pen. He quickly wrote down a few formulas and data on the paper. Come on, recalculate according to this idea. Xu Qingshan took the pen, and began to calculate with a sense of joy in her heart. But because of the influence of her emotions, her thoughts were a little confused. An error occurred during the calculation process. Xu Hao said nothing. Another ruler was hit. You can make such a simple mistake. Pay attention. Xu Qingshan's tears rolled in her eyes. But she still held back and continued to concentrate on calculating. Xu Qingshan still didn't find the right way. Xu Hao was serious. Are you really serious? You can't even figure out such a basic principle. Xu Qingshan raised her head. I'm already trying hard. Try hard. Xu Hao was merciless. In scientific research, without results, everything is empty talk. Xu Hao explained the principle again. Let Xu Qingshan try again. Xu Qingshan gritted her teeth. She vowed to do it right. Don't let Xu Hao underestimate her again. This time, she focused all her attention. Finally, she got the correct result. Xu Hao's expression eased a little. That's good enough, but don't think it's enough. Let's continue. Xu Hao threw out a more complicated question. Xu Qingshan's mood, which had just relaxed, tensed up again. Think about it carefully. Combined with what we just said, how should this problem be solved? Xu Qingshan racked his brains. After thinking for a long time, he still had no clue. Xu Hao picked up the ruler again. I'll give you one last chance. If you still can't figure it out, don't think about resting today. Xu Qingshan trembled slightly. She felt extremely wronged and stressed. But it also aroused her inner stubbornness. She took a deep breath and reorganized her thoughts. She tried hard to find clues to solve the problem. Finally, when Xu Hao was about to lose patience, Xu Qingshan had a flash of inspiration, and I reached the breakthrough point. Successfully solved the problem. Xu Hao nodded. It's not bad this time, but don't be proud, there are more difficult ones waiting for you later. Xu Qingshan was exhausted, but after hearing Xu Hao's words, she became nervous again. In this way, under Xu Hao's strict teaching, Xu Qingshan continued to overcome one problem after another. Her understanding of virtual helmet technology became deeper and deeper. However, Xu Qingshan's resentment towards Xu Hao did not decrease. Xu Hao's method was too rough. At the same time, she had to admit. In this way, she did make great progress. I don't know how long it took. Xu Hao looked at the time and said, that's all for today. I'll summarize today's content when I go back. After saying that, Xu Hao's figure gradually disappeared in the dream. Xu Qingshan suddenly collapsed on the ground. Looking at the direction where Xu Hao disappeared, she felt mixed emotions. She didn't notice. Before Xu Hao disappeared, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. This is just the beginning. It's better not to play too big at the beginning. It's not good if people run away. Slowly relax the scale later. Tisk teacher teaching. Swish. Xu Qingshan woke up from the dream. Her forehead was covered with sweat, and she took a few breaths. Looking around. It's a good thing it was a dream. Damn it, how could she dream that Xu Hao became her teacher? And beat her with a ruler. It's too embarrassing. However, when Xu Qingshan recalled what Xu Hao taught her in the dream, it actually came to her mind clearly. The solution ideas were all correct. Xu Qingshan was incredible. How is this possible? Zhou family. Zhou Mu sat on a luxurious sofa, with a dazzling and expensive crystal chandelier above his head, and the light was flowing. But Zhou Mu was not in the mood to appreciate it. He frowned, forming a Chuan character. After he left the hotel that night, he still had a last glimmer of hope in his heart. It is possible that Xu Hao deceived him. So, he sent someone to guard the door of the hotel. When he received the news that Xu Hao and Zhang Wei came out of the hotel together the next day, and Zhang Wei had difficulty walking, Zhou Mu's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. He was even more angry with Xu Hao in his heart. What should I do? Zhou Mu fell into deep thought. The heroine Zhang Wei has become Xu Hao's woman. Before he has enough strength, he can't recruit Xu Zhen. Naturally, he can't make plans for Zhang Wei. Zhou Mu punched the tea table. The exquisite tea set shook. Just thinking about it, his eyes lit up. I can't do it to the heroine. I can still find someone else. As long as you change your fate, you can get rewards. Zhou Mu thought of his previous life and had a daughter. The description in the novel was very beautiful. Not long after she was born, she had a conflict with her ex-wife and left with her daughter. The ex-wife died a few years later. The daughter lived alone. Poor baby. Zhou Mu couldn't help but scold his previous life for being a nobody. In the plot, his daughter didn't forgive Zhou Mu in the end. If he could get his daughter's forgiveness, he would definitely get a lot of rewards. Do it as soon as you think of it. Zhou Mu immediately investigated his daughter's whereabouts. It didn't take long to find out. He took a car to a flower shop in Dongcheng. At this time, the owner of the flower shop, Fang Anruo, was with her good sister Xu Fangfei. Chapter 295, The Charm of a Young Woman on My Daughter's Face. Deep sisterly love, comrades. In the flower shop, the boss Fang Anruo had just served a customer. Looking back at a slender figure sitting on a chair. Sister Fangfei, how come you have time to come here today? Of course I miss our little baby Anruo. Xu Fangfei said jokingly. Fang Anruo rolled her eyes. Xu Fangfei walked to Fang Anruo and blinked. Anruo, have you been with Uncle Xu recently and forgotten about me, your sister? Fang Anruo blushed and whispered. Sister Fangfei, don't talk nonsense, I didn't. Xu Fangfei chuckled. Oh, you're still shy, tell me how you get along with Uncle Xu. Fang Anruo lowered her head and fiddled with the flowers. I don't know, but he was very nice to me. Xu Fangfei suddenly came closer and said with a sly smile. Was Uncle Xu also very gentle to you at that time? Fang Anruo's face instantly turned like a ripe apple. Sister Fangfei, why are you so frivolous? Xu Fangfei said with a smile. What's there to be embarrassed about? We are all comrades in arms, and we should share more experiences. Fang Anruo covered her face. Oh, Sister Fangfei, please stop talking. Xu Fangfei held Fang Anruo's hand. Okay, you blush so easily, I won't tease you anymore. From their words, we can hear the closeness between the two girls. In fact, the relationship is much deeper than it seems. About 4 months ago, Xu Fangfei held a birthday party. As a junior, Fang Anruo naturally had to attend. At the party, Xu Fangfei also invited Xu Hao. At that time, Fang Anruo didn't know the relationship between Xu Fangfei and Xu Hao. Xu Fangfei wanted to give Xu Hao a surprise. She had already planned to give Fang Anruo a present today. During the meal, Xu Fangfei kept urging Fang Anruo to drink. The simple Fang Anruo didn't think much. She drank one glass after another. She got drunk soon. In the drunken state, they changed. They could feel what they were doing. But they were addicted to it. When Fang Anruo woke up again, she found that she and Xu Hao was lying on the same bed. She was panicked and her mind was blank. She couldn't accept it for a while. Xu Fangfei came to comfort her. She hugged Fang Anruo tightly and whispered. Anruo, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Uncle Xu is a good man, he was also drunk, don't blame him. Fang Anruo's eyes were blurred with tears. Senior sister, what should I do? Xu Fangfei looked guilty. Anruo, I really didn't expect this to happen. At the same time, Xu Hao also expressed his determination. He looked sincere and his eyes were firm. Anruo, although it was an accident, I will be responsible for you. Fang Anruo was confused. At first she couldn't listen at all. She has always been a good girl. This happened, it was too much of a blow. However, Xu Hao fulfilled his promise and kept asking about her well-being. Gradually, Fang Anruo's heart began to waver. Xu Hao's attentiveness and care made her feel the warmth she had never felt before. Knowing that she had a difficult life, he opened a flower shop for her because she liked him. Once, she fell ill and had a fever. When Xu Hao found out, he immediately put down his busy work. He rushed to her side anxiously. Another time, she was in a bad mood, and Xu Hao took her to see the most beautiful night view and patiently enlightened her. Let her cheer up again. Under Xu Hao's gentle offensive, Fang Anruo slowly fell. Until one day, Fang Anruo accidentally discovered the intimate interaction between Senior Xu Fangfei and Xu Hao. Only then did he know that Senior Xu also had a relationship with Xu Hao. Fang Anruo suffered a huge blow again. Find Xu Fangfei to question. Xu Fangfei was silent for a moment and said frankly. Anruo, I have been with Uncle Xu for a long time, but I really didn't expect what happened that day. I believe you can feel it. Uncle Xu is really good to you. Can we still be good sisters? Fang Anruo was tangled in her heart. On the one hand, she couldn't give up her feelings for Xu Hao. On the other hand, she felt at a loss about this complicated relationship. Xu Hao proved his sincerity with practical actions that night. In the future, he promised her affectionately that he would always love her and would never let her get hurt. In the end, Fang Anruo chose to accept it because she found that she couldn't leave Xu Hao. Just when the two girls were playing, a middle-aged man walked into the door of the flower shop. The middle-aged man looked dignified and dressed luxuriously. It was Zhou Mu. Fang Anruo greeted him and asked politely, "What flowers do you need?" Zhou Mu didn't answer, but stared at her. Fang Anruo is worthy of being a school belle. Her face is as delicate as a painting, her eyebrows are as distant as ink, her eyes are like autumn water, her nose is straight and her lips are red without any makeup. The white skin is like mutton fat jade. Her hair falls down on her shoulders, adding a bit of softness and agility. Her figure is slender and graceful, like a delicate flower blooming in the wind, making people want to protect her. Thinking of all these years, Fang Anruo has been living alone. As a father, he has not fulfilled his responsibilities at all. Zhou Mu cursed his predecessor for not being a human being. He made up his mind. He must bring his daughter home and give her the best. Fang Anruo frowned when she was looked at. But she didn't say anything because she was shy. Xu Fangfei didn't care so much. Came to Fang Anruo, looked at him coldly and said, "Don't you know that it's rude to stare at girls all the time? This is her comrade in arms. She can't be bullied." Zhou Mu noticed Xu Fangfei and felt a little sad. Another beautiful woman. Xu Fangfei's looks are actually inferior to the heroine. But after eating Xu Hao's charm-enhancing snacks, it gradually improved. It is no longer inferior to the heroine. Zhou Mu's mind became active. His daughter is his own, so she can't have orthopedics. He doesn't have to worry about his daughter's best friend. Zhou Mu's eyes flashed. He said with a smile, "This lady has misunderstood. You are the lady, your whole family is ladies." Xu Fangfei didn't buy it. Zhou Mu's face froze. He thought his daughter's best friend was quite fierce. He showed an awkward smile. "This girl, you have misunderstood." Then, he looked straight at Fang Anruo. "I'm not here to buy flowers, I'm here to find you." Fang Anruo was a little confused. "Looking for me? What do you want me for?" Zhou Mu took a deep breath. "Recognize relatives." The two women looked at each other. They could see the confusion in each other's eyes. Zhou Mu continued, "Actually I am your father." Fang Anruo was stunned. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. Xu Fangfei knew the background of this schoolmate. She only had her mother as a relative. After her mother passed away, she lived alone. To be honest, she admired her. How did a father suddenly appear? Wait, this person looks familiar. Xu Fangfei's family is well off. I have seen photos of him before, but never the real person. I didn't recognize him for a while. Fang Anruo was at a loss. "Uncle, are you mistaken? I have only had a mother since I was a child, but no father." When she was a child. When she saw other children accompanied by their parents and loved by their fathers. She had also been confused and longing. Where is her father? But as she grew older, she gradually realized that she and her mother were abandoned by that cruel father. So, she chose to be strong. When there was no father. Unexpectedly, after many years, someone appeared in front of her and said he was her father. Seeing Fang Anruo's weak and helpless appearance, Zhou Mu's heart melted. His eyes were full of guilt and sincerity. "Anruo, I didn't lie to you. Is your mother called Fang Xiu?" Hearing her mother's name, Fang Anruo's pupils trembled. She had more doubts in her heart. Could it be that what this person said was true? Her thoughts became confused. Past memories came like a tide. Those questions and pains that were once buried deep in her heart almost drowned her. Seeing Fang Anruo didn't believe it, Zhou Mu hurriedly said, "Anruo, your mother's birthday is August 13th of the lunar calendar, right?" Fang Anruo widened her eyes. She almost believed it in her heart. "This is the real birthday of my mother. She is the only one who knows it." Zhou Mu spoke anxiously. "Anruo, if you still don't believe it, we can go to the hospital for a paternity test right away. I am really your father. I have had my own difficulties over the years. I am sorry for you and your daughter." Fang Anruo's emotions completely broke out at this moment. She shouted hysterically, "I don't have a father. I don't know you. Get out of here." Tears flowed from her eyes. Xu Fangfei hurriedly hugged her in her arms and comforted her. Enruo, don't be sad. We don't recognize such an irresponsible father. Zhou suddenly felt difficult, but still pretended to be in pain. Enruo, I know you won't listen to anything I say now. But I really want to make up for what I owe you over the years. I will treat you well. Our Zhou family is a top family in Modu. As long as you are willing to go back with me, you can have whatever you want. Fang Enruo broke free from Xu Fengfei's arms. She looked at Zhou angrily. I don't care about any top-tier family. The hardships my mother and I have suffered over the years cannot be made up by a few words from you now. Zhou's voice was full of pleading. Enruo, it's Dad's fault. I have regretted all these years. I have been looking for you for a long time. Now I finally found you. Give Dad a chance, okay? Fang Enruo turned her head away. Her tone was cold. Opportunity. Why didn't you think of giving us a chance? I don't need you, go away. Xu Fengfei listened to Zhou's identity. Finally knew why she felt familiar. It turned out to be the head of the Zhou family. If she hadn't met Xu Hao before, she would have been trembling when she saw such a big shot. Now she is not afraid at all. The Zhou family is indeed very powerful. But in front of her father Xu Hao, it is nothing. She found that Fang Enruo was not in a good state and retched a little. Xu Fengfei hurried to comfort her. Pat her back gently. We don't recognize this father, he is not worthy of being a father. Enruo, don't be angry, you still have Uncle Xu, don't get angry with this kind of person and ruin your health. Fang Enruo's mood eased after hearing this. Zhou saw his daughter like this. Knowing that it is not easy to get his daughter's approval. Forget about it today. Fearing that he would really get angry, Zhou prepared to leave. There is still a long time, take it slowly. However, hearing Xu Fengfei's Uncle Xu, his face changed drastically. He turned his head suddenly. Who is the Uncle Xu you are talking about? Seeing his daughter's mood improve because of that, Uncle Xu. Zhou's whole person was not good. That feeling, like a little cotton jacket was soaked by a ghost fire gangster. This is still an old man. Zhou couldn't accept it. I couldn't wait to find out what was going on. Facing Zhou's superior pressure. Xu Fengfei was not afraid at all. I can't stand this guy and want to disgust him. Raised my eyebrows and said, Uncle Xu, of course it's Enruo's. Before Xu Fengfei finished speaking, she was blocked by Fang Enruo. Fang Enruo blushed. How can you say such things casually? However, Xu Fengfei didn't say it. Zhou already knew. His daughter's shyness said it all. I didn't notice it just now. Look carefully. There is a young woman's style on his daughter's face. Zhou was stupid. His head was buzzing and he froze in place. Zhou couldn't believe it. He just found his daughter. He found that his daughter had a special relationship with an Uncle Xu. Zhou was angry. His eyes were instantly bloodshot and veins on his forehead bulged. He asked, who is that Uncle Xu? Xu Fengfei frowned. I wanted to tease him. Unexpectedly, he guessed it. She and Fang Enruo were the only ones at the scene. If this guy takes action, they really can't do anything. They have to inform their father Xu Hao. Do you really want to know who Uncle Xu is? Speak. Zhou gritted his teeth. He dared to harm his daughter. He must make that guy live a life worse than death. Xu Fengfei took out her mobile phone and called Xu Ni. Ding ling ling ding ling ling ding ling ling. At the same time, in a car heading to the flower shop, Xu Hao received a call. He just received a message from the assassin who was following Zhou. It's not far away, so he decided to go and take a look. When the call was connected, Xu Fengfei said aggrievedly. Dad, Enruo and I were bullied. Zhou frowned. Could it be that Uncle Xu is the father of his daughter's best friend? But that's not right. Why did she call him Uncle Xu? I can't figure it out. Hang up the phone. Xu Fengfei couldn't suppress the joy on her face. Knowing that Xu Hao was not far away, he came over immediately. He immediately said to Zhou with disdain. I advise you to get out of here quickly, Uncle Xu will be here soon, don't be scared to death when the time comes. Zhou laughed in anger. Little girl, are you afraid that you don't know my identity and know the Zhou family, a top family? I want to see how powerful the guy you are talking about is. Xu Fengfei still disdains. No longer pay attention to him, continue to comfort Fang Enruo. Zhou looks around. Somehow, I have a bad feeling. Soon, there is a break sound outside the flower shop. Then, Xu Hao walks in from outside. Zhou Mu's pupils shrink suddenly. He clenched his fists, and almost couldn't hold back his anger. He hasn't forgotten Xu Hao's humiliation of him in the hotel. He made the heroine laugh. Damn it. Then Zhou Mu couldn't help wondering. Why did Xu Hao come here? He was refreshed and his breath was unstable. Xu Hao. Uncle Xu. Perhaps it confirmed his guess. Xu Fangfei and Fang Anruo saw the person coming and went over together. Come closer. Xu Fangfei took Xu Hao's arm. Don't be too intimate. Dad, you are finally here. Fang Anruo was more tactful. Standing quietly aside, but the admiration in his eyes couldn't be hidden. Chapter 296, Pregnant Daughter. Pregnant before marriage. Zhou Mu's face was dazed. Xu Hao was really the Uncle Xu. Only then did he understand. Why did his daughter's bestie call him strangely? It turned out to be this kind of ambiguous relationship. Just now he was still thinking. I don't believe they are all Xu Hao's women. As a result, the little girl he just saw was related to Xu Hao. This guy is not only with his daughter. He is also having an affair with his daughter's bestie. Looking at the expressions of the two women, they actually know each other. They share the same husband. One of them is his daughter. Zhou Mu's head was buzzing. His face turned from red to blue, and then from blue to white. Ding! Zhou Mu's mentality exploded, emotional value plus 1000. Xu Hao didn't care about Zhou Mu's anger at all. He touched Xu Fangfei's head. And then looked at Fang Anruo. At first glance, his expression became strange. Fang Anruo was pregnant. Character Fang Anruo. Identity the owner of the Naruo Anhao flower shop, the female main worker of the villain in the book, Tamo. Charm 95, full value 100. Strength 18, normal people 10. Physique 16, normal people 10. Spirit 15, normal people 10. Favorability 88. Uncle Xu. Seeing Xu Hao staring at her all the time, Fang Anruo was a little shy and called out. Xu Hao smiled. He took her into his arms. He wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and comforted her. Don't cry. If you dare to bully Anruo, I will help you teach him a lesson. Don't hurt our children because of such a small matter. Fang Anruo, Xu Fangfei, and Zhou Mu, who had been paying attention to this place, were all confused. What do you mean, children? Fang Anruo didn't react. Her face was full of confusion and confusion. Xu Fangfei looked at her with envy. Anruo, congratulations, you're pregnant. She didn't believe Xu Hao would joke about such a thing. Fang Anruo's expression instantly became extremely wonderful. She widened her eyes and opened her lips slightly. I'm pregnant. One's eyes were first in disbelief, followed by panic and helplessness. A trace of joy and tenderness of being a mother for the first time slowly emerged. When Zhou Mu heard the word, child, he was struck by lightning. There was a boom in his head. What? Pregnant? Impossible. The voice became hoarse because of extreme anger. The body kept shaking. The eyes were fierce. It seemed that he was going to rush up and fight Xu Hao in the next second. Several people were attracted by Zhou Mu's roar. Xu Hao's expression was playful. Mr. Zhou, long time no see. But why are you here? What's going on between you and Anruo? Zhou Mu kept taking deep breaths, suppressing his anger. He knew that he was not Xu Hao's opponent, nor was Xu Hao as powerful as him. He could only hold his anger in his heart. He gritted his teeth. Anruo is my daughter. Xu Hao sneered. As far as I know, Anruo has lived with her mother since she was a child. Where does her father come from? If you were really her father, the dignified head of the Zhou family, who abandoned his wife and daughter, and now comes back to recognize her relatives, don't you think it's ridiculous? Xu Hao would not let Fang Anruo recognize Zhou Mu as her father. Since she is the protagonist, she is the target of his elimination. Fang Anruo is pregnant with his child. We can't let this matter create a gap. Xu Fangfei nodded in agreement. Said to Fang Anruo. Anruo, he is so ruthless, you must not recognize such a person. Zhou Mu immediately heard Xu Hao's sinister intentions. He was so angry that he trembled all over. He didn't care whether he provoked him or not. Xu Hao, don't try to sow discord here. No matter what I am Anruo's biological father. This is an unchangeable fact. Xu Hao disagreed. Facts. What you call facts is that you abandoned them for many years without caring about them. Now Anruo has my woman, I will take good care of them, so don't be hypocritical here. Zhou Mu's eyes widened with anger. Xu Hao, don't go too far. Fang and Ruo saw Zhou Emu's vicious treatment of Xu Hao, and immediately became angry. I don't have a father, I didn't have one before, and I won't have one in the future. Zhou Mu was very distressed. He didn't expect his daughter to speak for Xu Hao. He could clearly see that his daughter was close to Xu Hao, and he felt helpless and angry. Who is Xu Hao? He will do anything to achieve his goal. There will be no good result for his daughter to be with such a person. Xu Hao must have deceived his daughter. I must let Enruo see his true face. Thinking of this, Zhou Emu's anger towards Xu Hao reached its peak. Enruo, don't be deceived by Xu Hao, he is actually a hypocrite. Xu Fengfei was angry. You are the liar, slandering Uncle Xu, what evidence do you have? Fang Anruo didn't believe it either. Zhou Mu was confused. What I said was true. Why don't you believe it? Suddenly I thought of Xu Hao's many women. His eyes lit up. Since Xu Hao didn't want him to reconcile with his daughter, he could also sow discord between the two women and Xu Hao. I didn't lie to you. Xu Hao has many women. I saw one who was pregnant. The last time we had dinner together, Xu Hao also checked into a hotel with a woman. However, Xu Fengfei and Fang Anruo were unmoved. Xu Fengfei had known Xu Hao for a long time. Xu Hao had many women. Among them, she was his assistant. Fang Anruo guessed that there were other women after knowing that her senior Xu Fengfei and Xu Hao were having an affair. So there were not many surprises. Zhou Mu saw the reaction of the two women. They didn't take his words seriously at all, and felt extremely frustrated. Xu Hao wanted to destroy the relationship between him and his daughter. Zhou Mu was furious. There was a fierce light in his eyes. He wanted to kill Xu Hao as soon as possible. He felt the strong killing intent. Xu Hao raised his eyebrows. What? Mister. Zhou still wants to fight. It was like a basin of cold water poured down. Zhou Mu regained his composure. He knew that he was not Xu Hao's opponent. Fighting would only bring humiliation. Today Xu Hao was present. It was impossible for him to persuade his daughter to go home. He could only wait for another opportunity later. After taking a deep look at several people, Zhou Mu turned and left. His back was desolate and lonely. No one cared about his departure. Fang Anruo asked with some stammering. Uncle Xu, am I really pregnant? She touched her belly. Her eyes were full of confusion. Xu Hao pinched her cheeks. Pretending to be angry. Why? Don't you want to have a baby for me? No number, I was just shocked. Fang Anruo shook her head quickly. After all, she was still a student. Pregnancy before marriage. For her who has always been conservative, she couldn't accept it in time. Xu Fengfei said on the side. Anruo, I envy you so much, I also want to have a baby for Uncle Xu. Next, Xu Hao accompanied the two women to have a meal. At the dinner table, Xu Hao picked up some food for Fang Anruo and told her to eat more. After the meal, Xu Hao took out the pregnancy medicine. Said gently, Anruo, remember to take medicine on time and take good care of yourself and the child. Fang Anruo was very touched by Xu Hao's concern. Uncle Xu, I will. Xu Fengfei watched enviously from the side. But Zhou Mu left the flower shop and returned home. Thinking of what happened in the flower shop, the more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He slapped it. The powerful force directly smashed the expensive coffee table into pieces. The anger in his heart burned fiercely. This can't go on. The heroine Zhang Wei became Xu Hao's woman, and her daughter was also Xu Hao's woman, and she was pregnant. The plot was broken. He didn't want to live under Xu Hao's shadow. He had to improve his strength. When he had enough strength, the first person he would kill was Xu Hao. Zhou Mu clenched his fists. The veins on his forehead bulged, and his face was hideous. To improve his strength, he had to change the plot. He began to rack his brains to see if there was any plot about the protagonist in the near future. He really thought of one. There will be a charity gala in 2 days. The heroine Zhang Wei will attend. As the protagonist, Xiaolong will follow. At that time, Xiaolong will have a show of pretending to be slapped in the face, picking up the real thing, and showing his knowledge. If a collector takes a fancy to it, he will be willing to buy it for 70 million. Xiaolong said domineeringly that he didn't care about this. He will also spend 100 million at the auction to show his financial strength. So far, Xiaolong began to show his reputation. The heroine Zhang Wei began to look at the beggar husband with new eyes. Not only that, at this auction, the protagonist Xiaolong will also get his own weapon. A magical weapon that can melt iron like mud. Kai Xiao, one of the 10 famous swords. Xiao Long's strength is already strong, and with the help of the sword, he is even more powerful. This is a big plot. As long as he can change, the reward will definitely be a lot. However, Zhou Mu is a little worried. Jiang Wei is already Xu Hao's woman, will she still be there? He thought of Xu Hao again. The anger that had just been suppressed suddenly rose again. Xu Hao, I can't coexist with you. In the dream, Xu Qingshan was in a research room. In front of her was a complex virtual helmet technology device. Next to her was Xu Hao, who looked serious and was watching her every move. Xu Qingshan, this step is wrong. The voice was particularly clear in the quiet room. Xu Qingshan trembled. She knew what would happen next. Sure enough, Xu Hao picked up the ruler that frightened her. The ruler hit her neither too hard nor too softly. Xu Qingshan was ashamed. She was extremely angry. She wanted to resist and loudly criticize Xu Hao's excessive teaching method. The words came to her lips but she swallowed them back. I have to say that Chen Hao is a good teacher. Although the teaching is a bit rough. But she did make obvious progress. How could she imagine Xu Hao as a teacher? She had had similar dreams for several days. And there was such a punishment method. But Xu Hao was teaching her, so Xu Qingshan dared not speak. Keep going, don't be in a daze. Xu Hao's voice sounded again. Xu Qingshan bit her lip. Started the operation again. Every movement was cautious. Wrong again. The ruler fell again. Xu Qingshan felt itchy again. Can you be gentler? Xu Qingshan couldn't stand it. Her voice was trembling and pleading. No, if you want to truly master this knowledge, you must be strict. Xu Hao was very unkind. Xu Qingshan felt wronged. But she couldn't refute it. Come again. Xu Qingshan took a deep breath. Calm down. Put into the operation again. This time, she was extra careful. She thought about every step repeatedly in her mind. Finally, when she finished a step, Xu Hao said, not bad this time, see the progress. Xu Qingshan suddenly felt a little happy. The previous shame seemed to be comforted at this moment. Don't be happy too early, this is just the beginning. The dream disappeared. In reality, when Xu Qingshan saw Xu Hao, she felt an indescribable fear. She couldn't help but imagine the scene of him holding a ruler. This morning, the sun shone through the window on Xu Hao and Xu Qingshan. Xu Hao smiled. He invited Xu Qingshan. Qingshan, I invite you to join the virtual technology R&D team again. I believe that with your ability, you will definitely bring new breakthroughs and innovations to the team. Xu Qingshan wanted to refuse. But these days, she has been dreaming that Xu Hao taught her. She has mastered a lot of relevant knowledge. Not only did she learn the R&D content that Xu Hao showed her, she also understood the future R&D direction. Although it is a bit unbelievable. But this is the fact. Xu Qingshan did not suspect that Xu Hao was playing tricks. But it is impossible to think about it. How could Xu Hao know those virtual technology knowledge? She also asked tentatively. The result was that Xu Hao knew nothing. Xu Qingshan was relieved. Facing Xu Hao's invitation, she was even more entangled. If she agreed, she would accept Xu Hao's kindness and compromise with him. But if she didn't agree, she would waste all the knowledge she had learned. She had thought about doing research on her own. But this was after she read the information Xu Hao gave her and associated it with a dream, and then she got the research and development direction. Even if she developed it herself, she couldn't escape accepting Xu Hao's kindness. And she couldn't do such an immoral thing. Her sisters would look down on her. In the end, Xu Qingshan nodded and agreed. I can agree, but forget about leading the team. I just need to give some suggestions appropriately. In this way, he did not completely accept Xu Hao's kindness. Okay. Xu Hao smiled. His goal was to keep this daughter by his side. It doesn't matter what position he holds. He will play slowly later. After dealing with Xu Qingshan, Xu Hao was leisurely sipping tea. The sun shone on him through the window, outlining a peaceful picture. At this time, Hong Qiangwei came to report the news. Xu Hao raised his eyebrows. Will Zhang Wei and Zhou Mu go? It's about the charity gala. He had received the invitation a long time ago. His personality has always been mostly based on charity publicity. After recovering his memory, he paid more attention to this point. He put in a lot of effort. He will not be left out of almost every charity gala. Zhang Wei will go this time, and the protagonist Xiao Long will naturally follow. And Zhou Mu, a protagonist and a villain protagonist. This charity gala should be very interesting. Xu Hao had a meaningful smile on his lips. He gently put down the teacup. He looked into the distance with deep eyes. In the evening, the charity party was held in the Magic City Hall. Some people arrived early. Luxury cars that are rarely seen on weekdays are everywhere here. There is a special person in charge to greet them. Many people gathered at the door. Look, that's the chairman of XX Group. I can only see him in financial news. I didn't expect to see him in person today. Wow, isn't that an internet upstart? He is really young and promising. There were constant exclamations from the crowd. Everyone was excitedly discussing the celebrities who came to the meeting. Suddenly, someone noticed a luxury car coming. The eyes were instantly attracted. It's the car of the head of the Zhou family. The man shouted. The Zhou family is the top family in the Magic City. I didn't expect the head of the Zhou family to come too. The influence of the Zhou family in the business world cannot be underestimated. This charity gala is really star-studded. Everyone was talking about it. Then Zhang Wei also drove over. But the discussion was much quieter. After all, compared with the rich people present, the Zhang family seemed not good enough. These discussions were still based on her appearance. Zhou Mu was happy. The heroine is here. That's good. It seems that the plot is still corrective. But soon he couldn't laugh anymore. I saw Xu Hao's car coming. Chapter 297, close to the face and open the big gun. Bullying the Dragon King's wife in person. You don't want to. At the charity party, the bright lights and people's eager eyes intertwined. A low-key yet luxurious car slowly drove to the door. The door opened slightly, and Chen got out of the car. Instantly, the whole audience was in an uproar. The discussion surged like a tide. It's Mr. Xu. He has increased the market value of 10 billion to nearly 1 trillion in just over a year. He is undoubtedly a business legend. My God, Mr. Xu is here. What a big surprise, oh my God, I didn't expect to see my idol here. There were exclamations. Countless young people were very excited. His eyes were full of admiration and worship. Xu Hao nodded slightly. He gestured to the eyes cast around him. There was a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. In front of outsiders, he still had to act approachable. Zhou Mu was still enjoying the attention of the crowd. This feeling was quite good. He didn't expect that Xu Hao would attract all his attention. Looking at Xu Hao, who was the focus of everyone's attention, Zhou Mu gritted his teeth. His eyes were filled with solemnity. He made a mistake. He didn't expect Xu Hao to attend the party. This was troublesome. With the uncontrollable factor of Xu Hao present, he felt that things were beyond his control. Zhou Mu even suspected Xu Hao. Hao is watching him. How come he can meet her everywhere? He really didn't guess it right. It's not just Zhou Mu who wants to cut Xu Hao into pieces. There are two more people. One is Zhang Wei. She got together with Xu Hao for no reason. Not only did she lose her virginity, she was clearly the victim, but she had no place to seek justice. How could she not be angry? She didn't want to see Xu Hao again. How? After the last time, he decided to protect his parents and his wife. Happy. He didn't want to be unhappy. Xu Hao is messing around. Ding Zhou Mu is full of resentment, emotional value plus 1001. Ding Xiaolong is furious, emotional value plus 1000. Hearing the prompt from the system, Xu Hao smiled. This party is really the right time to come. He harvested a wave as soon as he appeared. This is just the beginning. There is more fun to do later. The person in charge of the charity party got the news. He came up excitedly. He walked closer with a smile on his face. Mr. Xu, it's an honor for you to come to our party. He also invited Xu Hao with a try-it attitude. Unexpectedly, Xu Hao really came. Xu Hao responded with a smile. The charity party is very meaningful, and I have always supported it. The person in charge was full of gratitude. His voice trembled slightly with excitement. Mr. Xu, you are indeed a great philanthropist. I would like to thank you on behalf of those who have been helped by you. Xu Hao smiled. It is my responsibility to contribute to charity. The person in charge nodded repeatedly and said, Mr. Xu, your arrival will definitely make the party more successful. Please come in. Under the guidance of the person in charge, Xu Hao slowly entered the venue. Behind him were the amazed eyes of the crowd. In any case, Xu Hao's arrival. Let the gold content of this party be full. Tonight is destined to be an unforgettable night for many people. The person in charge led Xu Hao into the venue. Along the way, countless eyes focused on Xu Hao. Some were amazed, some admired, and some were curious. Many people also came in one after another. The originally empty venue gradually became lively. On the stage, the host smiled, standing under the spotlight. Dear guests, thank you for coming to this party on this night full of love and warmth. Tonight, we all gather here with a kind heart to lend a helping hand to those in need. This is not only a grand event, but also a responsibility, a commitment, and a deep affectionate return to the society. After the symbolic opening by the host, everyone is free to move around. The charity party is very simple. The organizers have collected a lot of small things. Show them for everyone to bid and buy. It will let the rich people present experience the fun of picking up bargains. Everyone happily did charity. The event is divided into 3 stages. The first is picking up bargains, the second is auctioning, and the third is donations. The picking up bargains stage. Many items are exhibited. Whoever likes it can buy it directly. But the chance of picking up bargains is very small. Everyone is just looking for novelty. What if you really pick up a bargain? There are so many big bosses at the scene. If I can find a bargain, won't I impress everyone? Pretending to be cool in front of a group of small characters is different from pretending to be cool in front of a group of big guys. The feeling is completely different. The auction items are much better. After professional appraisal, they have a certain value. If you like them, the owners will bid against each other. Donations are needless to say. The party began. Many people rushed to the bargain hunting area like a tide. Can't wait to show off in front of others. However, some people did not move. They either looked down on these activities, or they were not interested in them. Sitting together and chatting, leisurely drinking tea and wine. Zhang Wei and Zhou Mu did not follow. Zhang Wei came this time. She wanted to donate some money and gain some reputation. In order to promote the sales of the company's clothing. She really had no interest in these activities. She wanted to donate and leave immediately. She really didn't want to have any contact with Xu Hao. So, she huddled in a corner and drank tea quietly. Zhou Mu wanted to change the plot immediately to get the reward. But Zhang Wei didn't go to pick up the leak. If Zhang Wei didn't go, Xiaolong wouldn't go either. He had no choice but to sit and drink tea. He was anxious. Could this protagonist not go to pick up the leak? That wouldn't be the end. How could he change the plot? Zhang Wei huddled in a corner, away from the crowd. She looked like she was just about to shout, "Can't see me, can't see me." However, fate is a trick on people. What you fear will come to you. Xu Hao saw Zhang Wei in the corner at a glance. He walked straight over. This scene fell into the eyes of Xiaolong, who had been paying attention to him. His heart sank. His face was extremely ugly. Xiaolong stood up and stood in front of Zhang Wei without hesitation. Although he was not Xu Hao's opponent. But Zhang Wei was his white moonlight and his current wife. He could never watch her being bullied. Zhou Mu noticed this scene. There was a gleam of excitement in his eyes. These two guys finally faced off. Fight, fight. He hoped that the two would fight and both would suffer. So that he could reap the benefits. Chen Hao didn't care about the angry Xiaolong. He raised his hand and slapped him. This slap was quite powerful. Xiaolong's internal injuries had not healed yet. Xiaolong's internal organs were churning. A mouthful of blood was about to spurt out. Fortunately, he swallowed it back in time. Xu Hao said in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Go away, you are not afraid of death, but think about Zhang Wei, right? At such a close distance, you don't want us to fight and hurt Zhang Wei, right? Xiaolong heard this and his eyes widened. He was extremely angry. There are such shameless people in the world. After all, Xu Hao has a relationship with Zhang Wei. Now he is threatening him with Zhang Wei. Too shameless. But he fell for it. He couldn't let Zhang Wei get hurt. But, just get out of the way. I don't know what Xu will do to Zhang Wei. Just as Xiaolong was struggling, Xu Hao spoke again. Don't worry, Abab, I'm tired of your wife, I won't do anything to her. There are so many people here, I won't do anything to her. Xiaolong clenched his fists, his nails piercing into the flesh. Veins popped out on his arms. Xu Hao actually blasphemed Zhang Wei like this. He wanted to kill Xu Hao immediately. But Xu Hao was right. Not to mention that he was not Xu Hao's opponent. What if Xu Hao attacked Zhang Wei? At such a close distance, it would be too easy for Xu Hao to do anything. It would be too easy for Xu Hao to do anything. And with Xu Hao's character, he had no doubt that he would do this. After some hesitation, Xiaolong finally compromised. You're right, there were so many people here.